Just glad to see the progress that continues to be made day by day, and of course more on today. I am cautiously optimistic that the timeline that has been provided by Entergy will be complete by those deadlines, but even I am expecting more sooner rather than later, but we don't want to overpromise and underdeliver, and I can tell you that is the sentiment on the ground with our linemen really working very hard to beat those timelines. Entergy is projecting nearly full restoration by September the 8th, next Wednesday, but as I've said, you know, we're really working hard and pushing to ensure that we're seeing restoration sooner rather than later. Even as power is being restored and we're seeing steps towards that, we do recognize that not everyone has it, and therefore the stressors are remaining and can be more traumatic to our residents, particularly those with some special needs. So beginning on tomorrow, we will be offering daily transportation assistance to residents who wish to temporarily relocate to public shelters that have been available and determined by the state of Louisiana and those partners. So starting tomorrow, 9 a.m., this is for our general population. We focused on our elderly special needs on today, but on tomorrow, 9 a.m., from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. daily for all those who are interested in voluntary movement being transported out of the city of New Orleans. The RTA will be running pickup operations at the 12 sites, particularly all those that have been familiar right now, familiar by residents utilizing them throughout this post response. The Treme Center, the Cutoff Rec Center, Gernon Brown, Milne Rec Center, Stallings, Lyons, Joe Brown, Rosenwald, the Allie Mae, our senior center there, Engine 4 Firehouse on Dowman Road, Arthur Mundy, as well as Level Up campaign. The addresses will be made available. But these are the locations that we will utilize, again, picking up our residents who wish to be transported to shelters identified by the state of Louisiana and that are fully operational. The RTA buses will take you from the pickup locations to the convention center. This is our plan that we executed pre-storm and really on that post-storm and held until it was necessary to do so. So at the convention center, our folks will be registered and transported to state-run shelters, as I indicated. Our residents should understand once they get to the convention center, they will then board coach buses and be transported again to state-run public shelters in northern Louisiana or in another nearby state such as Texas. But you will go to locations identified by the state and who will be prepared and ready again to receive you. The New Orleans Health Department, kudos all the way around to the men and women who have been on the ground and helping our health department coordinate directly with our senior housing facilities and complexes around the city of New Orleans. As I mentioned, this started early this morning. The outreach, of course, started prior to with these centers and coordinating with them to ensure that we, the city, would go directly to these locations and transport our people. There was no need at all for our seniors to go to a remote location to therefore be transported out. This is a real example of meeting our folks where they are. We've been in constant communication with these privately ran facilities, with their managers, and being provided the necessary transportation to get them out. FEMA, as I mentioned, activated the Transitional Sheltering Assistance Program, and I just want to say thank you again to the President as well as to Madam Secretary for making sure this happened. We also saw progress as it relates to insurance companies that were preventing policyholders from activating their loss during this time when they had to remain outside of the city of New Orleans at our request. So we're just happy to see that has been dealt with, and information regarding that has been communicated and will continue to be communicated to policyholders across the city. We know Allstate and USAA have moved that forward. You're going to hear more again on some of these updates from leaders who are with me now. I'm going to turn to Colin Arnold, who is our Director of Homeland Security at this time. Again, thank you again. We'll move through and go to questions and answers shortly. Colin?
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everybody. The New Orleans Emergency Operations Center continues its 24/7 activation, where public safety infrastructure, human service agencies are coordinating the response to Hurricane Ida. Our top priority has been and continues to be the safety and health of our public. That included pre-staging rescue assets around the city that luckily we did not need. That also has included the 24/7 work of the New Orleans Health Department and New Orleans Emergency Medical Services and what they have done to ensure residents who are elderly, who have medical needs, were safe in the days leading up to and after the storm. We've also worked hard as a city through all levels of government and many employees to provide food, water, ice, tarps, air conditioning, charging stations, and Wi-Fi to keep residents comfortable as our infrastructure teams work around the clock to restore services. While we are certainly encouraged by the progress that has been made to restore power, we also realize that for some, facing another 4 or 5 days of power outages may be difficult. That's why we will begin a transportation option for Orleans Parish residents who wish to travel to a public shelter in northern Louisiana or a neighboring state. Starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. and then thereafter operating from 8 to 4 p.m., you can go to one of 12 pickup locations where you will board an RTA bus to the convention center. From there, you will take a motor coach bus to a state-run shelter outside the area. The 12 pickup locations are, first of all, 8 are the cooling centers, what we've been talking about all week and what we've stood up and will continue to stand up to support the public. And those are the Treme Recreation Center at 900 North Villeray, the Cutoff Recreation Center at 6600 Belgrade, the Gurnan Brown Recreation Center at 1001 Harrison Avenue, the Milne Rec Center at 5420 Franklin Avenue, Stallings St. Claude Recreation Center at 4300 St. Claude, the John P. Lyons Recreation Center at 624 Louisiana Avenue, the Joe Brown Rec Center at 5601 Reed Boulevard, and the Rosenwald Rec Center at 1120 South Broad. We'll also expand out and add 4 more to cover cover the geography of our city and make it more accessible to those, again, who wish to go for a few days and go to another shelter outside the city. We've added Allie Mae, the Central City Senior Center at 2101 Phillip Street, the Engine 4 Firehouse, that's at 6900 Downman Road, the Arthur Munday Rec Center on the West Bank at 1111 Newton Street, and the Level Up campaign at 1123 La Manche in the Lower Ninth Ward. If you're a pet owner, you can bring your pet with you. It will be sheltered in an animal shelter near your shelter. They're co-located. The New Orleans Health Department is actively coordinating directly with senior apartment buildings around the city, and residents in these facilities will be able to board a bus directly from the residence without going to a pickup location. If you live in a senior apartment and you want to access this shelter transportation, please call 311. The shelter service will be limited to about 2,300 people per day in the city. So if that max is reached before 4 p.m., we'll send a text through the NOLA Ready alert system, which you can subscribe to by texting NOLA Ready to 77295 to inform everyone. If that's the case, come back the next day. And we'll continue this as long as there is demand and as long as people want to do this or until power is restored. As a reminder for anyone considering this service, you will be going to a congregate shelter, either in the northern part of the state or in a neighboring state. You'll have a cot and a blanket and food and services. This should be reserved, really, I have to say, for the people that really are vulnerable to heat and really need this. If you're young and you're able-bodied, I'd encourage you to reserve this service for others, as they might need it more. The last thing I'll say about this is I really appreciate the planning and coordination across multiple agencies throughout the week to make this plan a reality. While I'm at it, I'll also say, for anyone that wants to use this that can't get to a cooling center or one of the 12 locations, courtesy of the Mayor's Office of Transportation who coordinated this, Uber and Lyft have agreed to give free rideshare rides to cooling centers to hop on the RTA bus to utilize this service. If you utilize Uber, the code is IDA Relief 2021. That's IDA Relief 2021 if you use Uber. And if you use Lyft, you use code IDA Relief 21. That's IDA Relief 21 for Lyft. And we really appreciate both Uber and Lyft for offering this service, something we started really working with them prior to hurricane season last year, to develop a partnership that would make this transportation work. We've adapted our city assisted evacuation plan. This is not an evacuation. This is an opportunity to be transported to a shelter if you're tapping out. I mean, if you're saying, I've had enough and for the next 4 or 5 days, I'm done. But I'm telling you that from the perspective I can speak for everybody up here, we're going to continue to provide the services we've been providing. We're with you. We've been without power and without water, and we've had our share as well, and we feel it, But I'm telling people to hang in, because we're going to get through this. It's a couple more days, and we can do it. But especially if you're vulnerable, if you're elderly, and you have that issue maybe with heat over the next few days, this is a viable option for you. We know now, and we have known, rapidly intensifying hurricanes like Ida make that city-assisted pre-storm evacuation very difficult to try and pull off on the timeline. And I'm afraid to tip my head right now because I'm afraid of the information that we've gotten that will fall out. My head is so full right now about how we want to look at hurricane season with these rapidly intensifying hurricanes. There's a better way to do this. Evacuation will always be a part of what we do here for major hurricanes, but I think what you're seeing here is a levee system that worked, a water and drainage system that worked, and that has some resilience, and a population that's got a whole hell of a lot more resilience. And we can do these things, and we can continue to be resilient and survive these hurricanes without completely fleeing. And so everybody that's worked here, the plans that we've worked on and everything we've developed over this last week is going to become a really special thing for this city, and certainly for this office upstairs and these people that have been working. So with that, I truly appreciate what I've seen in the community all week, neighbors helping neighbors, and that is what makes this city what it is. It's home. And so we have a lot of opportunities for people to get involved with Ida Relief. If you're at home and you're sweating, you can volunteer with us. The convention center has power and air, and we're going to be helping people if they want to go out of town for a couple days. Whether it's donating money to a registered charity, which is the primary way to do this during a disaster, or helping volunteer with us. Our website's up, ready@nola.gov. We're scratching to find people that want to help us through the rest of this week and next. And you can help your neighbors during this hard time. And I will just say one more time, hang in there, because we got this. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you. Ramsey Green, Deputy CEO of Infrastructure.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, Colin. Incredibly well said. As Mr. Rogers once said, find the helpers, be a helper, support your neighbors during a very difficult, though inspiring time. Our joint infrastructure folks, whether they work for the RTA, the Sewage and Water Board, DPW, Parkways, Entergy, everybody is working their tuchuses off to get this city ready for those who are out of town and those who are here. I'm going to start with some updates from telecommunication companies, because as power comes on, so many people are working from home. They think they're all set, and then suddenly they have no internet, and that's frustrating. So a couple things. One, the wireless carriers, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, are operational. They're assessing outages and addressing them. Carriers are opening their network to allow roaming from other networks to reduce drop calls and outages. Verizon is providing customers with an unlimited talk, text, and data through September 10th. AT&T is providing customers with unlimited talk, text, and data through September 14th. Cox is not operational. They are dependent on power in order to restore internet and cable. And at the city's request, big thanks to Deanna Rodriguez and Sandra from Entergy, who are coordinating very closely with Cox to ensure that they're communicating when a neighborhood comes on. Cox, come on in and do your line of work. Cox has assessed 850 miles of network facilities, of which 20 miles were found to be damaged. They plan to complete their damage assessments by Sunday. As Colin and the mayor said, just to clarify, phone charging stations have been deployed to all Nord Sea cooling centers, which are hub locations for the city-assisted transportation to state shelters. Thanks to T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T for providing those charging stations. We continue to deploy more charging resources and Wi-Fi assets since they are high demand. And public Wi-Fi is available at all Nord Sea cooling centers. Again, that's the hub of all the spokes to get out of town if you want to participate in the city-assisted transportation to state shelters program. CATS. Sewage and Water Board. The East Bank wastewater treatment plant does have power. It's in the process of resuming pumping. That work still goes underway. Sewage and Water Board is continuing its emergency protocols related to sewage. They're working their tails off to stop that protocol. It is standard emergency measure with EPA and DEQ approval, and it's taken to prevent sewage backup throughout the streets. That's the discharge of sewage water into our adjacent waterway, the Mississippi River. Biggest concern right now is sewage backup, particularly in New Orleans East. Vac trucks from the Sewage and Water Board are sucking out wastewater to relieve pressure. If you see a sewage backup, report it to 52 Water. Again, if you see a sewage backup, you sense it, you smell it, call 52 Water ASAP. Big thanks to the Louisiana National Guard and Colonel Terry Valarudo, Task Force Generator. They're on a call shortly ago with Sewage and Water Board assessing their generator needs to get that work going. On the streets front, DPW has cleaned 322 catch basins, 61 manholes, and almost 4,000 linear feet of drain lines. They're continuing to support sanitation and parkways on cleaning up major thoroughfares. As of this afternoon, we have cleared debris off of 300 miles of public right-of-way. Crews continue to work extended shifts. A lot of them are saying, don't send me home. I want to keep this work going. Thank you, gentlemen and women who are doing this work from DPW. I got to amend one thing I said yesterday, that we were going to do a notice to proceed for the emergency vac trucks, 15 to 20 vac trucks. We are actually, procurement is initiating today. We should have those folks on the streets by Thursday. That's to remove all the debris that flooded into our storm system, our drainage system. We got to get that stuff out. And that work, again, notice to proceed effective Thursday. DPW is setting an additional emergency contract for street light and street signpost damage assessments. Those assessments begin likely Tuesday. In the meantime, our crews continue removing hazardous street lights and downed poles. I'll say this one more time. Claiborne Auto Pound is open. If you have a vehicle that was towed during the event, it's a we call it courtesy towing. Come on in, get your car. Get it out. If you have fines from back in the day, you're still going to pay those fines. DPW will. Sorry. You don't have to pay them immediately. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. But yes, the storm does not forgive fines from 6 months ago. DPW will not resume the Sewage and Water Board DPW Joint Infrastructure Program until September 13th. We were trying to do it as soon as possible. We got to put in another week. That is all of our roadwork program. We're punting it again until September 13th. If you're a contractor out there, get your site stable, get it cleaned up, and largely after being in the roads for a while this afternoon, that's what we're seeing. The city has assessed, of our 441 buildings, we've assessed 70 of them, and we have found that largely we've escaped major damage, and we have additional contracted support that's going to be NTP'd on Sunday. That's notice to proceed to start the assessment work throughout the city as well. National Guard is providing us with barricades and a real huge amount of help at the pointed distribution centers as well. One thing that's important, We have substantial damage at the Municipal and Traffic Court. We've been communicating very clearly with Chief Judge Paul Sens, but we have substantial damage there. Thankfully, they were timed within 30 to 45 days of moving into swing space so we can do a full renovation of their building. So we're trying to figure out what to do. We'll have more information on that in the evolving days. The roof was torn off, substantial water damage throughout the building. It is not in a good place to serve, and we'll have more information again on that very soon. Sanitation, we did start, limited Thursday collections yesterday. If you live in the Richards area, which is south of I-10, 15% of the trash was picked up yesterday. If you live in the metro area, 40% of the trash was picked up yesterday. If it wasn't picked up, leave it on your street. That's just the city trash in 95-gallon containers, not your debris. Again, don't think your debris is getting picked up, but I do have a day. We're starting to pick up debris on September 7th, which is Tuesday. Again, follow NOLA Ready. We have the sketch of how to put your debris together in 3-foot by 2-inch piles of certain debris that goes together in the same species of debris. You will get more information on that very soon. Again, that debris is going to start getting picked up on Tuesday. Parks and parkways, we've had 335 unique calls for service, cleared almost 50% of them. The men and women of Parks and Parkways are just doing heroic work. Finally, Mayor, I'm sorry for covering so much stuff, but the condition of the building you're in, big thanks to property management, particularly Greg, Herb, and all the guys who came in from out of town to get our building back online. It was getting really funky in this building. We got the sewerage moving, thank gosh, last night. We got the power on, we got the HVAC on, and we have one elevator, which is a big deal if you're bringing food up to the 9th floor. Just thank you, men and women, for getting that done. And it's a much more inhabitable building. Last thing, I'm just going to echo exactly what Colin said. If you have a friend in public service, if you have a cousin, a neighbor, somebody who works as a police officer, paramedic, linesman, if you're a lineman from out of town, thank you for being here. This is a great city. Thank you for contributing to bring back the fabric of this city. It's a stunning city, and we're going to be back beautiful in New Orleans once again. But find the helpers, support the helpers, and be a helper. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Ramsey. All right, we're going to ask Dr. Jennifer Evacuation.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate y'all being here. I'll just give some updates from the health side. Number one, thanks to Entergy and all the hard work. It looks like all of our hospitals within Orleans Parish do have power from the grid. Some of them are transitioning from their generators, and as you know, that takes time, but we're really excited that they have been able to continue services without really a loss of any kind of operational function. I would say to hospitals around the country, this is where you need to be if you want to learn how hospitals do it right and serve their patients so that they can make it through even really difficult disasters as we have. So kudos to my colleagues that have been in the fight for the last 5 days. As we mentioned yesterday, we transitioned the Allie Mae Senior Center in Central City from a charging and cooling station, which it does serve some of those functions, but into a sort of a medical first aid station, where we have not only our own medical personnel, but some volunteers from Project Hope who've been great on the ground. Doing prescription refills. We've got a pharmacy that is helping on site. We are also have our call center there, where we have been taking in hundreds of calls since before the storm, as well as doing case management on the ground in real time. So I want to really, really, from the bottom of my heart, thank my staff who are just running a pretty strong ground game right now. So we're happy that that continues to be open to serve the public, to decompress emergency departments or urgent cares that aren't open right now for very, very minor stuff, right? But if we can help you get to where you need to go, that's where we want to do. I do want to talk about some of the things that have been mentioned about the point-to-point transportation to shelter for our senior centers. We work very, very closely with all of the major senior apartment buildings in this city. Now understand, these are not city-run apartment buildings. So we don't have visibility, we don't necessarily control any of their operations, but we have developed relationships with them over the years. And thank God we did, because I think that's really proved to be valuable for us to intervene when we needed to today. Even before the storm, we had conversations with them, making sure that everybody was taking care of the residents under their care. We've been checking in with them throughout. We understood where needs were, where there were generator issues. We were able to help, fuel issues, food, water. There's lots of volunteers, ICE getting to those folks. We knew that we wanted to have this option, though, as the days dragged on and folks who are particularly vulnerable to heat-related illness, we wanted to make sure we had an option for them should they choose to leave after the storm. And that's what we've been working on, which came to fruition today. And that is working to identify those seniors in those apartments who really didn't want to be in the hot house anymore and for their safety wanted to be taken to one of the state-run shelters. What we realized, though, is that it wasn't enough to let them tell us that we really needed to have eyes on the ground for many of these centers. We know that we had been hearing reports of family members or other folks who had concerns about some of these. And so early this morning, we dispatched strike teams from the health department to go to those buildings that we had the most concerns about. In some cases, when we got there, in all cases when we got there, we, with our public safety partners, and thank you, as if our police, fire, and EMS don't have enough to do, they were right there.
So this actually works really perfectly right now. You're listening into New Orleans officials talking about the Ida aftermath and the help that is happening right now to make sure these residents are safe during this time where a lot of them are displaced from their homes. In the bottom right-hand corner, you can see Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee out in Houston, Texas, helping load up 6 18-wheeler trucks. They're going to depart from Houston, Texas to help out those who are impacted by Hurricane Ida. So you can see herself loading up some of those boxes into this truck. Just want to bring you any of these live events as we get them. We're going to stay on both of these shots here as we continue to track just all of the latest news. Something else to note from the press conference out in Louisiana, full power restoration is set to be on September 8th. That's the estimated date by the power companies and utilities out in Louisiana. So September 8th, this coming week, hopefully all residents will have their power restored. We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you will see it. Some of you will stay on these two events in Louisiana and in Texas. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes.
Needs shelter that's opening tomorrow. Again, thank you to HHS and LDH and all the federal and state partners that have brought this into existence really quickly. You know, we identified this need as the storm was hitting and put in the request then. And so to mobilize it in that short period of time is great. This is, again, not a walk-up facility. This is not a place to drop people off. This will immediately serve a need for our hospitals who have lots of folks in the hospital that really can't be discharged but have significant chronic medical needs they need care for. So we know we're going to take some directly from hospitals. We know we've identified from our special needs registry folks that are of the highest priority to go to this facility. We've already been doing this to other medical special needs facilities in the region, the ones that are in Alexandria, Bastrop, and one open today in Baton Rouge. So it's not like we waited to open our facility, but the need, those facilities have been full or close to full for the last several days, so it's good that this is coming online. And again, we've got 100 beds opening. We are already asked for more. I thank the mayor for asking at the highest level to the president to make sure that not a single person is left without the care that they need, not just in our region, but our neighbors to the west who are in far worse straits than we are. So that will be, again, federally run, state supported, and our local capacity is assisting however we can. And so it's just going to be one more way that we stabilize and get everybody safe for the next couple of days until we're back to normal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vagno. And we're going to keep it going. Chief Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me start first. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry. Let me start first. Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership during a difficult time. I want to commend the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department. I want to commend our citizens of this great city, as well as this leadership team that you see standing before you, as well as those that are not here. This is some unique times in which we are facing. You know, something that we never really. We try to think that we've seen everything, and then we see, oh man, you just can't make this stuff up. You just can't make that's one of our phrases. You just can't make this stuff up, and that is where we are. Things in which we have not faced before, but nevertheless, as Colin has said, as Ramsey said, we planned for this. As the doctor said, we are here together with our partners, the council, as well as with Entergy and FEMA. We are all in this together. So as that, as in saying that, I just want to publicly recognize each and every one, and let the citizens of New Orleans know, let the world know how great of a partnership we are here together for our city, along with our city. I just want to give a few little updates. I know all week I have been asked, how many arrests have you made for looting? And it just on and on. So I'm finally ready to give you your answer. So 54 adults have been arrested for looting. 4 juveniles have been arrested for looting. We currently have 14 outstanding warrants for looting. That is for adults as well as juveniles. This is from Sunday, August 29th, up until midnight this morning. Currently, we have as many as 118 incidents to have been reported thus far. So we continue to deploy our anti-looting deployment. Thank Lang, thank LSP, thank Sheriff Guzman. His team has been out there every day with us to ensure the safety of our city. We will continue with that. The curfew, I know we are asking our citizens as they begin to see power at their various residences to come home. But I want to remind them that we are still under a curfew because the vast majority of our city is still without power. So we want you to be safe. We still do not want you to be on the streets at night in the dark, not knowing what kind of obstruction, if any, is still out there. So we just want you to just work with us, and we're going to work together to get through this together. I've reached out to the district attorney's office, and again, I'm going to say this again with the looting. I'm asking for the fullest prosecution because this should not be happening. This is not a time to victimize our citizens at their most vulnerable point. You're starting to see some businesses open up. And as we are seeing such, and we want to just take a step back and just take that in, embrace it. We are moving in the right direction. It is taking some time, but we are moving in the right direction. We are still addressing some conflicts at some of our fuel pumps. And again, I'm asking you to let the cooler head prevail. We are all in this together. We all must get through this together. Last thing I would say before I step aside is to the community. I mean, I saw every district today, and the outpour of support that the community has given our officers with food, with ice, with water, it is unbelievable. So I just want to personally thank each and every one of you who have donated whatever items or even time to support our public safety team as they're trying to prepare themselves to work every day, while they have also experienced losses as well. We have several officers who have lost their houses. One officer I met today, he just bought his house last month, and it is totally gone. So they are going through it just as much as our citizens are, but nevertheless, they have not wavered. Each and every one of our officers are accounted for, and they have been reporting to work. So we are very proud of that, and we will continue to be the best police department in this country. So thank you again, Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. All right, Chief, we're going to keep it rolling. Ms. Deanna Rodriguez, Entergy.
So you've been listening in to the police chief right there as we have been tracking the cleanup efforts, but he mentioned a few interesting things, and I just want to follow up on that. We've had questions all week about looting incidents out of New Orleans. He did give us some numbers, hasn't been able to give us numbers all week, but here are those: 54 arrests, 4 juveniles, 14 outstanding warrants right now, 118 incidents in total. So he says he does want to prosecute those people. Really unfortunate situation as so many people are reeling from the damage of this storm, and then others are taking advantage of it and looting businesses. So we're going to go back into that press conference in just a little bit, but we want to bring you out to a separate story talking coronavirus. Coronavirus cases are rising and so are deaths. To prepare for another wave of the pandemic, some states are bringing in mobile morgues. Fox's Jayla Whitfield has the details on this pretty tragic story. Jayla.
Definitely, and that's exactly right. I'm outside of Kennestone Hospital in Cobb County, and just a few weeks ago, they ordered a mobile morgue. Similar to hospitals across the country, they are preparing for the worst as the Delta variant continues to spread, and funeral homes are struggling to keep up. Hospitals brought in mobile morgues to help store bodies when the pandemic first hit.
It was hit our community, like I always said, like a wildfire. I mean, it just went through our community.
And now they're bringing them back before they find themselves again unable to keep up.
We were stacking bodies. I put it that way. I hate to say it that way. I don't want to say we stacked bodies, but we had nowhere to put them. We had to keep them in a cool place.
Over 600,000 Americans have died from the coronavirus, and the number of hospitalizations of COVID patients are rising again.
It's a very sad moment when someone passes from COVID.
Eddie Cobb owns Promised Land Funeral Home in southeast Georgia. He says he's seeing more people die of COVID.
Someone died basically from a handshake or entering a room where someone possibly have COVID. That's a very hard time.
To help keep up and avoid getting more people sick, Cobb says they have implemented a drive-through funeral option.
No one has to come inside the building. You can stay inside your vehicle and keep down the spread of COVID.
Morgues in Mobile, Alabama are filling up too. Funeral home director C.J. Smalls says their funerals have doubled.
It has been really draining, even with the employees, myself personally, I had several employees to quit.
Fowler says they thought they were in the clear, but things are getting worse.
And when the Delta virus came in, I mean, the thing started picking back up. So we said we're going to go ahead and plan before the storm get here.
Yeah, Fowler says that they have to be able to support COVID-related deaths and everything else. That means homicides, drug-related deaths, anything that comes about. There are several states across the country that have mobile morgues on standby. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Fox's Jayla Whitfield reporting live in Georgia tonight. We appreciate you. We'll talk to you soon. And continuing our coverage now on Hurricane Ida, we are following a couple live events right now. As we showed you in that bottom right-hand corner before in that box, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee over in Houston, Texas, lending a helping hand herself, packing up boxes into 18-wheelers, 6 of them, I believe, to go and help out some of those who have been affected by Hurricane Ida. She is holding a press conference right now. We want to go back out, though, to that Louisiana press conference where we're hearing from officials on critical information about power outages. Let's take a listen.
And from our fishes and everything else, and for the children, and for the 120,000 people that follow the Audubon, which is one of the jewels of our city, we're happy to say that they're back online. That's all I have. Thank you
very much. Come on, Ramsey.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to, we just got the notice on RTA routes that just came on. Limited service will be, this is buses for folks out there, it's really critical. Limited service will be restored along the following routes. Bus 27, Louisiana, modified route from Broad Street to Chapatula Street. Bus 39, Tulane Avenue. Bus 47, Canal. Bus 88, St. Claude, modified route from Basin Street to Pullen Avenue. Bus 90 on Carrollton and Bus 94 to Broad. Service will run daily from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on a 50-minute frequency. All fares are waived, and this started today. So RTA is putting that out on social media, but wanted to take this moment to share that. Thank you, Mayor.
No, thank you so much.
I forgot something super important, because I know everybody, and so I'll save everyone a question. When will your neighborhood be back on? And I know that's probably what I should have started with. But it will be back on as soon as we can get it safely back on. We are working through the substations. We've talked about this a little bit, but you can go to our website, and it's entergy.com/Hurricane Ida. If you look on there, we have a list that is being constantly updated. It goes down to the neighborhood, and you can have an estimation. So if you find your neighborhood on there and it's a couple of days out and you happen to be in wherever, Houston or somewhere else, take a look at that list and then don't come back until the power's back on. If you have not signed up, which I'm a broken record on this, for text to receive from Entergy, sign up for text to receive from Entergy. You'll have to have your account number and your zip code. And if you sign up for text, you'll know when not just in your neighborhood is back on, but also when your house has power. And finally, you are going to see it. Sometimes there's going to be some fluctuations in power. So it's because a lot of switching is going on. So don't panic. This is happening because they're trying to get more customers back on. So just give it a minute and let's just see get through this process. But again, the more we bring on, we have to be very careful. All right. Sorry, I should have mentioned that before.
No, that's okay. And we're going to follow it up by our FEMA representative, Mr. Jerry Stoller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Here we are, day 5 in post-storm, and we are continuing to work directly with tens of thousands of survivors, not only here in New Orleans, but throughout southeast Louisiana. And we are providing rapid financial assistance for critical needs and expedited rental assistance, as the mayor mentioned, for people who need to relocate because of the prolonged life-threatening power outage that we've experienced over this past week. I do want to share with you just a couple of numbers as to where we're at. Again, 5 days into this, FEMA has provided more than $93 million of assistance to survivors, not only in New Orleans, but throughout southeast Louisiana. That's an increase of $16 million in just the last 24 hours. More than 93,000 households have been approved for FEMA assistance so far in this event. It's very important that as we continue that you stay in touch with us. There are a number of ways you can do that. Disasterassistance.gov, by phone, dialing 800-621-3362, or using, you can download the FEMA app on your iPhone. And we are now increasing our capacity to meet with survivors and residents in person. We have teams at all 8 of the cooling centers here in the city of New Orleans. We will have FEMA teams in the other parishes, impacted parishes in southeast Louisiana, and more FEMA teams are on the way. The mayor mentioned the Transitioning Sheltering Assistance Program, also known as TSA. And as Mayor indicated, FEMA did approve the governor's request to activate this program. Now, there are several points about TSA that I want to make very clear to residents. First, you cannot apply for this specific program. After you register with FEMA, you will be notified if you qualify for temporary sheltering in a hotel. FEMA will notify you by an automated phone call, text message, and email. However, FEMA does not find a hotel room for you. If you are eligible, you must find and book your own hotel room. Now, you can find a list of hotels that are participating in the TSA program at FEMAEvacHotels.com. Again, that's FEMA EVAC, that's spelled EVAC, hotels.com. To be eligible, the hotel must be located in a number of states. These states are limited, though, to primarily in the southeastern part of the United States. I also want to stress that TSA is not a lodging reimbursement program, and you will not be paid for the hotel expenses. FEMA pays the hotels directly. We are continuing to provide individual assistance grant money directly to survivors for a number of things. rapid financial assistance for critical needs. You've heard us talk about this throughout the week. Expedited rental assistance for people who need to relocate because of the prolonged, life-threatening power outage. Basic home repairs, that's going to become very important in the weeks ahead. And additional rental assistance for people who need to relocate because of the serious storm damage to their home. And we also provide assistance for other needs beyond this, such as personal property replacement. I did want to make a comment about the insurance issue, and Mayor, we're very pleased to hear about the progress that's been made with some of the insurance providers. But, you know, we've been told that some households had insurance, thought they would cover them during their period of evacuation, but they have received a denial from their provider because the evacuation was technically not mandatory. This is an example of an issue that state and local elected officials are bringing up. How to help people because of the widespread power outages felt they had no choice but to evacuate and are now being denied financial assistance from their company. By law, again, I must stress, FEMA is not allowed to duplicate insurance payments. If your provider, even though we're seeing progress with them and understanding this, if your provider continues to deny your claim, we just need you to get that in writing. Provide that insurance denial letter to FEMA. FEMA will then consider you for assistance grant money to help you with critical needs and for expedited rental assistance. And again, I want to stress, you need to stay in touch with us. We want to know about your needs and what you are going through. You know, events like this not only bring out the best in people, and we've seen a number of acts of great kindness and being good neighbors to one another, but unfortunately there are, as we all know, some individuals who try to take advantage of survivors and residents who are at the worst point in their lives. And so we often have to speak about fraud, and we are beginning to see some signs of that. It's important that you contact FEMA to report fraud. And can you do that a number of ways? You can call 866-223-0814, or you can email stopfemafraud@fema.dhs.gov. Again, that's stopfemafraud, all one word, @fema.dhs.gov. There is also a National Center for Disaster Fraud. That number is 866-720-5721. 866-720-5721. And the Louisiana Department of Insurance also has a number for reporting fraud. That is 800-259-5300. 800-259-5300. Again, we are here. We are continuing to work around the clock with Colin and his team. We do have a number of federal agencies aboard. You heard the doctor speak about the FMS that is going to be opening tomorrow at the Muriel Convention Center. We are continuing, and we are very encouraged with the reports of the power restoration, but stand ready with generators to support any critical facilities as needed. And we are also continuing to monitor the fuel shortages that continue to be a concern here in Southeast Louisiana. And you know, once we do and we get the power back up, that's going to be a very important milestone as we, you know, make that transition from response into recovery. And it's important that we celebrate and embrace that milestone, right, as a major accomplishment. But I think we should make no mistake that recovery is also going to be a very long process. And you heard Ramsey speak about some of the damage to the city's infrastructure, and there is damage to infrastructure throughout Southeast Louisiana. FEMA is going to be with not only the city of New Orleans, but with those communities adjoining and contiguous to New Orleans every step of the way as we work through the recovery process to help New Orleans and Southeast Louisiana build back better and stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jerry. one of the most comprehensive FEMA representatives we work with. So it's definitely a pleasure for you to be here and you've been embedded in our EOC. I also want to just thank RTA Alex Wiggins for getting us those locations sooner rather than later, because we definitely wanted to restore some level of transit throughout the city of New Orleans, and you heard that from Alex. Initially, you heard that from Ramsey. Initially, this morning when we were planning it, we thought that the wait times would be up to 2.5 hours. But from doing a lot of work and working with the hardworking men and women of RTA, that's been limited to 50 minutes. It will get better by the day. More will come online, but I did want to acknowledge that. Before we go to Q&A, I did want to allow and ask our councilwoman, Kristen Palmer, to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor. So today's day 5, and I think the theme today has been looking out for our vulnerable populations. We know they're hurt the hardest when we talk about 5 days without the resources that they need, especially air conditioning. And I just want to say that the work that the men and women in this city have done has been absolutely tremendous. There's no doubt in my mind that the actions of the health department today, EMS, the fire department, RTA has definitely saved lives. I've seen it firsthand going to a lot of these elderly housing facilities across my district, and it has been remarkable to watch. Not only throughout the course of the past 4 or 5 days, them receiving a home-cooked meal, which many had never received, to water, to ice. Everyone has been taking care of them to a huge degree, and today was no exception, Mayor. And it was truly remarkable within an hour to see all of RTA had buses out there for paratransit to help people leave a particular facility. You had two cohorts of fire departments there going door to door to ensure people were safe. You had EMS, and it was just absolutely remarkable. And I just want to thank all the men and women of this city who have been working so hard to protect our vulnerable populations. I think the next step tomorrow is going to be another incredible resource and advocacy for our people. And I do want to thank everyone for pitching in. It has been remarkable to watch the strength of our people. And Chief, it's true, I will say that I tried to drop some food off to a certain station, and it was denied because they had so much food, but they absolutely took the coffee. So, again, I just want to thank everybody, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much, Councilwoman. And so we want to continue to encourage our residents to hold that line, you know, and continue to demonstrate what you all have done in this leading up to this 5th day. True tenacity, hardworking, being those first responders on the ground, showing that love that only the people of the city of New Orleans can show. And that's a part of who we are, and it's absolutely our culture shining through. We will continue to shine through as this power is restored in our city and come back even better than we were. Go ahead, Mr. Trey.
Yes, ma'am. Jessica, I was wondering, Madam Mayor, and potentially Kristen or Dr. Jen, if you could tell us how many buildings for senior citizens or vulnerable populations were evacuated today, and when did the city first learn of the conditions at these counters?
Well, as it relates to learning of the conditions, we were receiving calls directly and even emails, but we were also every single day, both pre and post, in touch with many and really all of these facilities and giving directives, quite frankly, about the expectations that we had, that they were checking in on their residents, daily checks, not just once a day, making sure that the meals were adequately prepared, making sure these things that they were following the plans that we expected them to have in place. Really, once we got word and we had to put our eyes on our people, and that's one of the things I like clarity, and I don't like generalizations. And so our teams collectively had our boots on the ground so we could see for ourselves if our elderly and our seniors were being cared for at the quality level that we anticipated. As Dr. Avegno mentioned, in many instances they were. But where we saw that they were not, we had to take immediate action, and she will give you more information relative to that. But it's also very important to know that while we're moving through response and we'll soon be into recovery, It will be a priority, as always, after every disaster, for us to assess, have an after-action report to where we will look to improvements across the board. Make no mistake about it. These independently ran facilities is top on my list, and I know that of my Dr. Jennifer Avegno of the Health Department, and I'm even hearing the echo from Councilmember Palmer. I'm going to allow and ask for Dr. Avegno to give the specifics in regards to those that were officially evacuated, because not everyone wanted to go, and I even had to give the approval for the chief to knock down a door for one of our seniors who said he wasn't going, but at the end of the day, he opened the door. So but we, come with that spirit of love and compassion to our elderly, as Dr. Avegno say. We understand that they are the elders. But with that, Dr. Avegno.
I'll say, one of the things we do really well, those of us who are medical professionals working in this field, I think, is triage, right? And that's all designed is to what is the biggest threat, who is under the biggest threat, and get them to safety now. And if you can wait a little bit, we'll help you get what you need to wait a little bit, and then we'll come back to you. And that's really what we've done. There's been we've gotten a lot of reports. There's been a lot of media about this place and that place, and oftentimes it's a family member who's many states away who is understandably concerned, and they haven't heard from grandpa, and they heard rumors about this and that. And so putting those eyes and getting some ground truth with personnel who are trained, not only medical personnel, nurses, doctors, and EMS, which we do have, but also our folks who have extensive experience in case management, social work with elderly populations, who can really get the story from them and not overwhelm our elderly folks. So like the mayor said, sometimes we were on the ground and they said, oh no, we don't want to go anywhere. We just need a little ice, a little Gatorade. Can you get us some Gatorade? Absolutely, we can do that. But right now, and again, this is evolving. The two places that when we got there, we realized that it really wasn't safe for those remaining to go back is the Annunciation Inn and the Renaissance. Is it Towers? Towers. And so those are the ones, the first groups that are in process to make sure we're getting them to state safe shelter. And I'll tell you, they've been wonderful. In fact, one of the ladies at Annunciation, we practically hired her because she knew everybody there. She made sure that everybody got their wristband. Everybody, knew what the plan was. So thank you, Ms. Helen. You were wonderful. We have gone to other ones today. We are still going as long as there's daylight to some. But what we are seeing at other ones is that they might have needed a few things. It might not be. Certainly it's not a pristine situation, but they had the resources that they need to get through the night, and that we would continue to reassess. So I anticipate for now those will be the only two this evening. Of course, if that could be changing as we speak.
So you've been listening in to that press conference out of New Orleans with the mayor speaking out, talking to residents who are maybe displaced from their homes, who don't have power. They are finding temporary shelter for a lot of those residents. FEMA coming in, so they really have outlined now taking reporter questions. We'll go back to that in a moment, but want to take you out to some of these live aerials out of New York. You can see as they're kind of just heading over the area here, they're surveying some of the damage, and that's been the main story of the day, just taking a look at damage, trying to figure out what needs to happen next. Well, we know that Pennsylvania was hit really hard. Downingtown, Pennsylvania also hit very hard. That's where we're going to find Fox 29's Hank Flynn. Hank, what are you seeing out there on the ground right now?
God, it's actually a lot of waste, Daytona. By the way, if you're ever here in Downingtown out for dinner and you fail to pay the parking meter, you're never going to get a ticket from the driver of this Downingtown parking enforcement truck. Why? The truck is a complete write-off. It's absolutely flooded. Same with all of these squad cars Shane's about to show you over here. When Governor Wolf came to the area today, yes, he spoke with residents and business owners. All of them were calling for help. But he also heard from municipalities. Towns like Downingtown that lost squad cars, whose operational core right now is just a little bit waterlogged.
Could you hear the water rushing through?
Oh my God, it sounded like the ocean.
Really?
It sounded like the ocean. It was rushing so fast.
The water came so fast Wednesday night that Mike ran upstairs. He ended up marooned for hours as water tumbled through his house.
Did you have candles? What did you do up there?
I had a flashlight and I had my dog.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How did he take it?
He was stressed, but he knew I was upset because he kept laying his head on my lap.
Next door, Beth Beach, her husband, and others are struggling with what had been a glorious antique shop, Creekside Antiques. She'd love to reopen, but the mathematics are cruel.
We're just trying to clean it out. Although I can't, I mean, this already cost like $1,000 for the dumpsters.
Yeah.
And Service Pro would charge probably $50,000 to clean the mud out of there and get it back up without it being a hazard. So we can't afford that.
Town operations were soaking wet as well. Borough Hall, the basement, completely flooded.
This is wild.
Same with town assets. Now, 6 vehicles at least in the back of this parking lot are all write-offs, 5 of them squad cars, and we're still counting. There's a couple of trucks that are still getting dried out. We are still counting. One city official told me backhoes, dump trucks, the city's machine shop are all finished. He's estimating a $6 million loss just for Downingtown.
So the question is, how can we build on this and say, let's not forget this?
The governor told me there's money for essential services provided a damage threshold is met, but there are other programs.
There's an intra-state mutual aid compact that if there are other law enforcement agencies that have vehicles that they can loan, we work as kind of the broker agency to make those deals to be able to kind of fill that gap for you during that time. Same thing with municipal equipment, heavy equipment, those types of things.
Yeah, and with a focus on his town, Downingtown Police Chief Howard Holland was very clear. He said, listen, squad cars or not, we're going to get the mission accomplished. He was driving a green John Deere tractor around the parking lot, cleaning up a while ago, and he hasn't slept in 48 hours. But Daytona, here is the thing. When you look at these squad cars, these SUVs are 6 feet tall at least. When I go up top, I can run my hand across and pull stuff off at the top of it, dirt off the top of it. Why? Because they were completely covered, Daytona. You're talking about flood level here in Downingtown, plus 19 feet. That's what they faced. Flood level, plus 19 feet, 5 feet more than they've ever gotten here in Downingtown. Chief said that if anyone had known the volume of water coming down and there had been time, they might have been able to save these vehicles. But there was not that knowledge and there was none of that time. And you can multiply that by all the towns around Philadelphia right now. This whole region just got walloped.
Gosh, Hank, really, really great representation of how high those floodwaters got, and also a great recap of the reality of these businesses that got flooded. You know, what is the timeline for assistance on this? This is make or break for some of these businesses out there, right?
Yeah, well, it's actually, to be honest with you, the folks over here at the antique store that we spoke with before, you said make or break. It's actually looking more like break. She talked to me about the $1,000 that she had to lay out just to get dumpsters in, plus the $50,000 that one of these companies was going to charge in order to clean out the whole antique store. Meanwhile, they're not even insurable because they're in a floodplain. So no, it's going to be break for them more than likely, Daytona.
Yeah, and already in the middle of a pandemic just gets worse and worse for so many of these people. Anything else to be noting going into the evening hours here? I mean, we've been going out to Louisiana. We've checked in on New York City. You know, as far as just power outages and a way of life, how are things out there in Downingtown?
I will tell you this. It's another, I mean, and we always wind up going with this line, but I see it firsthand, Daytona. It's a high testament to the human spirit out here. They were short gear. They were short personnel. They were even short of boats in Downingtown. Even so, there were emergency responders making countless waterborne rescues out here, people getting pulled out of windows. The flooding out here was extraordinary. Only one person, tragically, but one person died. When you think about it, there could have been hundreds dead out here when you consider the volume and the way that flood just swept down south. It's actually a minor miracle, Daytona.
Yeah, and it's definitely something that you hope, you know, you saw the governor surveying everything, speaking to people, residents in the area. You just hope that they don't forget about what these people are going through in smaller towns. So thank you so much. Fox 29's Hank Flynn reporting live for us, always giving us a really great idea of what is actually happening to the people, the humans in this story here. Thanks, Hank. And we're going to keep our eyes on any of these live looks from across the country right now, taking you back out to New York, where they are also dealing with quite a bit of damage in the streets. You just have to think about all the businesses that have been affected out there, too. So we'll be keeping our eyes on all of this here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we just wrapped up an event out with Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. This is going to be more of a positive story, which they just shut off, but we've got the press conference, so that's good news for all of you who are watching right now. It's a positive story because they are lending a helping hand, getting together goods to help out the residents who have been affected by Hurricane Ida. So that press conference coming up right after the break. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Almost 3:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We have more top stories to be getting to in this evening, but we want to stick with Hurricane Ida right now, the remnants of Hurricane Ida, as we have these really great live pictures from overhead in New York City. We just saw some parking lots that were super muddy, really torn up, and this one kind of the same, a car lot, what looks like a car lot. Luckily, doesn't seem like any of those cars, well, maybe they're not good. But anyway, they're just kind of flying around trying to check out any of the damage in the area. Another live look overhead in Philadelphia. This is Interstate 676. Well, at least the open portion of it right now, because a major part of the expressway remains closed due to flooding. You can see the backed up traffic. Labor Day weekend only expected to get worse into the evening and into Saturday and Sunday. So more to come on all of that. We do want to take you out to this event that happened just within the hour out in Houston, Texas. Sheila Jackson Lee, Congresswoman out in Texas, lending a hand, picking up the boxes, putting them into several 18-wheelers to help out with any of the residents who have been affected by Hurricane Ida. She spoke to reporters just a little bit ago, so we want to listen in to her press conference, again, out of Houston, Texas.
Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, and I think we've had a number of gut punches, not only in the Gulf region, but along the Northeast. I spent the last 24 hours reaching out to my congressional members along the Northeast, and as well my congressional members in Louisiana. Hurricane Ida was devastating. $95 billion of damage. It tied as the first top two hurricanes in the state of Louisiana, sustaining 150 miles per hour, almost a Category 5, but I'm going to call it a Category 5. And of course, it started with showers, but turned into a major damage, devastating hurricane. When you see the people who are sitting on piles of wood, as I've seen, who are begging for food and water, I'm very grateful to be here with the National Association of Christian Churches that have been sending 18-wheelers with diapers, food, sanitizer, over and over again. They will continue this throughout the week. There were 2 trucks that have gone yesterday, or 1 yesterday, 2 today, and 1 more going today as well. The number of states that have been impacted keeps growing, from the Northeast to, of course, where we are today. So we want to continue to emphasize the generosity of Houstonians in getting goods for our neighbors in Louisiana. Tragically, over 45 people died in the Northeast. The governor of Louisiana says that they're still looking for bodies. One of the things that are needed are baby supplies. And so we have included in here milk that you can use with water. We've included water. We've included baby diapers. Because there's no refrigeration and there's no power, you can make baby milk or the milk just by having some water. So I wanted to thank the National Association of Christian Churches, the Latter-day Saints who are here, and as well the Red Cross, who've established shelters near Louisiana, in Louisiana, to make sure that people who are desperate. I want to thank the hotels that are standing ready in Houston to be able to take some of these survivors from Hurricane Ida. We know as well that Afghanistan refugees will be coming to Houston, and so we'll be dealing with their needs. And as well, we know that we're still, as a Gulf state, in the hurricane season. We ask our citizens to take caution, but the main thing we want you to know is that the more goods you can drop off, the more goods that we'll be able to help, and more people that we'll be able to help. So let us take heed and help. They can have volunteers out here to be helpful to help with bringing in goods. Then as well, that we can continue to provide truckloads, 18-wheelers of goods going out as fast as we can load them up. Again, $95 billion to date of damage. Loss of life, not yet final, because as the governor of Louisiana said, they are still looking and searching through piles and piles of wood. Breaks my heart to see people sitting on what was their home, asking for help when the help is coming. We do know that the president was in Louisiana today. I want to thank President Biden, joined, of course, by my colleague, Congressman Carter. But the main point that the president can bring is an enhanced FEMA, and as well to be able to move both bills, the INVEST Act and the Build Back America Act, that will push resources down into cities that are desperate for housing, desperate to help schools, desperate for them getting back to work. We've got to get back to work to get everything that is needed done, and that's my commitment. In the meantime, I want to thank Houstonians who've loaded up these trucks to make sure that we can continue them over and over again. As the president has indicated, this is for the nation to join together and to help as best we can. We are a nation of families, and we have families that are hurting. We have families who have lost loved ones. And in the midst of all of this, it is difficult to assure no super spread where our evacuees are with COVID-19 and the Delta variant. And so we encourage everyone to get vaccinated. We'll be working with many of the shelters as needed to be able to help people get vaccinated. Now I want to acknowledge Ms. Ortega, who leads and one of the leaders on the National Association of Christian Churches, to come forward and talk about what they've been doing to help the people in Louisiana.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. She's always been a help and a supporter here with us. we want to tell the people of Louisiana, we're here to help. We have sent so many truckloads already to where your affected areas are. We've been here if you need us. We have opened up shelter so families can come in, check up on you. You may use the phone, use the laptops, the internet. You can have a plate of food. You can have hot showers to come to. We have our doors here open, and you're more than welcome to come if you are unable to go back home at this time. We've been sending those truckloads over there. We can post those as needed, and you can find out where is your closest donation distribution point. You can look us up at nachelps.org. You can go to our Facebook, our Instagram, and check us out at NACC and find out a little bit more of where we're at and what we're doing. And thank you again to, Congresswoman, thank you.
Thank you very much for continuing to work and continue to send these trucks out over and over again.
Yes, ma'am.
Because once they get unloaded, they come back, they can get loaded again.
Yes,
so
they
we're
do.
delighted. Thank you very much. Carlsville, you're out. Thank you for the work and help that you all have been given. Please.
Thank you, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson-Lee. Always a pleasure to be with you. It's great to partner with NACC. It's great to have the Red Cross here. We as the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints have been partnering with NACC now for almost 4 months. It's been a wonderful union between us to help others, and we want the people from Louisiana to know that we consider it a privilege that we have sheltered in our facility approximately 300 evacuees from Louisiana. I appreciate what Angelica Ortega said. The doors are open. We want to help you provide food and shelter. Congresswoman, thank you for leading this charge.
Thank you so very much. We can hear the truck being loaded as we stand here. I've been working with the Red Cross over the months and also over the years when hurricanes have hit Houston and Louisiana, even in the midst of COVID. So I want to thank them for some shelters that they've been setting up around our community, but mostly in Louisiana. But there's no power, so there's a lot of work to be done. I'm glad that they're here, and I want the Red Cross to come forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman. So my name's Colleen Tone from the American Red Cross. We have had in 2 shelters across Texas, both here in Houston and Orange County, over 224 overnight stays by individuals who have evacuated from Louisiana into Texas, and we're providing that humanitarian care for them. Additionally, we've had people stop by our Red Cross offices all across Texas, and at those locations we have been giving out hygiene kits, and we've also been giving out water and some food and snacks so people can sustain, even though they may be taking care of themselves in a hotel at this point.
So you were listening in to that press conference out of Houston, Texas, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson-Lee and the Red Cross talking about their efforts to help out residents affected by Hurricane Ida. We'll get back to that in just a moment, but we want to update you on a story coming out of Wisconsin. A really scary situation out there. A man was shot and killed by police outside a Walmart in Franklin, Wisconsin this morning after he allegedly carjacked 2 vehicles and led police on a high-speed chase. We have one of our reporters, Angelica Sanchez. She is live out there right now. Angelica, what are you hearing? What's the latest?
Well, I can tell you that law enforcement have been on the scene for roughly 9 hours now in what still remains a very active investigation with lots of moving parts. I'm going to get out the way here so you can see this shot. Law enforcement still behind me where a fatal officer-involved shooting unfolded. We know is that this began with a carjacking report and a police chase.
I'm hearing shots fired at 27 and Sycamore. Shots fired, suspect down.
A fatal officer-involved shooting unfolds near 27th and Sycamore in the city of Franklin.
And we're just thankful that all of our officers are safe.
This all began just before 8 a.m. with reports of a kidnapping and carjacking in Milwaukee. Investigators say the suspect forced the driver to head to a Walmart near 27th and Holt. They then went to a gas station near 27th and Ramsey.
Our victim went inside and alerted an attendant to call the police.
Afterwards, they drove to this Walmart near 27th and Sycamore, where the victim once again managed to ask an employee to call police. Multiple agencies then responded to a call of an active shooter.
A pursuit ensued for a brief period that subsequently ended in a crash.
Cameras captured the suspect running with a weapon through traffic near 27th and Ryan.
The suspect jumped out of the vehicle, commandeered another vehicle.
Authorities say the suspect carjacks a second vehicle and leads police on another chase that also ends in a serious crash.
Individual exited the vehicle with a firearm. Officers engaged the individual. Officers discharged their weapons. The subject was struck.
Multiple deputies from the sheriff's office, 4 Oak Creek officers, and 1 Franklin police officer fired their weapons.
There was indications throughout this event that the suspect did point a weapon at officers on more than one occasion.
Now, the suspect has not been officially identified by authorities, but the suspect is described as a 31-year-old white male from Milwaukee. An autopsy is scheduled for Monday. The local West Allis Police Department is the lead investigator. Again, this is still very much an active investigation. Like I said before, law enforcement have been on the scene for roughly 9 hours. Reporting in Franklin, Wisconsin, Angelica Sanchez, back to you.
Angelica, just a couple follow-up questions for you. I mean, it's safe to say that the investigation is underway. They don't know the motives behind this. Have they said anything about that?
No, they have not said the motive behind this, but again, this played out in a very public location of a suburban part that this is just south of Milwaukee, the city of Milwaukee, but this played out very publicly, and as you can see, was captured on multiple cell phone videos.
Yeah, the cell phone video really telling the story itself. You know, here on Live Now, we cover all of these police chases, mostly in the LA area, though. Safe to say that it is not common in Franklin, Wisconsin. Am I right to say that?
Yes, absolutely. Again, this is a suburb. This was, 8 o'clock in the morning, people on their way to school, people on their way to work, when suddenly this took place. And again, what was difficult for law enforcement is that there were so many different locations just trying to piece together what happened, which is, again, why they've been on the scene for roughly 9 hours now.
Yeah, well, good news that no one else was hurt in this event, a very scary situation. Fox 6's Angelica Sanchez reporting live for us out of Franklin, Wisconsin tonight. We'll be following this investigation alongside you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're going to take this time to go out to a 2-minute commercial break as we've had that weather coverage all day. So a wild story out of Wisconsin to break it all up. Hurricane Ida, though, still the top story right now. A live look out of Philadelphia, looking more calm on this Friday evening. We'll see you back here. 2 minutes. Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, continuing our weather coverage. Let's go out to Houston, Texas for a positive story. Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, alongside the Red Cross and other officials, gathering materials, gathering help for those affected by Hurricane Ida out in Louisiana and other states as well. Let's take a listen.
So my name's Colleen Tone from the American Red Cross. We have had in 2 shelters across Texas, both here in Houston and Orange County, over 224 overnight stays by individuals who have evacuated from Louisiana into Texas, and we're providing that humanitarian care for them. Additionally, we've had people stop by our Red Cross offices all across Texas, and at those locations we have been giving out hygiene kits, and we've also been giving out water and some food and snacks so people can sustain, even though they may be taking care of themselves in a hotel at this point. And we've got about 120 workers on the ground here in Texas. We staged so that we could be ready if Ida came to Texas. And unfortunately, it went and hit our neighbors over in Louisiana. But we do have an operation stood up over there. We have a bunch of people still without power, not only in Louisiana, but up the swath of the East Coast as well. And so Red Cross is responding in all of those impact areas. And we've got about 750 trained Red Cross workers in Louisiana right now. They're mobilizing our mobile feeding units, making sure people get food and that they have a safe location and shelter to go to at this time. So thank you so much for your partnership. And the NACC, we could not have sheltered. Well, we could have, but it's been a great partnership with them. They are running the shelter here. And we really look forward to working with you guys as we go through hurricane season this year and next year's. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. These are desperate times. No one has ever heard of the amount of money that Hurricane Harvey created in terms of damage. Now Hurricane Ida, they still is calculating $95 billion in damages already. There are people who don't know how they're going to rebuild. There are 1.5 million people without power. Even though power is coming on a little bit at a time, just imagine in the heat, those who are trying to clean up and those who are trying to survive, suffering in the heat. So we know that infrastructure in America has got to be improved. We know the INVEST Act has to go alongside of the Build Back America Act, $3.5 trillion. We cannot wait. We will not wait. We must do it for the people of this nation. We need it for the subways that were flooded. We need it for the basement apartments in New York that were flooded. We need it for the 46 plus people that we know have died already. Died not of their own account, but because the water found them, flooded, and they drowned. How tragic it is. Cars submerged, still trying to survive. Tornadoes that they never expected on the East Coast in urban areas. We're here to be able to say thank you to those who have contributed, thank you to those who are continuing to work, and thank you to the volunteers, but also to the group standing here, National Association of Christian Churches, the Red Cross, the Latter-day Saints, and my office that continues to try and bring people together to make sure that work can be done. The leadership here is superb, but I think it is excellent to note that we are giving things for children and doing things for children by making sure that they get the kind of information, the kind of goods like water, like diapers, like milk that is going to be needed for all of them. So thank you all so very much. We're going to watch this truck take off. They're getting ready to take off soon. And we're also going to give everybody an important advice. We're in the hurricane season. Be prepared. And part of that preparation is get vaccinated. If you don't have your first vaccination, please, you can be vaccinated tomorrow at Tidwell Park. Get vaccinated. People are dying. ICUs are full. Hurricane comes. You're not vaccinated. It's even worse. Please help the people who are helping others by helping yourself. Get vaccinated and be prepared for anything that might come in our neck of the woods, because we know that we're hurricane prone. We pray for the people in Louisiana. I'll be taking an aerial view in the coming days as a member of the Homeland Security Committee I want to be as helpful as I possibly can for those people, our neighbors, who helped us as we have helped them. That's what this is all about. So thank you. I'll take any questions. So take it.
Oh, okay. I'm going to try to, yes.
Okay. Is there someone else better?
I think I could do it.
All right.
All right, so we just wanted to finish showing you this event from Houston. Earlier, just moments ago, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, who has represented the Houston area for so long, talking about the need to help their neighbors in Louisiana as they really are having a hard time there. The power is slowly coming back on in Louisiana, but she encouraged her constituents that, you have to take hurricane season very seriously. We're really just in the middle of it. And so just wanted to show you that. It's a nice kind of feel-good story on this Friday. Thanks for being with us. I'm Andrew Kraft. We do want to move on to some of these other stories we have yet to get to. But first, before we do that, we have some really beautiful live pictures right now across the country, especially in the Northeast. You can see right here, Midtown Manhattan in New York City. Looks to be a sunny day there. Lots of American flags flying. This is right on 6th Avenue. It's about 6:45 on the East Coast. We also, let's go out to Philly because we have a live look as well in Philadelphia. You can see the Philadelphia Art Museum in the distance there, as still the city of brotherly love is trying to clean up from the remnants of Hurricane Ida that left parts of the city inundated with floodwaters. We also have some shots out of Washington, D.C. It looks to be a beautiful sunny afternoon on this Friday as people are getting ready to start their Labor Day weekend, the last weekend of summer for some people here in the U.S. And of course, at the White House, we'll be going over all of President Biden's events that he held today a little later in our programming. But before we do all that, we do want to stay with politics and go out to the State Department briefing. We haven't shown you that yet today, but Secretary of State Blinken was at the briefing room at the State Department talking about, yet again, the Afghanistan withdrawal. And now that thousands of Afghan refugees are here, what comes next? Here's Secretary of State Blinken.
Particularly for those who gave their lives in this effort. Some of us, maybe the most exceptional among us, are called upon to do a life's work, a life's service in a short period of time. And those 13 did a life's work of service in a very short period of time. And what I told our own colleagues here today, who were part of that effort, no matter what they do going forward, in the, I hope, many, many years that they will continue to serve, they too have already done a life's work of service in a very, very short period of time. We're not stopping our work to help Americans and at-risk Afghans in Afghanistan. We're going to do everything we can moving forward to continue this mission and also to learn from it. We owe it to ourselves, we owe it to the American people to reflect on what we did, how we did it, what worked, what didn't, what we can do better. We'll deliver on that too. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for being here today. I want to ask you two questions. One is about the headlines of the day, and the other one is the wider issue you just mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
The first one is we have reporting today that Taliban co-founder Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar will lead a new Afghan government set to be announced soon. I would really like your reaction to this. What does the U.S. government think about this new specific government? And I know that you have mentioned this, certain criteria and principles, but I really would be super keen to get your take on this specific government. And the second one is, I would like to ask you about accountability. And you just said, you just talked about reflecting upon what happened, what went wrong. And this is not to in any way diminish the work of this department and anybody else, as a person. But you and others in this administration have said there will be a time and place for that kind of accountability. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan specifically referred to it as a hot wash. So where is the State Department in that process? And is this going to be in a format of a formal investigation? What is that going to look like? Thank you.
No, thank you. With regard to the government, we've seen different reports of government information. I've not seen anything final or dispositive of what that government looks like, who's in it, who's not. So I'm going to reserve comment and judgment until we see that. That may be coming up in the hours ahead and the days ahead, but I haven't seen anything final. But I'd say two things about it. First, as we've said, and as countries around the world have said, there is an expectation that any government that emerges now will have some real inclusivity, and that it will have non-Talibs in it who are representative of different communities and different interests in Afghanistan. So we'll see what in fact emerges. But I have to tell you that as important as what the government looks like is, more important still is what any government does. And that's what we're really looking at. We're looking at what actions, what policies any new Afghan government pursues. That's what matters the most. So the expectation is to see inclusivity in government, but ultimately the expectation is to see a government that makes good on commitments that the Taliban have made, particularly when it comes to freedom of travel, when it comes to not allowing Afghanistan to be used as a launching ground for terrorism directed at us or any of our allies and partners, when it comes to upholding the basic rights of the Afghan people, including women and minorities, when it comes to not engaging in reprisals. These are the things that we're looking at, and again, not just us, many countries around the world. Second part of the question, we are committed to looking at everything we've done from day one through the present, and to draw lessons from it. I think that there also needs to be, including across the State Department, a look back at the entire 20 years to understand the entire course of this war and engagement with Afghanistan, and to ask the right questions and to learn the right lessons from that. So we'll have more, I'm sure, in the days and weeks ahead about what process we're going to be engaged in, but we are committed to doing that.
Margaret.
Thank you very much, Matt. Mr. Secretary, State Department officials said the other day that the majority of Afghans who are special immigrant visa recipients were left in Afghanistan. I'm wondering if you have a specific number on that. When you said today that one option would be a third country for processing to cut through the bureaucracy, are U.S. taxpayers giving money to do that? How does that work? Is that just a theory on paper, or are things actually in process to get them out right now?
First of all, Margaret, good to see you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. A few things on this. So I think, as you know, we have evacuated roughly 124,000 people. Many remain at the so-called lily pads as they're being processed and then moved, in many cases, onto the United States, or in some cases to other places. And given the premium that we put on getting people out as quickly and as safely as possible, but now the premium on once they're out and either at a lily pad or in some cases already in the United States, then really digging into exactly which categories they may fit into. Were they locally employed staff? Were they SIVs, Afghans at risk, potential P1 or P2 parolees, etc. All of that work now is what we're doing. So I can't give you specific numbers. What I can tell you is this: of the roughly 124,000 people who've been evacuated, the vast majority, 75, 80%, are Afghans at risk. And of those, some significant number will be SIVs, either people who already hold an SIV visa or those who are actually in the pipeline. Some number will be potential P1 or P2 refugees, and some other number will be Afghans at risk, prominent in one way or another, who may not fit into any of those categories. We're working through all of those numbers now, and again, I think we'll have more to say on that in the days and weeks ahead as we actually work through them. But the bottom line is, the overwhelming majority of people who came out of Afghanistan were Afghans at risk in one way or another, including a significant number of SIVs.
But for those who remain,
Yeah.
that you were talking about, and potentially bring to third country for processing, what does that look like? What are you doing right now to get those SIVs who were left behind?
So, a few things on that. There are a lot of things happening from the political to the practical to enable us to continue to bring people out of Afghanistan who wish to leave, including, of course, any remaining American citizens who want to leave, including SIVs, including Afghans at risk, including also third country nationals who may be there. The political, I've already touched on, which is to say, working from the commitments that the Taliban has made, we have worked intensely across the international community to set a very clear international expectation of what the world is looking for from the Taliban when it comes to freedom of travel. Now enshrined in, among other things, a UN Security Council resolution. That, by the way, is significant in a number of ways, one of which is that, as you know, the Taliban, among other things, is seeking sanctions relief, UN sanctions. It is seeking the ability for its leaders to travel freely, which, again, under UN sanctions, they currently cannot do, absent an exemption. And if a Taliban-led government is in violation of this latest Security Council resolution on freedom of travel, it's pretty hard to see how they would get, for example, that kind of relief. That's just one example. So that's part of the political piece. And we're in very, very active coordination with like-minded countries around the world, so that we continue to work together and use the leverage and influence we have to hold the Taliban to the commitments it's made. The practical, though, is also very important. Making sure that there is the ability for people to travel as a practical matter. The airport in Kabul, where a tremendous amount of work was done in the last days of the military evacuation operation to make sure that we got and then shared with other countries the very detailed information necessary for how to get the civilian airport up and running once we left, including even bringing the American contractors back who've been running the airport for 20 years. And we've shared a tremendous amount of very detailed information, and some of our partner countries are now working to make that real. Second, looking, and I'm not going to go into detail here, but looking at different ways of being able to travel out of Afghanistan across land, and again, some of that will be self-evident, as well as making sure that we have very clear and precise plans to help people as necessary use those routes outside of Afghanistan. So all of that is being put into place as we speak.
Alex.
Thanks, Mayor. Mr. Secretary. It's been 4 days since you stood here and talked about the 100 to 200 Americans who remain. In those 4 days, has that number changed at all? Have any more people managed to get out? And if so, how? And you talk a lot about the conversations that are being had around how to get more people out, whether it's Afghans or Americans. Has that been more solidified? And is there any sense that the Taliban may renege on their decision to allow those people out?
Yeah, thanks, Alex. So a couple of things on this. As I mentioned, we are in very regular contact with a relatively small number of American citizens who remain in Afghanistan and who've indicated that they're interested in leaving. And we have dedicated teams assigned to each of these American citizens to be in constant contact with them. We're providing them with very tailored, very specific guidance. Let me say that for their protection and also to protect the viability of the tactics, I'm not going to go into any details beyond that for now, just to say that we're in very active contact. And again, people need to understand the position so many of this relatively small group of people are in. As I said, throughout these, for many months, going back to March, we issued 19 different notices to those registered with the embassy. As I said, encouraging them and then urging them to leave Afghanistan. And then when the evacuation actually began a few weeks ago, there was an intense hour-by-hour effort to be in contact with those who nonetheless remained. And as I've talked about before, I think in the course of those 2 weeks, with this small group of people, 55,000 phone calls initiated, something like 30,000 emails, 6,000 Americans we were able to evacuate. But part of the reason that some small number remain is that for this particular group, as I said, these are almost exclusively people who have been living in Afghanistan for years, for decades, in some cases for all their lives. And Afghanistan is home. And so it's especially wrenching for them to make the decision about whether to leave or not. And in a number of cases, we were in contact with people who told us at first that they didn't want to leave, then decided that they did, or some who said yes they did and have now decided that they don't. My only point here is that we are in very direct active contact with this group, and there's absolutely no deadline on this work. We're going to be in very close touch, and as they desire to leave, we're going to make sure that we're doing everything we can to help them do exactly that.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you all.
Mr. Secretary, just to clarify, no American has made it out?
All right, we were just listening to Secretary of State Antony Blinken there, and he was explaining and taking questions from reporters in the briefing room at the State Department about the Afghanistan withdrawal, talking about those who are still in Afghanistan that the U.S. government did not get, the U.S. military was not able to retrieve before the withdrawal deadline. And so he was even almost contrite, offering thoughts and saying that they were going to learn from this experience, and if it presents itself in the future, how better to go about situations like this. He intimated as such. Anyway, I want to put up a tweet right now from his Twitter account because this is something. He said he's proud to welcome home colleagues from the U.S. Embassy, Kabul. I continue to be amazed by the resilience, dedication, and professionalism of our workforce. We'll continue to work with allies and partners to help those who wish to leave Afghanistan and support the Afghan people. So there in Washington, you can see that picture of many members of the diplomatic staff who used to work at the U.S. Embassy in Kabul. Of course, that embassy and diplomatic post is no longer. All diplomatic operations are being conducted out of Doha, Qatar, for the country of Afghanistan. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on this Friday night. Hope you're getting a good start to your holiday weekend. We're going to go out to the state of Georgia in a case a lot of you will be familiar with, and that is the killing death of Ahmaud Arbery. Well, a former Georgia prosecutor was indicted yesterday on misconduct charges, alleging she used her position to shield the men who chased and killed Ahmaud Arbery from being charged with crimes immediately after the shootings. A grand jury in coastal Glynn County indicted the former Brunswick Judicial Circuit District Attorney, Jackie Johnson. Fox 5 Atlanta has more on this story.
Pull the trigger, but she is just as much to hold accountable as the three guys who actually did this to Ahmaud.
Ahmaud Arbery's family says they're grateful that Attorney General Chris Carr brought forth charges against former Brunswick DA Jackie Johnson, accusing her of misconduct. However, they're still struggling daily with the death of their son.
At the end of each day, Ahmaud is never coming home. You know, they go off to jail, but Ahmaud is never coming home.
Authorities charged Greg McMichael and his son Travis, along with a third man, of killing the 25-year-old last February as he jogged through a Brunswick neighborhood.
There are several cases against the McMichaels at this point. This represents the third one, a federal case, a state case, and now from the Attorney General's office. This is going to make each case stronger.
The indictment from a Glenn County grand jury claims Johnson showed favoritism toward the McMichaels after the deadly shooting. Johnson initially recused herself from the case following public outcry. The indictment states that she knowingly hindered Glenn County police officers from arresting the McMichaels.
Ahmaud was stalked, gunned down, and his killers were allowed to freely walk the streets for months.
The indictment also accuses the former DA of failing to treat Arbury and his family fairly and with dignity. Now that Johnson's been charged, the family's attorneys say the next step in this case is to get an indictment against the second DA to take over the case and then step down. George Barnhill.
We had the terrible actions of the three men on the ground, but it came, their behavior was ratified by elected officials, by people who had a responsibility to the public to do justice, and they felt that.
All right, so a great story there. We're going to continue with this because the indictment resulted from an investigation by the Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr, who requested last year into the local prosecutor's handling of Arbury's slaying after you saw that cell phone video of the shooting, and a delay in charges sparked a national outcry. Well, earlier today, the famed civil rights attorney Ben Crump, along with members of the Arbury family and others, held a virtual press call talking about this indictment that was handed down to the former Brunswick Judicial Circuit DA, Jackie Johnson, violating her oath. Those are the charges against her of office, and hindering a law enforcement officer. That would be a misdemeanor. The charges stem from allegations she used her position to shield the men responsible who chased and killed Arbury from being charged with crimes immediately after the killing. Here's this press conference from earlier.
Wanted to protect one of Ahmaud's killers, former police officer Gregory McMichael. While nothing will bring Ahmaud back, we can make sure his death was not in vain. The indictment sends a clear message to those in law enforcement and in the justice system whose actions and ethics fail to meet the standards of their office. Corruption, evil, racism, and hate have no place here. We demand the former DA Johnson be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law without leniency. Now you will hear from Attorney Lee Merritt.
Thank you, Brother Ben Crump. This historic decision by the grand jury in South Georgia at the behest of the Attorney General, General Carr, we hope will send ripple effects throughout the legal community. Ahmaud Arbery's murder was a tipping point in this nation for addressing the issue of not only violence and racism, but systemic racism that exists within our legal system. The systemic nature of the crime against Ahmaud was amplified by the district attorney, Jackie Johnson, playing a direct role herself and instructing law enforcement not to make the arrest of the men responsible for Ahmaud's murder, coordinating with other prosecutors in the region, specifically Mr. George Barnhill, to ensure that Ahmaud's family were denied answers and access to information, and to ensure that this case remained encumbered in a legal process that tends to lend itself or bend in favor of law enforcement. it is important that as we go about seeking justice for families, that we don't continue the myth, the narrative, that it's the responsibility of a lone wolf, a bad actor, when we see these national tragedies. But during the unique year in this country, a movement year of 2020, the reason Ahmaud Arbery's case stood out is because the family of Ahmaud, his mother and father, and the community demanded accountability not only for Travis McMichael, Gregory McMichael, and William Bryan, or Roddy Bryan, but also for those elected officials who were responsible for ensuring a thorough and adequate investigation and accountability. Often in these cases, those prosecutors who interfere with access to justice for families are given a free pass to continue prosecutorial misconduct and to continue in their office. But the people of Georgia sent a clear mandate, and not only in removing Jackie Johnson from office in the most recent election, but then following that up to say that she would have to be held accountable for her violations to her oath of office, that she would have to be held accountable for her violation of Ahmaud Arbery's family and denying them justice and denying our community justice for over 72 days. We are extremely grateful for the diligent work of the grand jury in this case. And it's important to note what General Carr said. The investigation is ongoing, and we will continue to seek accountability at every level for people because of their actions or inactions who have denied Ahmaud Arbery's family's justice. We are thankful for the ongoing federal prosecutions in this case of each of the men involved. We are grateful for the state level prosecution and the trial that starts just next month. And we are looking forward to criminal accountability, both for Jackie Johnson and for additional presentations to the grand jury. And we are holding out for accountability for the criminal misconduct of George Barnhill as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Merritt. And now we will hear from the mother of Ahmaud Arbery, Ms. Wanda Cooper.
I'm very thankful that we got the indictment on Ms. Johnson on yesterday. I appreciate the hard work from the Attorney General Carr. He kept in close contact with me, and he assured me that we would bring Ms. Johnson to justice. Yesterday was a very huge win. I'm speechless, unfortunately Ahmaud is not here with us today, but me losing Ahmaud, it will change some things here in the state of Georgia. And I'm just very thankful. I appreciate all the hard work from the state, from the Cobb County DAs, and from the federal, Ms. Lyons. I mean, I just appreciate everyone who has come in to help our family.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. And finally, we will hear from Ahmaud's father, Mr. Marcus Arbury.
Well, I'm just very grateful, that the justice system are doing their job, and I'm thanking God for Chris Carr, because he called me daily and talked to me about what's going on, and he a man of his word. I'm just so grateful because everybody that had their hand on his death need to be brought to justice, and the system showing that, the federal system showing that they're bringing all these people to justice that had something to do with his death. Because the way he died, it just really devastated my family. I'm still struggling with it every day as a father, because it's my job to protect my children, and God knows I do that. I'm still hurt because all I got is pictures to look at him, and every morning I get up, I look at his pictures. I'm saddened by it, and I really know what his mama going through, because she's the mama. If it hurting the dad, I know what the mama going through, and I think about my children, the other two. My son, the older one, he's struggling with it too every day. When he talk to me, he just really don't want to talk about it. But as a father, I got to give him the best advice I can give. But I'm really thinking what done happened to everybody that had their hand on the way they killed him. I'm just wanting them to be brought to justice, because there ain't no man or woman above that law. And it was a great day when they arrested Jackie Johnson, brought charges on her. Real great day.
Thank you, Mr. Arbury. And now we will take some of your questions and continue to keep you updated as we continue this journey for justice in the name of Ahmaud Arbery.
So just a reminder, please type your questions at the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen. So we'll start with Kaylee from First Coast News out of Jacksonville. The question is for both parents. Part of the indictment reads, Johnson failed to treat Ahmaud Arbery and his family fairly and with dignity. What was your reaction reading that?
I think that statement was true. They failed. They not only failed Ahmaud, but they failed the entire family. I mean, very true statement.
Mr. Arbery, do you concur? You have anything else to add to that?
Yes, the mama spoke big. They did fail our family. You know what I'm saying? They failed to give us the proper justice that we deserve. You know, and it's bad because Black people been treated bad too long, and it just ain't right. You know, I just can't understand it. You know, you got to let, I don't care who you is, you got to let them know that they ain't above the law. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got to pay for the accountability when they do wrong. You know, and it's been a long time coming. It's time out for it. You know, it take my son to die for people to really see what was going on. You know, and it should not be like that. You know, do the law right. You know, do everybody right. You break the law, let everybody pay the same way.
Yes, sir. Mr. Merritt, would you like to add into that?
No, I think the parents have sufficiently responded.
Kelly, next question.
Sure. So we have Patricia from the Coastal Courier. How soon do you think Barnhill will be indicted?
Mr. Merritt, won't you take that one there?
While we don't have a concrete timeline for the indictment of George Barnhill, we certainly see that as the next step in accountability down the pipeline. Mr. Barnhill specifically sent letters to the Attorney General's office characterizing the facts of what happened in a way that was just inconsistent with the video evidence, the physical evidence from the scene. Jackie Johnson was indicted in part for violating the duties of her office. George Barnhill withheld material information, first, namely that Jackie Johnson came to him and consulted with him about the case of Ahmaud Arbery from day one, that they enjoyed a close personal relationship, and that he began to advise her about ways her friend and former employee, Gregory McMichael, could avoid accountability along with his family. Despite being referenced and being advising Jackie Johnson on ways that she can shirk the law, he accepted the responsibility of taking over the investigation, knowing that he had a dog in a fight, knowing that his son actually worked directly with Gregory McMichael and worked for Jackie Johnson in her DA's office. All of these clear conflicts showed up in his characterization of the facts and the evidence that was sent in writing over to the Attorney General Carr. And Attorney General Carr took that misrepresentation and allowed this case to go on unaccounted for far too long. And it's important, it was a torturous time for this family. That 72-day period with no arrest and no accountability was emotionally draining to the family. It sent ripple effects of the lack of accountability and protection to the Black community all throughout South Georgia and all throughout the country. And it's important that those who are responsible are held criminally accountable, but we don't have a concrete timeline on when that's going to take place. I'll say this last thing: as long as the grand jury is convened, which we know that it currently is, evidence can continue to come back and forth. Mr. Carr's office has been in contact with not only our office, because we filed a parallel civil suit against George Barnhill and Jackie Johnson, laying out exactly their misconduct that's reflected in this most recent indictment, but they have also been working with Kristen Clark over at the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice, and at the working with state prosecutors to ensure that they have all the access that they need to get the facts before the grand jury to determine criminal accountability for the prosecutors involved.
I would simply say in conclusion that it seems to lend itself to some conspiracy between Jackie Johnson and Greg Barnhart, and that is something that has to be answered. The Department of Justice has assured us that they're reviewing everything on top of what the Attorney General of Georgia, Chris Carr, is doing. And that's very important because, as both the parents and Attorney Merritt said, far too often district attorneys have put their fingers on the scales of justice when you have Black victims killed by white hands. What we are asking for is that Ahmaud Arbery set a precedent that prosecutors now have to bear responsibility for the injustices on top of the tragedies where we see far too many of our children taken away from us without any accountability. And so we look forward to making sure that Barnhart is also investigated thoroughly, and we have justice for this family on all levels. Ms. Clerical.
Sure. Haley with CBS 46 in Atlanta. What part of the indictment stands out to you most? What parts serve as vindication to your stance on Johnson's conduct from the beginning?
Ms. Cooper, Ms. Arbury, is there any particular part that is most important to you all?
Actually, the entire indictment is very, very important. The wording where they stated, not to the exact, that they didn't give Ahmaud, and not only the family, they didn't treat us with dignity. And that really said a lot, because they didn't. I mean, Ahmaud was killed. There were 72 days, like Attorney Merritt said earlier, that there was no arrest. And I mean, at the same time, Ahmaud was killed, and nothing was done.
I'm sorry. I will add to that statement. In the language of the indictment, in the particular section where she was charged with violating her oath of office. It's 11 o'clock. Where she was charged with violating her oath of office, and specifically violating the public trust. The prosecutor for a region is responsible for ensuring.
All right, it does look like that Zoom ended very abruptly. It looks like they ran out of time, but we were just wanted to recap for you exactly what's the latest on this story. You heard from the civil rights attorney, Ben Crump, and some of his colleagues, also members of Ahmaud Arbery's family, his father and mother, saying that they are still demanding justice even after this indictment came down yesterday, where this former Georgia prosecutor indicted on misconduct charges, alleging that she used her position to shield the men who chased and killed Ahmaud Arbery from being charged with crimes immediately after that shooting. That is the former Brunswick Judicial Circuit District Attorney, Jackie Johnson. And so just to go back a little bit to how we got here today, Arbury was killed in February of 2020 after a white father and son, Greg and Travis McMichael, armed themselves and pursued the 25-year-old Arbury in a pickup truck after spotting him running in their neighborhood outside the coastal city of Brunswick, which is about 70 miles south of Savannah. And so police did not charge any of them immediately following the shooting, and the McMichaels remained free for more than 2 months. And then, of course, this really tragic cell phone video was unearthed of the shooting. It was leaked online, and then everyone basically got involved. And so this former prosecutor, I should say, Jackie Johnson, has been indicted on a felony count of violating her oath of office and hindering a law enforcement officer, which is a misdemeanor. The indictment was brought by the Georgia Attorney General's office. So we're going to keep on that story. If there are any more updates, we want to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We have more where that came from here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Well, President Biden earlier today was touring areas around New Orleans and in Louisiana of the Hurricane Ida ravaged communities there, meeting with residents, meeting with local leaders, and talking about what the federal government is doing to help these communities out. We're going to play those remarks for you from down on the ground, and then we'll have a live update from one of our reporters in the field in Louisiana about Biden's visit as well directly after.
Visit and to see what visit, and I want to thank him for his leadership as well. You know, we just came from an emergency operations center here in St. John's Parish, and we just walked this neighborhood. I'm going to finish walking it up that way as well. But the fact is that you know, there's a lot we just to see just exactly what's happened on the ground, see what's going on in people's homes. A lot of people fear, for example, because they don't have cell connections, are unaware of what available help there is right now to get them. The FEMA director and I were just talking to them. We're going to make sure we have someone coming through here, going door to door, letting people know what's available to them right now, because they can't connect online. And with the governor and mayors and members of Congress, community leaders, all the folks that are here, we've been working together to deliver millions of meals and liters of water. And I know you all are frustrated about how long it takes to restore power. It's dangerous work. 25,000 linemen from around the country have come here to Louisiana to help. Crews from 32 different states are helping. And 2 of them lost their lives in the process of trying to get power back up. And we're working 24/7 with the energy companies who we met with the heads of today, and we're deploying even more federal resources, including hundreds of generators, and there's more to come to restore power as fast as we possibly can, faster than anything happened during Katrina. And we're also working on the cell phone with the cell phone companies so you can call your loved ones, call for help regardless of where you are, make sure the people you know and you love you haven't been able to talk to lately, be able to know whether they're okay. We're moving quickly to keep gas flowing to the pumps, including I've gone into the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That's what's been set aside, the crude oil, providing flexibility for how many hours truckers are able to drive and transport gas and fuel, because there's a law in America. You can't drive for safety reasons beyond so many hours a day, but we need more movement of this fuel. And we're expanding the supply of gasoline that can be sold in the state of Louisiana. And there's much to be done. We're working around the clock with the governor and the elected officials here until we can meet every need you all have. In fact, reports suggest that some insurance companies may deny coverage for living assistance unless the homeowner was under a mandatory evacuation order. And so you paid your insurance premiums, you're supposed to get payments for additional living expenses in case of an emergency. Well, but the insurance companies are saying, no, we won't pay you what we owe. Well, we're putting as much pressure as we can. We know all the parishes that issued strong voluntary evacuation orders first, and many didn't have enough time to make that order mandatory as the storm moved so fast. And you know, even with voluntary evacuations order, folks felt safest leaving their homes in many cases. No one fled this killer storm because they were looking for a vacation or a road trip. So, folks, they left their home because they felt that they had to flee the risk of death. There's nothing voluntary about that. And so I'm calling on private insurance companies, don't hide behind the fine print and a technicality. Pay what you owe your customers. Cover temporary housing costs and natural disasters, and help those in need. That's what we should all be doing now, and that's what we are doing. So far, we have provided, the governor's help as well, $100 million in critical assistance directly to people in Louisiana by putting $500 in their bank accounts once they've contacted us. That's what we're going to come back and let all you people know exactly how to do that. That'll happen. And secondly, as the governor's request, FEMA is helping with what fancy phrase, transitional sheltering assistance, meaning a place for you to be safely able to sleep at night and be secure. like covering your hotel bill. You're racked up because you couldn't stay at home during the hurricane or because your home is not livable now. We're making sure this kind of relief is equitable for those hardest hit. The resources they need have to get to them. And so no matter who you are, if you live in an affected area, please visit disasterassistance.gov once you're able to use your cell phone, or call 1-800-621-FEMA, FEMA. That's 1-800-621-3362. And folks, Hurricane Ida is another reminder that we need to be prepared for the next hurricane. And superstorms are going to come, and they're going to come more frequently and more ferociously. I've been working closely with the governor and our colleagues in Congress in both parties on my Build Back Better plan that will modernize our roads, our bridges, our water systems, sewers and drainage systems, and power grids and transmission lines to make sure they're more resilient. I walk through the backyards here. So many telephone lines are down. So many telephone poles are down. So many of the way in which we transmit energy is lost because of old wooden telephone poles. We know for a fact if they're underground, they're secure, cost more money. We got to not just build back to what it was, put the same old poles up. We got to build back better. We got to build back more resiliently. And we got to make sure we do the same thing across the board. Think about how that $760 million West Shore project here in southern Louisiana will build miles of new levees, pumping stations, and drainage structures to provide protection for 60,000 folks in the area. It will change their lives in future storms. I told the governor that he has my full support, and I mean it.
All right, so we're just listening to President Biden there, committing the full weight and force of the federal government to assist with all the recovery efforts in Louisiana, as residents are still, many of them, waiting for the power to come back on. Joining me now to recount President Biden's trip down to Louisiana. He was there for part of it. Fox's Robert Sherman. Robert, nice to see you. You're in Baton Rouge. What was the president's message today? We were just listening to some of it.
A big part of it, Andrew, was that he wasn't just here in order to see the damage for himself firsthand, but he emphasized that he was also here to listen, to hear what the needs are at the local and state level, and then provide, as you said, the full force of the federal government in order to help with all the issues that people on the ground here are dealing with. He arrived here around lunchtime today, and he set foot into a state where there are over 800,000 homes and businesses without power. And Andrew, I know you're out there in Arizona where it's hot. It is over 90 degrees down here today. So you have all these Louisianans who are sitting in sweltering hot homes, no power, no air conditioning, no fans, no running water. And for some, this could be the case for weeks. The president spent a good portion of his time over in Laplace, that's just west of New Orleans. And in that area, you see debris all over the place, standing floodwater. The Cajun Navy told us that the lines in order to pick up supplies, whether that be bottled water, diapers, toiletry, the line of cars was over 3 miles long yesterday morning. The president says that in order to get through this crisis, it's going to require a unified, nonpartisan effort. Listen here.
It's just simply about saving lives and getting people back up and running. And we're in this together, and so we're not going to leave any community behind, rural, city, coastal, inland, and I promise we're going to have your backs till this gets done.
But done could be a while. The state says that this recovery is going to take part in 2 separate sections. The first, the immediate aftermath, restoring power, getting water back up and running, clearing out the roads. That could take weeks. But to bring the state of Louisiana back to its condition before Hurricane Ida, that could take years. Andrew?
You know, also, Robert, aside from the president's visit, we were also showing our viewers the, near daily updates from New Orleans officials and Mayor Cantrell there in New Orleans. And, a lot of people think about the basic necessities, what you can't do when you don't have power, one of which is charge your cell phone. And she said she's been putting up these phone charging centers throughout the entire city because that's an essential as well.
It really is, and a lot of folks might initially go to conclusion, well, just pick up a generator, and then you're going to have enough power, in order to charge your cell phones or your laptops and get out phone calls. Go see some of the gas stations that are down here. I mean, whether you are in Baton Rouge, you are in New Orleans, or you're 50, 60 miles outside one of those major cities, the gas lines are exorbitantly long. There are some places that you go to, like right here in downtown Baton Rouge. The other day, it took us 60 to 90 minutes just to get gasoline. So, all of these resources, you probably put it best, Andrew, you don't realize how critical they are until you don't have them. And for a lot of people in southeastern Louisiana, they don't have one or many or any of these resources at their disposal.
And Robert, we've been around a lot of presidential visits like this to natural disaster affected areas. President Biden waiting almost a full week. And so, officials and residents are always mixed about, when the president comes to visit these ravaged areas, these communities that have been really torn apart by this. Have you talked to any residents? Were they welcoming? Were they kind of skeptical? Did they think the president might just get in the way of efforts?
Well, Andrew, we've talked to a number of people here in Louisiana who are desperate for any form of assistance that they can get. Without some of these resources down here, it is really a day-to-day process, just trying to get through Friday and get to Saturday. That's the mindset of a lot of the folks that we've been speaking with. So to see the president down here, we did hear a lot of people say that they were very relieved to see the president here and very thankful to hear that a lot of these communities are going to be getting resources. And we've seen Republican congressmen and local politicians who have emphasized that they're very thankful to see the president here as well. And their communities and their districts are going to be getting some of these federal resources in order to get the communities back up on their feet. So overall, from what we've seen down here, well received.
Yeah, it was great to see not only Congressman Steve Scalise with the president today, but also former Congressman and his advisor Cedric Richmond from Louisiana. Bipartisanship alive and well as the community comes together. Fox's Robert Sherman live for us in Baton Rouge. We appreciate your time. Have a good weekend.
You got it.
All right, we are going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, though, we want to show you some more remarks from President Biden, this time when he was still in Washington earlier today, about the jobs numbers, what the jobs numbers were for the month of July. As you know, the month of August. This is the first week of September. We'll have more on that in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a look at the U.S. Capitol building at this hour. It's a little after 7:30 on the East Coast. The White House here looking pretty beautiful in the twilight hours here. The president will be spending, I believe, the weekend in Delaware for the holiday weekend. Anyway, we do want to continue, though, to update you on what the president was up to today before he made that trip to Louisiana. He spoke from the White House and remarked on the August job numbers, 235,000 jobs added last month. The Labor Department announcing those numbers today, and let's hear from the president and see what he thinks about that as the economy, some would say, didn't do as well as forecasted with these jobs added last month. Here's the president from earlier.
Things I had to do. Look, as we head into Labor Day weekend, we have more evidence of the progress of our economy from last year's economic calamity. Today, we learned the economy created 235,000 new jobs in August, and the unemployment rate fell to 5.2%, the lowest it has been in 18 months. But despite the impact of the Delta variant, and I'll talk a little more about that in a minute, what we're seeing is an economic recovery that's durable and strong. The Biden plan is working. We're getting results. America is on the move again. And today's revision of previous month's job gains, with the revision of the July numbers, this report means that we have been adding an average of 750,000 jobs per month on average during the past 3 months. And in the 3 months before I became president, well, we were adding 60,000 jobs a month. Total job creation in the first 7 months of my administration is nearly double any prior first-year president. While I know some wanted to see a larger number today, and so did I, what we've seen this year is a continued growth, month after month, in job creation. It's not just that I've added more jobs than any first-year president, in the first year of any president. It's that we've added jobs in every single one of my first 7 job reports, and wages are going up. Some more jobs, some months there are fewer, some months more, but always adding jobs. This is the kind of growth that makes our economy stronger and consistent progress and not boom or bust. Our economy grew the first half of this year at the fastest rate in about 40 years. We're the only developed country in the world. I'll say that again. We're the only developed country in the world whose economy is now bigger than it was before the pandemic. Because of the groundwork we laid with the American Rescue Plan, our vaccination strategy, we're seeing an economy and a job market that can weather the ups and downs of the Delta variant and anything else that comes our way. You know, we have a lot more work to do, as I will discuss shortly, but the facts speak for themselves. Think of where this country stood on the day I was sworn in as president and compare it to where we are today. The number of people filing new claims for unemployment each week is down 57%. Down 57%. Child poverty is down nearly 50%. We're no longer seeing long lines of people waiting for boxes of food to be put in their trunk after waiting for hours, or sometimes up to 2 hours. The unemployment rate is down from 6.3% to 5.2%, and I believe it's going to continue to go down. And it's no wonder that last week's Gallup poll found that 72% of Americans think that now is a good time to find a quality job. At this time last year, that number was 30%. And that's the mark of an economy where regular people can see a place for themselves in the economy. You know, the holidays we celebrate this weekend, the holiday Labor Day, is about honoring the dignity of work, honoring the American worker. And that's what our economic strategy is all about as well. It's about growing our economy from the bottom up and the middle out, providing some extra breathing room for families. And my dad would just say, just a little breathing room. Creating an environment where employers have to compete for workers by providing higher wages and better benefits. That's what's happening. Wages are up, especially for working class Americans. Even so, even with the progress we've made, we're not where we need to be in our economic recovery. There are 2 critical tasks ahead this month to get us closer to our goal and to take the next steps in our recovery. And the first, We need to make more progress in fighting the Delta variant of COVID-19. This is a continuing pandemic of the unvaccinated. Since becoming president, I've ramped up testing, secured enough vaccine for every single American, and gotten 175 million Americans fully vaccinated. Still too many have not gotten vaccinated, and it's creating a lot of unease in our economy and around our kitchen tables. Today's report shows that the steps we've taken, passing the rescue plan and vaccinating 175 million people, make our economy capable of growing and adding jobs even in the face of this continuing Delta surge. A strength in our economy very different from the way things were last winter. There's no question the Delta variant is why today's job report isn't stronger. I know people were looking, and I was hoping for a higher number. But next week, I'll lay out the next steps that we're going to need to combat the Delta variant, to address some of those fears and concerns. I want to talk about how we'll further protect our schools, our businesses, our economy, and our families from the threat of Delta. As we continue to fight the Delta variant, the American Rescue Plan we passed continues to support families, businesses, and communities. Even as some of the benefits that were provided are set to expire next week, states have the option to extend those benefits and the federal resources from the rescue plan to do so. That not more federal taxes, state taxes, but they have the federal money to be able to do that. States continue to have access to a wide array of support, like help for schools that are reopening, help for child care centers to make them available and affordable, and other resources to help our economy get back to normal. The measures we've taken so far have brought America out of an economic freefall, steadied us, and enabled us to grow our economy even as we continue to combat COVID. We are adding jobs, not losing them. The fight against COVID today is far different from the fight we were waging last winter. The second thing that has to happen in September is for the Congress, the House and Senate, to finish the job of passing my economic agenda so that we can keep up the historic momentum we've been building these last 7 months. It's about investing in America's future, not about short-term stimulus. That's not what we're talking about. These are long-term prosperity we're talking about lowering the cost of living for families, creating millions of good-paying jobs for hardworking Americans. It's about reducing bottlenecks in our economy, reducing long-term price pressures. It's about helping more people to work by helping ease the burden that parents bear, especially mothers, keeping them out of the job market. Both the Senate and the House have taken important steps forward to pass my bipartisan infrastructure plan. This bill is going to end years of gridlock. We used to remember, we always had, the whole notion we had, I guess, was every week was going to be infrastructure week. Well, both literally and figuratively, it's going to change things on our streets across the country and figuratively as it relates to Washington. We're going to create millions of good-paying jobs. We're going to ease inflationary pressure and allow us to win the competition of the 21st century in a global economy where the competition has become more intense. Look, it's historic investment in roads and rail, in transit and bridges, in clean energy, in clean water, universal broadband. It's going to modernize our energy grid. You need not go any further than look what's happening across the country now in terms of the energy grid. It's about resilience. Make our roads and highways safer. Make us more resilient to the kinds of devastating impacts from extreme weather we're seeing in so many parts of the country. And look, this is about good paying jobs for ordinary people, blue collar workers, jobs at prevailing wage, not $15 an hour or 20 or 30, but for the carpenters and pipe fitters, plumbers, electrical workers, and so many other Americans. About 90% of the jobs we'll create with this plan won't require a college degree, but will fundamentally transform the lives of millions of people. It's going to transform America and propel us into the future, just as we did when we built the Transcontinental Railroad, when we electrified the country, the TVA. Look, at the same time, the House and Senate have to advance my Build Back Better agenda. That bill contains critical investments in child care to make it easier for families to be able to go to work and assure their child is being taken care of. In home care for seniors, the polling data shows among your generation, all of you out here, your greatest concern is caring for your elderly parent, even more than your child. It's about paid leave, allowing people with a new child or a sick spouse at home to take care of them without risking losing their paycheck. Not indefinitely, but for a time period they can actually make a difference. Universal pre-K and community college, making us significantly better educated and increasing our competitive edge globally, around the world, over time. And we'll combat climate change by building our clean energy future, creating, the experts point out, millions of jobs and building windmills and solar panels all around the country and transferring that energy, transmitting it to parts that don't have that capacity. We're going to bring down the cost of prescription drugs by allowing Medicare to finally be able to negotiate drug prices.
So we just wanted to show you a majority of this yet again. We wanted to replay that for you. The president at the White House earlier today as he announced the August job numbers, 235,000 jobs added last month. As you know, the Bureau of Labor Statistics at the Labor Department, they issued these reports the first Friday of each month. Many economists and no doubt the White House probably disappointed. The forecast was upwards of 700,000 jobs added last month, but only 235,000. So we'll touch on that a little bit more later in the evening here on Live Now from Fox. I want to thank everyone for being with us. Hope you're getting a good start to your weekend. We have lots more to get to, though. It's already proving, though, to be a busy Labor Day weekend. Millions of people taking to the skies and hitting the roads. But large wildfires in California are ruining many of those plans and leaving thousands without a place to call home. Fox's Giovanni Ligi live tonight with the impact this could have on one of those destinations, Lake Tahoe. Giovanni, so good to see you. You know, we've been following all the latest. You've been on the ground there for some time. Is it getting any better? Giovanni, we just have to break in here for one moment. Sorry, we're not getting any audio with your microphone. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. Let's get that situated, and we'll be right back. Here on Live Now from Fox, we'll just be back in a moment. We're working on getting that situated. Just 1 second. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I believe we do have Giovanni Ligi back. He's in Placerville, California, following all the latest, especially with the Caldor fire. Giovanni, do you have us?
I do. Hey, good evening. Well, fire officials say they are cautiously optimistic they can stop this fire from destroying homes in South Lake Tahoe. However, the fire threat continues this evening as the fire continues to grow. And officials in the city say they are expecting to lose millions of dollars as Labor Day weekend approaches. Now, you can take a look at some of the images, the plumes of smoke rising into the sky. It's hard to even see the city when you're driving through. Now, tonight, once again, the threat of fire continues with the possibility of spot fires. Now, on Labor Day weekend, the city would normally have over 100,000 people, but now it's a ghost town filled with first responders. The fire now reaching the fire just about a half a mile from homes and businesses in some places, and officials say the economic impact of this fire could be massive. The U.S. Forest Service reports losses could reach up to $1 million a day. I lost my train of thought.
Labor Day weekend is really the last big holiday of our summer season that our local businesses and local workers really rely on visitation to the area in order to, survive and pay rent and make it through the shoulder season before winter starts.
Now, at this point, the fire has burned roughly 220,000 acres and is only 29% contained. And once again, they are trying to prevent the fire from reaching some of those homes and businesses in South Lake Tahoe.
Giovanni, can you give us a sense of, where you are right now? You see a lot of fire trucks in the background. Is there a lot of activity right now? Are they, taking a pause for a moment? What's the firefighting force like at this point?
So these are some of the fire trucks that actually just got back from fighting the fires on the front lines. They're doing it day and night shifts. So these are some of the people who were out all day. And this is the staging area. We're in Placerville, California. This is kind of where everything is set up. It's essentially base camp for a lot of the crew here.
And we're just kind of hoping for the best, especially for the South Lake Tahoe community. It's such a pristine destination, especially on a holiday weekend. Are officials worried that, homes, resorts and the like, are they being threatened by this?
Well, like I said, at this point, the fire is so close. They are trying to prevent the fire from reaching some of those homes and resorts. And the resorts are actually taking matters into their own hands. Tahoe is, some of the resorts are ski resorts, so they have the snow guns and the snow blowers. So some of them are actually running those to try and prevent the fire from reaching their land.
All right, Fox's Giovanni Ligi live for us in Placerville, California, following all the latest in Northern California about these really dangerous fires still burning. They're trying to get them contained. We thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to be moving on to some other stories. We just got one of these shots popped up of Marine One on the tarmac. As you know, President Biden making his way back from Louisiana via Philadelphia off to Delaware for the holiday weekend. Let's show you this right now. We have the helicopter, always very, very cool to see. Let's listen in to see if we can hear anything or see the president as he disembarks. Let's watch. so we just saw President Biden getting onto Air Force One with Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards, and I believe they're still, no doubt, talking about the federal response to Hurricane Ida. And so interesting to see just kind of how Marine One lands on the tarmac, and the president and Governor Edwards there go up into Air Force One. No matter who's president, it's always a very, very cool sight to see. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We're going to go head out now to Fox 11 in Los Angeles for their live coverage. A lot happening in California today.
Not yield. It led to a pursuit that ended in an officer-involved shooting. Streets, obviously, as you can see, they are shut down in this area, and they will be for several hours as this investigation is just getting underway. We are expecting police to give us an update in about an hour at 6 o'clock. Once that happens, we will bring that to you. We do have a crew headed to the scene.
We've also got this now at 5. The holiday weekend getaway is underway. Millions expected to travel. And if you're driving, Californians facing the highest gas prices ever for Labor Day weekend. All this amid the CDC's travel warning as U.S. COVID cases are spiking. Good evening. Welcome to Fox 11 News at 5. I'm Alex Michaels.
And I'm Marla Tejas here for Christine Devine. Despite the record high gas prices, residents, they are still hitting the roads. Christy Fajardo, she's one of them. She's live for us in the Inland Empire with a look at the flow of traffic right now. Hi, Christy.
Hi, you know what? Right now on the 15 freeway, I can show you traffic is moving relatively well. And these people are getting a respite from heavy traffic, but not from high gas prices. In fact, some consumer experts say prices have jumped about $1 a gallon since this time last year. $4.79 a gallon, $4.49. Do I hear $4.29?
I think Vegas at Costco is like $3.49. Go Costco.
The Denson family from Nevada getting pump shocked this Labor Day weekend, but in the pandemic era, driving to San Diego feels like the safest choice.
But with the whole COVID, we want to stay out of the airports, so we're going to drive.
Low pandemic pump prices are now a thing of the past. In fact, the Auto Club of Southern California says, for us, they're the highest they've ever been for Labor Day.
Don't like it, but not much we can do.
Kyle Carpenter is filling up his truck once a week. PJ of PJ Solar Cleaning gasses up daily.
$40 to fill it up, 30 bucks at another state. That's a big difference.
It's left him wishing his fleet ran on solar. You got to drive a lot, I suspect, right?
From Arizona to California to Nevada, everywhere. And it's killing us with these gas prices.
Adding to his astronomical gas bill, the fuel-draining traffic jam. Yes, in this post-shutdown, post-vaccine holiday weekend, bumper-to-bumper traffic is expected to make a comeback. That's why Cesar Baez is leaving town early.
I heard you Google mapped in. He's going to be quite a ways.
And that was a wise move on his part, because you can probably notice here behind me, behind my right shoulder, that the traffic is starting to build. Now, how many Americans are going to be hitting the roads this holiday weekend? Well, it's hard to say. Travel experts at Arrivalist are predicting about 43 million Americans will get in their car, which is about a 1% decrease from this time last year. Other travel experts, though, expect to see an increase. Live in Fontana, I'm Christy Fajardo. Let's send it back to you.
Anyway, it's a lot of people that are going to be traveling. Christy, thank you. Officials at LAX say it's going to be busy this weekend at the airport. People getting out of town, and also because of construction. The airport says roughly double the number of passengers are expected to travel over the holiday period compared to last year when we were in the middle of the pandemic. A lot of people weren't traveling in 2020. So when you compare this year, though, to 2019, which was a more regular year, the airport is seeing about 78% of the number of travelers, so still less from back then.
Okay, the temperatures are rising just in time for the holiday weekend. Meteorologist Rick Dicker, it's going to be hot, especially in the deserts.
That's right. We're talking about triple-digit heat in inland spots. Heat advisory set to go into effect tomorrow for the Inland Empire. And if you are heading to the deserts, 105 to 110, but maybe a staycation. So here's the temperatures for LA for the upcoming weekend. It's going to be hot. It's going to be above average. Gone will be that strong marine influence and sea breeze, keeping us on the cooler than average side. 89 tomorrow. Sunday will be 90 degrees. 88 on Labor Day Monday. Coming up, we'll have that 7-day outlook. We'll talk more specifics on the heat advisories and look ahead to next week. Back to you, Tim.
All right, Rick, we'll see you then. Boxing legend Oscar De La Hoya testing positive for COVID-19. He's out of his comeback fight with Vitor Belfort, revealed on Instagram from his hospital bed.
I mean, what are the chances of me getting COVID? I've been taking care of myself. And
58-year-old Evander Holyfield has agreed to step in and box Belfort on September 11th. De La Hoya have been training hard in preparation for the fight over the last few months. He added on Instagram that he is fully vaccinated.
Embattled Dodgers pitcher Trevor Bauer gets another week of paid administrative leave. This is while the LA County District Attorney's Office considers filing sexual assault charges against him. This is the 8th time Major League Baseball and the Players Union have extended the leave since Bauer was accused of sexual assault by a San Diego woman in late June. Last month, an LA Superior Court judge denied her request for a permanent restraining order against him. Bauer's attorneys say their 2 sexual encounters at his Pasadena home were consensual. Meantime, the Pasadena Police Department handed over its investigation findings to the DA's office. No word when the DA will announce its decision.
Now to the ongoing homelessness crisis in Southern California. There's frustration and anger with the delay in enforcing an ambitious new anti-camping ordinance that's designed to help clean up the streets. Phil Schuman looking into that. He's live for us in Beverly Grove. Phil.
Well, that's right, Alex and Marla. You know, this is an issue that touches virtually every neighborhood in Southern California. Residents, business owners saying, give me back my streets, my parks, my neighborhoods, my beaches. The city of LA does have a plan for that, but it's not going as fast as some would like. We start in Hollywood.
It's never a dull moment. It's humbling.
Royal Love says he's been in this makeshift encampment in Hollywood for 2 years. Clearly blocking the sidewalk in violation of city ordinance, this self-described country boy from Mississippi is still here for a simple reason.
I do understand this is a sidewalk. Do I have a right to stay here? Well, they didn't say I had to leave. And if they come and ask me to leave, I will politely leave.
Soon he may be asked to leave, ideally given shelter and help under the new anti-camping law in Los Angeles, which prohibits sitting, sleeping, lying, storing personal property, or otherwise obstructing the public right-of-way. But it's not yet enforced while the city council works on increasing housing options, outreach teams, and other so-called street engagement tactics.
The homeless issue is a headache.
A headache?
Yes.
The delay frustrating to Sandy Aviles, who runs this flower shop by the Beverly Center. She has seen progress. What's now 1 big tent across from her shop used to be 4, but she wants this new law enforced.
We've seen people come here, social workers trying to give them help, but they don't want to take it. So they want to be out here. And if we have those no camping rules, I mean, they're going to look for those shelters.
Ron Cannon, formerly homeless, now a part-time security guard with an apartment, thanks to the city, wishes people would be more patient, but he understands many are beyond compassion. Do you sympathize with the neighbors, with the business people who don't want these encampments here?
Yeah, I can respect their opinion. Yeah, their opinion, yeah. I respect their opinion, you know.
Is there a but there?
Yeah, I respect their opinion, but there's a but there because, you know, they got to help too. You know what I mean? All of us got to pull together to get them out of here, you know, to help them. You know what I mean? What we're going to do, just throw them in a concentration camp?
Well, we know this isn't a law enforcement issue, Alex and Marla. Mayor Eric Garcetti, who's largely been invisible on homelessness since before COVID when it was such a high priority for him, he isn't really talking. It's LA City Councilman Mark Ridley Thomas, chair of the Poverty and Homelessness Committee, who's pushing for more resources to get this done correctly rather than do it quickly.
In order to address this crisis, policies and resources, extensive resources, would have had to have been made available, and government simply did not do that. I maintain we need to have a right to housing.
But we've been hearing the same discussion for years. I mean, it's not like a shock that we need more resources and a better strategy.
Well, it's now time to allocate. Let me just offer an example. The current governor of the state of California has made more extensive allocations in the way of homelessness than the previous 5 governors combined.
Mark Ridley Thomas certainly understands the frustration with the relatively slow pace of cleaning up, the homeless issue, providing services, but he says it's similar to what was done in Venice Beach, where it's outreach, housing is and services are identified, and then you encourage people to take advantage of it. Will we see results in days? No. Weeks and months? Yes. Alex, Marla?
That is a good thing. We'll take the results as soon as we can get them. All right, Phil, thank you. A police pursuit ended in a deadly crash in Koreatown. Police tried to pull over a human trafficking suspect around 11 last night, but the driver took off, crashing just minutes later at the intersection of 6th and Olympic. An innocent driver was killed. 2 others were hurt.
Christina Gonzalez live in Koreatown with details. Christina.
Yes, and LAPD is confirming the pursuit lasted only about 2 minutes before the suspect's car ended up crashing on the wall you see behind us, but not before hitting the other 3 vehicles. Look at the scene. LAPD's Hollywood Vice officers arresting 2 people from a black Mercedes that plowed into several vehicles while fleeing from police, killing 1 man in the white pickup and injuring 2 others. The West Bureau's Human Trafficking Operation Unit had tried to stop the car at Western and Melrose, saying they had seen the man drop off a possible human trafficking victim near a gas station.
And then we just see a bunch of cops. Well, they were Ford Explorers.
Seems there have been ongoing operations near the Melrose Hills section of the busy corridor here, where coffee shops and trendy stores are opening up, but prostitution has been more visible lately.
I mean, I've seen it, but it's not like it's threatening. Wow.
Residents are surprised that the officers pursued the vehicle, considering the risk. He was mostly alone, say neighbors, about the dead man who lived in a small apartment with a couple of roommates. The coroner is waiting to identify next of kin before releasing his identity. Traffic Division investigators are looking into the crash, while the Human Trafficking Task Force investigates the initial incident, where people wonder why the suspects didn't just stop when the lights and sirens went on.
Those are for reals. Those are like legit cops.
Now, LAPD traffic, again, they're investigating. There were no officers injured in this. The 2 people who ended up going to the hospital are expected to make it. Both of them were, again, not related to the incident at all, what you're calling an innocent bystander. But again, they are expected to make it. Live in Koreatown, I'm Christina Gonzalez. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank goodness. All right, Christina, thank you. Coming up, a fender bender takes a deadly turn after the drivers involved start arguing.
And President Biden on the ground in Louisiana inspecting damage from Hurricane Ida. What he says is the top priority for recovery efforts.
An already devastated New Jersey neighborhood rocked by an explosion. Why those at the home were actually lucky.
Fox 11 News is brought to you by Owning Savings.
All right, we just wanted to show you some of the top stories in the Los Angeles area. For now, we're going to be moving on to some of the other stories we have yet to get to on this Friday. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We want to show you some remarks that the DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas gave, talking about Operation Allies Welcome, about the Afghan refugees, thousands of which have made their way to the United States to resettle after the withdrawal from Afghanistan. Here are those remarks from earlier.
For the families and loved ones that we lost in Hurricane Ida and its aftermath, from landfall in Louisiana and Mississippi to the more recent flooding in Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. We offer our prayers and our support to your communities. We share in your grief and your resolve to rebuild and recover. President Biden is visiting Louisiana today, and I want to reiterate what he, our FEMA Administrator, Deanne Criswell, and all of us have made clear from the start. Our federal government said we would be ready to respond to this massive and catastrophic storm, and we were. We pre-positioned personnel, assets, and resources on the Gulf Coast and in key areas ahead of time. We had meals and water in place for anyone forced from their home. We secured generators for hospitals so they could continue to treat patients no matter what. We continue working to provide states with fuel to cover any shortages. Right now, we encourage people to stay away from flooded and damaged areas for their own safety. and I make this pledge. Thanks to the extraordinary team at FEMA and our partners in state and local government, just as we were there before and during the storm, we will be there long after to help the impacted individuals, families, and communities in their recovery. Now let me turn to Operation Allies Welcome. I am joined today by a remarkable public servant, Bob Fenton, about whom I will speak in a moment. Yesterday, I visited 3 sites that are part of Operation Allies Welcome, our unprecedented, historic effort to resettle in the United States tens of thousands of Afghan nationals, many of whom assisted the United States and many of whom are vulnerable women and girls. One of the sites I visited was the Dulles Expo Center, a large care shelter where the people and their families are checked in, offered a COVID vaccine, fed, provided medical care, counseled, and sheltered before their onward movement. I spoke with a relief worker who has dedicated her 20-year federal career to refugee work around the world. She said that tragically, wherever she has worked abroad, the refugees feel fear when they see a soldier in uniform. For the past 11 days, she has been working around the clock at the Dulles Expo Center. Each day, she makes it a point to walk around the facility alongside an American soldier in uniform. Why? Because it gives her stature. The Afghan nationals look at the soldier as their protector. It is the American soldier who has brought them to safety in America. Every single day, our military personnel perform heroic work in the service of so many. Operation Allies Welcome is the ongoing effort to bring Americans home and to bring vulnerable Afghans to the United States and support their resettlement. The President of the United States has the authority to designate a federal agency to lead a federal response. Last Friday, he designated the Department of Homeland Security as the lead federal agency to coordinate Operation Allies Welcome to help ensure unity of effort, clear roles and responsibilities, synchronized priorities, and effective coordination across the federal government. This initiative requires us to call on the resources, expertise, and authorities of every part of the federal government. DHS possesses vast operational expertise and a long record of leadership, bringing different agencies together to execute a single mission. We have stood up a Unified Coordination Group, or UCG, to coordinate our efforts across the federal government. I have designated Bob Fenton, a top leader at FEMA, to lead the UCG. Mr. Fenton will report directly to me. The Unified Coordination Group will focus on a broad range of services throughout vulnerable Afghans' resettlement process, from initial immigration processing and COVID testing to resettlement support for individuals who are neither U.S. citizens nor lawful permanent residents. The resettlement support will include initial processing at pre-designated U.S. military bases prior to being resettled with and into communities. DHS is fundamentally a department of partnerships. We depend on close coordination with the intelligence community, law enforcement, state, local, tribal, and territorial officials, nonprofit organizations, and social service groups. The team and I already have spoken with a number of governors and local officials. I have met with more than 40 community-based organizations, including Afghan American organizations, to learn of their ideas and recommendations. I have heard, and we will operationalize more robustly, their recommendations, including cultural competency, access to counsel, trauma counseling, and pastoral care. We will work to expedite receipt of donations from generous-hearted Americans throughout our great country. The population of individuals brought to the United States includes U.S. citizens, lawful permanent residents, special immigrant visa holders, individuals who have assisted the United States in Afghanistan, and other vulnerable Afghans, such as journalists and vulnerable women and girls. First, the federal government has been focused on the screening and vetting of individuals evacuated from Afghanistan. The Department of Homeland Security remains ever vigilant against attempts by foreign adversaries to exploit vulnerable populations as a means of gaining access to the U.S. for nefarious purposes. Consequently, as part of a collaborative interagency effort that includes DHS, the Departments of Defense and State, the FBI, the National Counterterrorism Center, and other agencies, the federal government has established a robust screening and vetting architecture with the dual goals of protecting the homeland and providing protections for vulnerable Afghans. In partnership with federal agencies, we have built the security and vetting system to operate in the transit countries abroad. DHS has deployed nearly 400 employees from CBP's Office of Field Operations, the Coast Guard, TSA, and other agencies to assist in the vetting process. In addition, we in the Department of Defense have shipped hundreds of biometric screening machines to the transit third countries. In those transit countries, we conduct our biometric and biographic screening. This includes checking against multiple agencies' records. Our policy is not to board flights to the United States until they are cleared. We undertake quality control checks at every step of the travel process, including while the individuals are en route and before deplaning. Most individuals arrive at Dulles or Philadelphia Airport, where they are processed for entry and tested for COVID. For those who are not U.S. citizens, lawful permanent residents, or do not otherwise have a support system here in the United States, the vast majority are opting to go to a military base pending resettlement efforts. Thanks to the partnership with the Department of Defense, we have designated 8 military bases for this purpose. Through the Unified Coordination Group at the military bases, we are providing the resources individuals need to include medical care, language access resources, immigration assistance, and other vital services. In addition to DHS and the Department of Defense, the federal agencies working on this effort include the Department of State, Health and Human Services, Justice, and Education. Our goal is to move the vulnerable Afghan nationals out of the military bases and have them resettled successfully in the community as swiftly and safely as possible. We are building the public-private partnership to achieve this objective at scale. This is just the beginning of this operation, and there's far more to come. But here's the bottom line. In just the last few weeks, more than 120,000 people have been safely evacuated from Kabul. Among them are thousands of vulnerable Afghans. Many have worked on behalf of the United States. We have a moral imperative to protect them, to support those who have supported this nation.
All right, we're going to step away from Secretary Mayorkas right now on Operation Welcome Afghan Refugees. We are going to be moving on. We have some breaking news out of Los Angeles. It looks like a police chase is happening. We're going to break in for that right now. Fox 11's in coverage for that. Let's listen in.
Very dangerous at this moment.
And you can see with our extreme nav system, a residential area mixed in with some commercial areas as well. Speeds as high as 60 miles an hour at times. And this is a very busy time of day, a getaway Friday for a holiday weekend. Again, driving this BMW, being pursued by the Los Angeles Police Department, is an individual wanted for assault with a deadly weapon. And as you said, Alex, that weapon could be the vehicle itself. It could be a hammer, a knife, a gun, anything that forcibly was trying to harm somebody. Weaving in and out of traffic, surface streets, narrow surface streets, high speeds. He's been going against traffic. We did think he actually sideswiped a parked vehicle just a short time ago. But you can see how busy it is right now. And the LAPD at times, they may pull off and track this from the air. And there is an LAPD helicopter above as well.
Sometimes pursuit suspects will for the most part, follow the rules of the road, obviously, other than trying to get away from the cops. This person not stopping at stop signs, going the wrong direction, not stopping at red lights. I mean, he could be hitting somebody at any one of these intersections, any pedestrians that may be out walking their dogs and driving and swerving so much, this person could lose control of their vehicle at any time.
This is going down the wrong way right now.
70 miles an hour,
and
just ripping.
We just did hear that the assault with a deadly weapon, in fact, was a gun. So we do know that. But then again, also, in addition, this vehicle is a deadly weapon without question, with speeds nearing 80 miles per hour, Rick, on these surface streets.
On Truman Street. And one thing I have noticed is that first, this pursuit has stayed on surface streets and generally in the same area, but now
the wrong way,
making a trek into the San Fernando area. Yeah, very high rates of speeds against traffic. It's amazing that we have not seen a serious collision yet, and because we're so tight, I just saw on the bottom of the monitor there the rotors from the helicopter. Oh, wow. So they're tracking from the air, but it's very possible the ground units have backed off. LAPD will do that at times because of the intense danger, the nature of these types of pursuits, to hopefully calm that suspect down, to slow him down against traffic there. This is on Truman Street, and now we're in the community of San Fernando, very close to Mission Hills here in the north end of the San Fernando Valley. This is up by the 5, the 405, and the 210 freeway.
This is terrifying to watch.
And in fact, that it is an assault with a deadly weapon, person with a gun, makes us even more precarious for the officers, because if they are able to stop this person, you wonder whether this person is armed. Clearly, this person is desperate right now and reckless. Yeah.
And as you said, could be in possession of that gun in that vehicle at this time. I'll tell you what, a precision driver, though, seeing this driver weave in and out of traffic against oncoming traffic at very high rates of speed, just threading the needle there through, choosing to stay off the freeway. And there's a lot of options in that north end of the San Fernando Valley. Now through the Pacoima area, which is a bit south of Sylmar. We have the 118 freeway there, the 405 freeway, and up to the north, the 210 freeway. At speeds of close to 80 miles an hour still. Sepulveda Boulevard, a very busy thoroughfare there through the San Fernando Valley at this time on a Friday evening, a getaway Friday evening for a holiday weekend.
Here we go. Threading that needle, as you always say, Rick, in and out of traffic. It looks like a 4-door, so a black BMW sedan.
Wow, look at him go.
Yeah, in and out.
Like I said, precision driving. That is a high-end sports sedan there, that BMW. Again, if you're just tuning in, a high-speed pursuit, a very dangerous pursuit on surface streets initiated by the Los Angeles Police Department. This individual wanted for an assault with a deadly weapon, just hearing that weapon was a gun. And this driver, unknown if there's anybody else inside that vehicle, you can see the windows are tinted out, doing whatever he can to get away against traffic. Again, 89, 90 plus miles an hour on San Fernando Road.
This is one of those situations where, Rick, you have to assume that LAPD has backed off simply because it is so dangerous.
18% of suspects on average in the Los Angeles Police Department's jurisdiction do get away from these pursuits. And at times it is just because of that. Because the LAPD, what they'll do is they'll track the vehicle in the air. And you can see we widened out. We don't see any units back there, but there's a helicopter, bottom right side of your screen there, the black and white. That's an LAPD airship, still monitoring this from above, choosing to stay on San Fernando Road here through the community of Pacoima, which is in the north end of the San Fernando Valley.
You just got to think about the people that have probably worked a long week, finally getting off, heading into a holiday weekend, have no idea that this is coming at them and how dangerous this could be, especially when this driver is going the wrong direction. And you just feel, maybe if you know people that are driving in this area, to give them a heads up of what's coming, because this person could hit anybody at any time the way that they're driving.
And he just made a right turn on Branford Street, which is an east-west street here through the north end of the San Fernando Valley. That would be close to the 5 and the 170 split, just north of that location. Again, we widened out. We did not see any LAPD units on the ground tracking this suspect, this assault with a deadly. There we go. picking up speed right behind him now, just as we spoke. And that LAPD helicopter below Skyfox with our extreme nav system tracking all this for you is flying at a very low altitude, tracking this suspect as well. This BMW being pursued by the Los Angeles Police Department, threading that needle again, speeds up to close to 70 miles an hour. That's the 5 freeway, very close to the 170 split. He is traveling eastbound on Branford Street at Sharp Avenue, now into the Arleta area.
And too fast right now for a pit maneuver, which would be where they try to tap the vehicle and bring this to a close. Usually they try to do that around 35, 40 miles an hour. Right now, driving closer to 50 miles an hour. Oh.
It's amazing that we have not seen
the sunroof
it looks like
is
the
open?
sunroof's open.
Yeah.
Sunroof's open, that we have not seen a collision as of yet.
And you see the hazard lights on in the back.
Yep, hazard lights on. That could be, unintentional, just that he's doing whatever he can, commanding this vehicle at the steering wheel and bumping. Sometimes we see windshield wipers click on as well, but here he goes. He's got the sunroof open. Unclear if he has anybody else inside that vehicle. This is an assault with a deadly weapon suspect. Allegedly, that weapon was a gun being pursued here through the San Fernando Valley on Branford Street through Arleta. Speed still in excess of 70, 80 miles an hour at times as our extreme nav system. You can see the speedometer there in the upper right corner of your screen. He's going up. That LAPD unit's getting closer.
Are they going to try to hit him?
You know, we say 35 miles an hour or so, as you mentioned, Alex and Marla, but at times that this is such a dangerous location.
It really is.
So many vehicles that could be impacted. There's pedestrians out there.
Whoa.
Wow. It's amazing how he is commandeering this vehicle at the speeds he is and not colliding with anybody. But his luck is got to run out, I would think.
There's got to be a lot of wind, Marla, you think, in that vehicle with the sunroof and going that fast on the streets like that as well.
Well, and this has been underway for about 45 minutes. LAPD first getting the call at 4:45. So we're 45 minutes into this erratic, wild driving, weaving in and out of traffic. We've seen speeds above 80 miles per hour on these really crowded surface streets on this Friday evening. Assault with a deadly weapon suspect.
I mean,
several near misses.
Wow.
It feels like a Fast and the Furious movie or something. I mean, the way that this person is driving around traffic, as you mentioned, Rick, a pretty good driver to be able to pull this off.
Yeah, he was just on Woodman there, which is a north-south street through the San Fernando Valley. Made a turn onto Osborne, which is east-west, choosing to stay in that same area of the San Fernando Valley. We see that at times. Maybe he just doesn't know the area very well, and that's why. Sometimes they do stay in locations that they are familiar with, where they know people in the area, where they feel that they could duck into an alley of some sort or into a back garage, something to get away. And that's a possibility here, because so far this suspect, at least from what we've seen since we picked up coverage of this pursuit, has not entered the freeway. Widening out here, now we're getting into the heart of the Panorama City, the San Fernando Valley, making a turn onto Van Nuys Boulevard now. So still staying in that general area, Arleta from Sylmar into Panorama City in the north end of the San Fernando Valley. This suspect driving so erratically, so dangerously, high rates of speeds. We're going to be approaching the 6 o'clock hour on a getaway Friday for the Labor Day weekend. A lot of people out and about. And this pursuit has got to come to an end. Hopefully, the LAPD will be able to make that happen safely. So far, we haven't seen anything devastating, but I'm telling you, the way that we're watching this, anything could happen.
So it is now 5:30. You are watching the Fox 11 News at 5. I'm Alex Michelson with Marla Tejas and Rick Dickert. This is an assault with a deadly weapon suspect, believed to have used a gun for that assault with a deadly weapon. This person driving throughout the side streets of the San Fernando Valley in this BMW, erratically getting around traffic. We know that they sideswiped at least one vehicle, which happened right before we got on the air. You wonder, Marla, if this vehicle is damaged in any way. We see those hazard lights that are on.
It looks like the sunroof is closed. Is that just me?
Yep, looks like he closed it.
Looks like he closed the sunroof at this point. So we picked this up in Sylmar. Again, it started just about 45 minutes ago at 4:45. The sunroof
very
now closed.
Tinted. The windows are very tinted. It's hard to get a look inside.
Those tinted windows, the emergency lights are on, flashing right now. Here we are now in Panorama City on Parthenia street. Alex makes a great point. If you know anybody in this area, as we see the black and white gaining on them, getting some traction here, please alert them to this reckless driver, because so many lives are in danger right now just watching this, watching him blow by innocent drivers, weaving in and out, near misses left and right. As Alex said, the suspect has already hit at least one parked vehicle we've seen on the curbs, wrong way. And here we go again, now on Noble Avenue and Parthenia Street in the North Hills, according to our Extreme Nav technology.
And now he's running into some of that traffic, but you could see that white sedan doing exactly what you should do.
Yeah.
If you ever encounter something like this, you're going to be alarmed, obviously, coming up from behind you. Pull over as safe as you can to the side. Never try to be a hero. Never try to box anybody in. Because in this situation, we're hearing that this individual in this BMW looks to be perhaps a 700 series BMW, a high-end sports sedan. There could have a gun. And you just don't know what they're going to do. You box that person in. This person is obviously very desperate at this time. He's doing whatever he can, endangering other people's lives. If you try to get involved and do something like that, he may get out, he may have that gun and try to commandeer your car. So please, in situations like this, heed, pull off to the right, slow down, and just try to let the officers do what they need to do to bring this to an end.
And Rick, what about the strategy of him staying on these surface streets as opposed to getting on a major freeway at this point?
Yeah, he's in an area where he had options. He had options to get on the 5, the 118 freeway. He wasn't far from the 210 up in the Sylmar area. It's unclear where the Los Angeles Police Department initiated this pursuit, if it was actually in Sylmar. We got first wind of this pursuit that's where the location was. But tracking it on the ground, LAPD units, and we talk about the danger of these types of high-speed pursuits, especially in these areas at this time of day on a Friday afternoon into the evening hours. Marla and Alex, LAPD units now, because they've watched this suspect and they're trending what he is doing, we're assuming he's a he. It could be a female. We don't know that. That it will stay in that area. They're going to deploy as many resources to the area to block those busy streets, to protect innocent people in their vehicles. Slowing down now on Sepulveda Boulevard here in the North Hills area of the San Fernando Valley.
We also don't know, because of being a Friday getaway, Labor Day weekend, how heavy the traffic would be on the freeways as well.
Yeah,
he's had, not too bad of traffic on the side streets.
And maybe he's smart with that, and he's seeing that if he got on the 405, any time on the 405.
Okay, can we see a pit maneuver here?
It's slow. It's slow down. It's unclear what he's doing at this point. But this is Sepulveda Boulevard through Van Nuys. You know Sepulveda, one of the longest streets in all of Los Angeles, running north-south from the Harbor area all the way up to the north end of the San Fernando Valley. It parallels the 405 through the valley here, and he's choosing to stay on Sepulveda, now at Roscoe in Panorama City, I should say.
And Rick, the difficulty of unleashing those spike strips, that's the other option that that law enforcement often does. But with such crowded streets, that's difficult to do, right?
Absolutely, and especially because he's been driving in so many different neighborhoods, although staying in the same general vicinity of the north end of the San Fernando Valley. But there's a possibility that they could do that, but then what they're going to have to do is assume he's going to be a few blocks up on Sepulveda, block all coming traffic on either the north or southbound side or both of Sepulveda Boulevard here. Traveling northbound on Sepulveda, now at Stagg Street, not far from Van Nuys Airport, where Skyfox HD is based with our Extreme Nav system there. You can see the speeds. He's backed off a bit, though, right? Wouldn't you agree? You could, just on the speedometer.
Definitely.
And unclear why that's the case at this point, but not driving, but still against traffic. Oh, making a left turn there. So now he's going to go on Saticoy from Sepulveda.
All right, so we're getting a look at the driver. I mean, hard to make out any real detail about the suspect there, an assault with a deadly weapon suspect from this vantage point. But nonetheless, we see those tinted windows, this sedan, black BMW, and flashing lights.
Yeah, and so we are, obviously we want to cover this story. Our priority number one is the safety of our crew, though, and our chopper is about to run out of fuel on this busy news night. They're based in Van Nuys Airport,
which is
literally
right there.
a few feet from there. So they're going to have to land and fuel up And hopefully we will get the end of this. Maybe this is the end of the pursuit here. Now
got his arm out. Maybe he's gesturing to somebody on the street or knows somebody there.
So now this person has stopped.
Completely stopped.
Yeah, he's
gesturing. He's talking to his phone.
And is that a gun?
No.
What's in his hand?
And I couldn't.
Could have been a cell phone.
If it was a male or a female.
Red hat.
Yeah, wow. It could have been either one. I could not tell if it was a cell or. But clearly gesturing to somebody on the side of the street. Again, this is Saticoy in the Van Nuys area. Saticoy is an east-west street, very close to downtown Van Nuys, in the heart of the San Fernando Valley. But clearly the driver, this assault with a deadly weapon suspect, has slowed down. The mood has changed somewhat. Not as dangerous, thankfully, because the driver isn't, the suspect isn't moving at the high rate of speed that they were, but clearly gesturing outside the window with their arm.
Not as dangerous if we assume that that is a cell phone and not a weapon.
Not a gun. You're right.
That's a gun. It's become a lot more dangerous right here, and it's hard for us to tell exactly what's happening there. But clearly trying to communicate for the first time what's going on there.
I can't tell. I mean, it looked like it's really difficult to tell as it's just blending with the color of the vehicle there. But arm is out.
You wonder if this person may, like our chopper, be running out of gas soon, too. That may be a reason.
Okay, hands are out. And now it's a little cat and mouse action.
Did you see that the officer opened his door to get out?
And he or she's got both. At first second, it appeared it could have been a female, so I couldn't tell, and I don't want to continue to speculate on that. But both of the hands were out and still moving, meaning no hands on the steering wheel. Saticoy here in Van Nuys.
So is that
just one hand out, gesturing?
There's the other, both hands trying to open the door, perhaps. It looks like reaching for the handle of the door.
Well, why not inside?
I mean, are they live streaming on a cell phone? Is that what this is?
That could be you never know.
Like an Instagram Live or
as well. Anything in these times.
It looks. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah,
like he's doing some sort of live broadcast. Look at me. I'm messing with the LAPD.
My arrest or something.
Yeah, and I'm a hero. And how about this and that sort of thing.
And there goes a vehicle that's unrelated. So what the LAPD units now are going to try to do is get on the front end as well.
Certainly looks like a man.
Yeah, it does. It definitely looks like a male here. Unclear if anybody else is in the vehicle at this time. Tinted windows. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is a very dangerous high-speed pursuit that ripped through the San Fernando Valley on surface streets the entire time. LAPD helicopter up above through Sylmar, through the Van Nuys Airport, the north and central part of the San Fernando Valley.
Well, this looks like a selfie opportunity could cost this guy many, many years in prison.
And the situation is the officers are already instructing this suspect, and I don't even know if you want to call him a suspect anymore because he's already endangered. He's already wanted for many traffic violations, which they can be written up for. The speed, the reckless driving, they can be charged for that. But it does appear that that's what this individual.
Getting out.
Okay, car doors open, and
hands gonna be up.
And here he comes.
Oh, what's that?
Whoa, he's got all kinds of stuff falling out of his lap.
I want him to put his phone
down. Clearly telling him to drop whatever he has in his hands. He lifted up his shirt. He's somewhat, and that's what he's doing.
The protocol right now is to just do as officers say and eventually walk back and get down, spread out, right?
And not broadcast your phone.
He just finally threw it down. Okay.
Yeah.
He chucked the phone down. Now he's going to walk back, and now he is doing what he's told by the LAPD officers. Thankfully, and I know we're going to have to pull away from this shortly, that nobody, at least from what we saw, was hit or badly injured during this pursuit, because it could have been much, much worse. Why he chose to finally give up, pull off here on Saticoy Street in Van Nuys, unclear. That appeared to be a cell phone. Units now coming up on this man. We'll cuff him, walk him to one of the squad cars. The other units on the right will approach the vehicle. They'll clear that vehicle, the trunk included. Once we see those 4 fingers up, that means code 4, all clear.
All right, so you're watching the end of this pursuit that we picked up in Sylmar. Wild, reckless, extremely dangerous, and that suspect now in LAPD custody, all coming to an end at Satakoy Street and Tobias Avenue in Van Nuys.
With that, we're glad nobody got badly hurt with that. We'll be right back.
All right, so you're watching Live Now from Fox. That was coverage from Fox 11 in Los Angeles as this pursuit that ended in Van Nuys in Los Angeles came to an end kind of abruptly here. As you can see, that suspect stepping out of the car was clearly on the phone for the majority of this pursuit, at least the very end of the pursuit, finally complying with those officers who were telling him to surrender, put his hands up. But as you can see right here, very, very interesting. And, you know, it's tough. You don't want to speculate on what's going on, but very much looked like he was on the phone with someone and then throwing that phone down, the cell phone down. Not sure who he was on the phone with, but definitely a scary situation as this driver was going at erratic speeds on the wrong way of traffic just ahead of Labor Day weekend, or in the midst of Labor Day weekend, as it is almost 6 o'clock there in California. We've got a lot more to come here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a 2-minute commercial break as well. Thanks for joining us on your Friday evening.
Now more Jinx!
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're located in Phoenix, Arizona. Just were in California for that police pursuit, really creating a start for your holiday weekend, your Labor Day weekend. We have one arrest, one person taken off. We want to go out to Fox 11 Los Angeles for some more breaking news as they are tracking a shooting investigation in Buena Park. Take a listen.
Take a look at some Ring video that we acquired where you show the white truck being pursued by a number of police cars trying to catch up with that suspect. And ultimately, after going a circuitous route through the neighborhoods of Buena Park, that suspect in that truck wound up here where I am standing near the Orange County School District offices and also near Buena Park. Middle school is located. The kids were in session at the time, but they were not involved in any way, not in danger in any way. But right now what we know is that white truck burst through the chain link gate and turned to the right and parked in one of the stalls. But then once the police officers caught up with him, he allegedly pointed the gun at them, and then that's when shots were fired. That's when the officer involved shooting occurred, and now that suspect is dead. Now, at 6 o'clock, we expect to hear a more formal news conference and information about what happened here. But right now, that is what we know. Suspect dead, and Buena Park police had been pursuing that suspect for about 15 minutes. Skyfox was overhead as well. It was quite an ordeal for us to get here because there were a lot of streets blocked off, and it was difficult because of traffic being stopped. Now it seems as if on Orange Thorpe, at least going eastbound, the traffic is open again, but going westbound still closed off for this police activity. Orange County District Attorney is here as well. That is a normal situation when you have an officer involved shooting. They will be here to do the investigation, their investigation as well. Reporting live in Buena Park, I'm Susan Hirosuna. Back to you.
All right, Susan, thank you for that. The Caldor fire now.
So we just really wanted to give you that update, as those were two different pursuits out in the California area. That other one that just ended in an arrest, a different one with a shooting involved. Like they said, officers are expected to brief the media soon. If we get that press conference, we'll show it to you live here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head into some of these other stories from our sister stations across the country. Getting paid to drive with advertisements on your car. The concept isn't new, but this scam we're about to tell you about is. Here's Fox 13 Tampa.
Would you put a decal on your car advertising a business to try to make some extra money? Well, some are getting offered hundreds of dollars to do just that, but don't fall for it. It all starts with a text or email that claims you can earn money by placing an advertisement on your car. One email job offer claims to pay $500 a week and an extra $100 for gas just to post decals on your car and drive around, advertising a bottled water company. They offer to pay in advance, and then this is what happens.
They would send you a check for a certain amount. They would ask you to cash that check, and then they would ask you to connect with one of their vendors to install the wrap on the car and pay them directly, either through a third-party app like Cash App or Venmo, or pay them through an online source. So when you receive that check and you deposit in your bank, by law, the banks are required to make that money available within 24 to 48 hours. But they don't know it's fake for a few weeks, even up to 30 days.
Your bank might cash these checks at first, but then it's weeks later that they'll tell you it's a bad check and you are responsible to pay all that money back that you sent off to the installer, who of course was part of the scam all along. I actually got an offer on my phone for this. I can read it to you. It says, "Hello, would you allow Dasani water bottle ink put a small sticker decal on your car, truck, or motorcycle and get $500 weekly? Click here for more details and apply." Now, there are some immediate things you can notice about this. First of all, the bad grammar. There's a missing word. Would you allow Dasani put a small sticker? Another red flag, it was sent as part of a big group text to 10 random numbers, none of which I knew. When I called the number where it originated to see who it was, I got a recording, just a random woman's voice saying leave a message, and then no one called back, meaning they're spoofing a number there. There was also a link to click to an outside website that is not affiliated directly with any of the real companies. And I didn't take it this far, obviously, but the biggest red flag is if they ask you to pay money through some unusual source like gift cards or wiring the cash. Remember, the actual companies listed on these sort of job postings, they're not involved. Instead, it is just scammers pretending to be them. I'm Sorbani Banerjee for Fox 13 News.
And staying with Sorbani right now, she does a recall roundup for the week. Let's take a listen to what's on this week's recall roundup.
Hi, everyone. Let's start with the kid's step stool that could break and lead to a fall for your little one. The Consumer Product Safety Commission is warning parents to stop using the step-to-step-up sidekick learning towers. The commission has received numerous reports of these steps and storage trays detaching and one report of a child falling because of it. Parents who own this product should stop using it and ask for a refund from wherever you bought it. Now to some dog dangers, starting with a bowl that has some sharp edges. Here's what's going on. PetSmart is recalling a dog dish for potential laceration risk. Reports say the ball is elevated off the ground with a removable plastic piece on the bottom. They say that metal underneath is sharp with the gasket off, posing a risk for a severe cut to people and their pets. Customers with the recalled dog bowl are asked to return it to PetSmart for a full refund. And a brand of dog food is being pulled from shelves because it could be contaminated with listeria and salmonella. This recall involves 1-pound packages of beef HVM made by Top Quality Dog Food. So far, there have been no reports of any dogs getting sick from it, but obviously a serious concern. If you do have this dog food, you should either throw it out or, once again, return it for a refund. And that's a look at what recall should be on your radar this week.
All right, really great information right there as you head to the stores to pick out things. We want to move into some other Florida news. Texas, though, just passed the strictest abortion law in the country. Now Florida may actually follow. Here's Fox 13 in Tampa with details.
Well, Texas is in the national spotlight for banning nearly all abortion in the state. And now Republican lawmakers in Tallahassee say that they will pass a similar law in Florida. So where does the public line up on something like this? Our own political editor, Craig Patrick, is now here to take us through the polls. Craig, this would really be something if this happens. What do you think here?
Well, in Florida, it's highly likely to happen. There will be a look-alike law proposed, and it's highly likely to pass based on what we've already heard. But that takes us into next year. In the meantime, we have a lot of polling going all the way back to the 1970s, so we can track year after year what public opinion is in this state and across the nation. And it does show a very clear majority support the Roe v. Wade ruling from 1973 that does provide legal protection to seek abortion. But when you dig deeper into the specific questions in polls and look a little closer at all of the data taken together, it does get a little more complicated in terms of public opinion than many people may think. The Texas law effectively bans abortion when a heartbeat can be detected in a fetus. Where would you guess people line up on that in concept? Well, before the law took effect, Kaiser Family Foundation polling asked, do you support or oppose laws prohibiting abortion once cardiac activity, sometimes known as fetal heartbeat, is detected? Compare your guess to these results. It's a near even split, 49% support, 50% oppose. But when they followed up by saying, what if we told you fetal heartbeat is usually detected 6 weeks into pregnancy before many women know they are pregnant, then the results shifted 10 points. With that, a clear majority, 60% oppose it. We've seen a lot of this in polling the past few years on abortion. Positions swing one direction or the other based on how they phrase the questions or what additional context the pollsters provide. That appears to be in part due to the fact that a lot of people's opinions are not locked in on this. And being a sensitive issue, a lot of people don't openly discuss. Many also have a significant lack of knowledge on the issue. While more than 60% say they or someone they know has had an abortion, a majority of adults are unaware of the timing of most abortions. 42% don't realize Roe v. Wade allows restrictions on abortions. And they're all over the map on what they think overturning Roe v. Wade would mean in their states. And the labels people choose to identify themselves on this issue can also be misleading. While 40% identify as pro-life, 3 in 10 who call themselves pro-life do not want the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade. Overall, polls after polls show a clear majority think abortion should be legal in the United States. But polls after polls also show a clear majority think states like Texas have the right to add restrictions. And as we showed you, opinions on what Texas is doing are not yet fully informed or fully locked in. And certainly up until now, this has just not been top of mind for most voters. Looking at the polling heading into last November's election, for example, it was in the low single digits. Some of the polls, for example, showed this was a top issue for 6 to 7% of the voters. They were focused on other matters, and with this, may now just be paying attention to this mark.
Yeah, 7% for Republicans, too. That's especially seems low. What about the Supreme Court? Do we have any indication yet on how the Supreme Court may eventually rule on the Texas law?
No, there are a lot of assumptions because the composition of the court has changed. It's now stacked 6-3 with Republican appointees. It's clearly a more conservative court, so those who oppose abortion certainly think they have a better chance than they've had in decades to try to get Roe v. Wade overturned, but the justices have not given specific indications. Amy Coney Barrett, for example, has expressed in the past personal opposition to abortion doesn't necessarily mean that will manifest in how they interpret the law and prior landmark cases and where they go from here.
And any sort of a timetable on when you think at least the Florida measure may move forward?
The Florida measure will move forward early next year, and by spring of next year, it is a near 100% chance that that will pass, based on what Senate leadership has already said and what we would expect from House leadership and from the governor. In terms of the Supreme Court taking up the Texas case, we just don't know. That could take us into June of next year or later when we would get a final ruling.
Right. They have a history of taking their time, for sure. Craig, thanks. Well,
And we'll hear from Governor DeSantis from earlier today in just a little bit. Wanted to take you out to New York City, though, where we've been tracking storm damage throughout the past couple of days. Metro North crews still digging out tracks covered in downed trees and mudslides left behind by Ida. The Harlem and New Haven lines are operating on enhanced weekend schedules today, but the Hudson line remains suspended. We want to go out to this segment from our Fox 5 New York team who's been following this throughout the day. Take a listen.
Cranford, New Jersey family happy, lucky to be alive after Ida's floodwaters broke through their basement wall, filling the bottom floor. Wow, look at that. Filling the bottom floor with water, trapping a mother and her son inside. You can hear her scream. Those terrifying moments caught on their security camera. The son was already downstairs cleaning up ankle-deep water when the wall just gave way. He's right in the middle top of the screen right there as the wall gives way. Moments later, he was trapped on one side, his mom on the other. Fortunately, other family members heard the commotion and were able to pull the pair out to safety as we look at that wall give way once again. The son had just made it through that room. Wow, that is crazy. The floodwaters also made roads look more like rivers. Some people even had to be rescued by boat. Fox 5's Briella Tomasetti has more on that and the cleanup that is still really just getting started.
At about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, I knew it was going to get pretty bad. And eventually, I actually got rescued by boat at around 3:30 a.m.
Michael Rosania says he's lucky to be alive 2 days after the remnants of Hurricane Ida destroyed his home in Cranford. But New Jersey's monumental cleanup is only just beginning. In Milburn, roads remain closed due to flooding. Small businesses completely inundated by water, tossing garbage bags full of unsalvageable belongings to the curb. For many storefronts, even freestanding flood barriers were no match for Ida's wrath.
The force of the water, I think the wall blocked, but once the water crested over the wall, all three of our basements flooded.
Amid the receding floodwaters is a rising death toll. Governor Murphy, who toured the damage across Essex and Union counties, reporting an additional 2 fatalities. That brings the total number of Ida-related deaths in New Jersey to 25.
I've spoken with both President Biden and FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell to request emergency funding. In fact, we have already received the first step in that, which is the emergency declaration.
Murphy also announcing $10 million in grants for small businesses impacted by the storm.
Thank God this time I had a second floor. Last time I didn't. We were able to go upstairs.
Yep. As for homeowners, though, there's a long road to recovery ahead.
We're going to need some help. A lot of us have flood insurance. Some of us don't. And I mean, this is the type of stuff that you don't want to happen, but unfortunately it does.
Briella Tomasetti, Fox 5 News.
Metro North crews still digging out tracks covered in downed trees and mudslides left behind by Ida. The Harlem and New Haven lines operating on enhanced weekend schedules today, but the Hudson line remains suspended. Joining us now in Dobbs Ferry, where crews are clearing debris, is Metro North President Catherine Rinaldi. Catherine, thanks for being with us. Give us the big picture where we are right now on the road to getting service back to normal.
So I'm standing here on the Hudson line. There are 2 major issues on the Hudson line that we're working through right now. The one right behind me is a washed out culvert, so the support underneath our 4 tracks basically isn't there anymore. So we need to rebuild that, and you can see the crews in the background working on that right now. Down a ways in Yonkers between Glenwood and Greystone Station, we actually have a mudslide that came over our tracks, and we've got crews down there working to clear that as well. So those are the two big issues that need to be resolved before we can restore service on the Hudson line. But as you just mentioned, we did restore service on the New Haven line and the Harlem line today, and we'll be, running regular service as of tomorrow.
Right. So, yeah, the big problem, I mean, if you've ever been on Metro North, you know, you've got those big, that big steep hill, basically, if you're going north on your right side there, so the rain comes in, washes that away. That seems like a huge issue going forward. I mean, how confident are you that when we fix it this time, we've had 2 massive rainstorms in the past 2 weeks, how concerned are you long term that we're going to have to keep making massive repairs like this?
Well, I mean, part of the repairs and part of what we're focused on now is protecting and safeguarding the infrastructure, right? So we're rebuilding this culvert in a way that hopefully it can withstand the next powerful storm. I mean, this was a historic storm, but we want to build it to withstand any storm. Up, down in the Greystone area where we're taking care of the mudslide, part of that work and part of the scope of that work is to stabilize the slope, again, to prevent a similar occurrence from happening.
Right. And today we heard the governor make the case once again for the MTA modernization project, which would be financed by congestion pricing in Manhattan. Assuming that all goes through and we get the money, is there enough being done in that project, in your estimation, to prevent some of the issues you're dealing with right now?
Yeah, listen, I mean, I think that the MTA capital program, is really very much focused on some of the challenges of climate change and getting our infrastructure into a state of good repair. And, we're going to be very, very focused on that. It's the message from the governor. It's the message from our new leadership with General Lieber. We're very, very focused on the challenges of climate change and making our infrastructure hardened enough to be able to withstand those challenges.
Well, indeed, it's a big job. We appreciate you joining us, Kathy Rinaldo. We know it has been a stressful past few days. We wish you all the best.
Thanks for having me.
So a good breakdown right there of what is going on in the New York area. Back out to New Jersey now, Wildwood, New Jersey. As you can see, things are back up and running on this Friday evening. Labor Day still continuing despite the flooding coming through the area. We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, more of your top stories coming up. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. School is back in session. Let's go out to Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they are talking about all of your education headlines, including vaccine mandates for LA colleges. Take a listen.
This week, students will need to show proof that they're fully vaccinated by October 18th in order to enter buildings, classrooms, and other indoor settings. As for staffers, the vaccine is considered a condition of employment. Those with religious or medical exemptions will have to undergo regular COVID testing and show proof of negative results. And if you're saving up for your kids' college education, you may need to save a lot more than you think. A new study found most American families are woefully underestimating the cost of tuition. According to a 2020 report, the average four-year public university costs about $22,000 a year per person, obviously, while private schools clock in at about $50,000. But roughly 1 in 4 high school parents believe the price tag is around $5,000 a year, and that barely covers your books.
Ooh, that's going to be a shock to them.
From my college experience, and
Right.
that was 300 years ago.
Oh, they used to always frustrate me how expensive the books were, and they changed the edition every year, and you had to get the latest one.
Yeah.
Okay, brace yourselves, parents. You got to save up a lot if you want to get those kids off to college, or hope they get scholarships. Let's talk about our younger kids. Obviously, we've spent a lot of time focusing on the mental well-being, the mental health of our children in school. It's become a major concern during the pandemic. Araxia, you have found a group, and you're going to introduce us to them, that are trying to help.
Yes, Team Project Rise was created as a result of the pandemic and mental health, and after hearing stories of children feeling anxious and the lack of training for teachers when it comes to dealing with the decline in the students' mental health, a group of psychologists, educators, advocacy legislators, and educational advocates came together to do something about it.
Children literally going from a 4.0 to all Fs. So a serious decline too in their academic achievements. So we were thinking, how is this going to also bleed through in the classroom once they return, and how are teachers going to respond? And we saw that there was an increase and a definite urgent need for teachers to really understand and know how to respond to their students.
The goal is to train teachers to identify and deal with these post-COVID stressors.
After being a year and a half at home, we're seeing an attention, low motivation, depression, isolation, social anxiety. So getting back in the classroom and being around people.
But it isn't just about the students. Teachers are also feeling anxious and scared.
We felt that it was important to arm them so that they know how to respond to students in the classroom. So our training is very detailed, and it covers all these areas that teachers could potentially encounter in the classroom, and to know exactly what to do with specific tips and solutions.
The training is under an hour webinar. The plan is to distribute the video to schools across the nation to help teachers spot warning signs when it comes to mental health issues and guide them in how to deal with students who need a little extra help getting back into the swing of things.
Something as important as regression can also create anxiety and a lot of different symptoms. So we can't discount the mental health component. It is so important. This has to be at the forefront. We're even recommending teachers to meet monthly amongst themselves to have like a debrief of what's going on in the classroom.
Meanwhile, remember, children are resilient and they adjust quickly. But here's what you can do to help ease your child back into a school routine.
Focus on things that they can control. A lot of the times we focus too much on things we cannot control, and that brings us in a downward spiral. Reminding them also how brave and strong they are. Kids need to hear this. It's important also to go back and remind them of what a difficult year they've been through and how they got through it. The other thing is focusing on the things that you can start up again, creating a list of activities and events that you are looking forward to doing. This will really help bring up the mood. And also reminding them and yourself as a parent to take it slow and one day at a time. We don't need to dive into everything all at once, because the re-entry itself is very overwhelming. So taking it slow and asking them what they want to do is the most important.
Focus on what you can control and what you can't control, right? That I think even adults struggle with that sometimes.
I know I do, for sure.
Yeah, so the goal is, as you heard, to distribute this video to districts throughout our state here in California and then all around the country.
Look, you know, it's interesting. They talk about how resilient kids are and how they can bounce back, but it's important to understand their baseline, right? What's their baseline And a lot of teachers don't know that when they're meeting kids for the first time, so they may not necessarily recognize if they're acting unusual, right?
Well, and all the training they've had, the circumstances have been so different, but because of everything we've gone through, things have changed. So you have to adjust and adapt to the new norm.
Absolutely, and the target moves a little bit each time, and it varies from age to age. Roxy, this was awesome. Thank you so much for bringing this to us.
So that was Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Really great information. Speaking of schools, though, we want to go out to Florida. Governor DeSantis with some COVID-19 updates. You'll remember he made an executive order banning mask mandates in schools, saying parents should have the choice on whether or not they should require their children to wear masks inside of schools. So today, here are his remarks from earlier.
We, for far too long, the treatment was neglected. So we're not doing that here in Florida. So we're happy that people have been able to be aware of this now. We're glad that people are doing it, and we're obviously very glad to hear the positive stories and hear the positive response when people get better, because that's what it's all about. So I'm going to let Senator Broxton come up and say a few things, and then we'll hear from some of the folks who have had this treatment.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for being here. They say that government moves slowly, not in your administration. We set a standard when COVID hit Florida of offering vaccines to more locations quickly, and you did that. Many people chose not to do that. And rather than saying to those folks, you're just, that was your personal decision, we have doubled down now with treatment that says if you have not had the vaccine, which we still encourage you to give, we're going to give you an option where you're not going to be in the hospital. And because of you, in warp speed, with the 3 hospitals sending a message to you this week, we were able to cobble together a program through the county commission and city. And we're going to have a program here because it works. And I listened to the testimony in the back. It's phenomenal. This is something that we used in the Senate under President Simpson, and now the people of Florida know it, and you're sending that word. Thank you, Governor, for your leadership. Thank you for what you've done, and thank you for sending a signal to the rest of the state that you can keep the economy open and still keep people safe. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so we're going to hear from some folks. So Angela Moore, can you come up and tell us about your treatment? Yeah.
I contracted COVID on a Saturday evening 2 weeks ago, and by Tuesday I couldn't stand, and I had a fever of 99 to almost 103. I spent 2 days and finally got the COVID test 2 days after that. 3 days later I was able to get the monoclonal infusion, and I went in there with a fever, and I came out and I didn't have any more symptoms except for fatigue from that time forward.
Great, thanks. Okay, Sean Kramer.
Yeah, so my story is very similar to most people you're going to hear. About 2 weeks ago, I came down with some symptoms. I had previously been vaccinated back in February, so my symptoms weren't nearly severe as what I suspected them to be COVID-related. It was a classic symptom of loss of taste and smell. So I contacted one of my doctors that I knew at the VA. We talked about the options as far as getting on the cocktail, and I stopped him and I said, what's the outcome of that? He said, within 5 to 7 days you'll feel great. And I said, well, what about the monoclonal antibodies? And he said, well, where can you get that? And so as the governor stated, he was unaware of it. I sent him the link, and he said, you'll feel great within a day if you go get that, is my suggestion. And that was my experience. With 2 days later, I tested negative. Got back to work. That was my goal, not to expose anybody else to my profession, and got me back. So thank you.
Great. All right. We have Melanie Hinson here.
Yes, my husband tested positive for COVID on the 14th of August. The next week, I tested positive. I immediately got in touch with my doctor, because I knew from what I'd heard and read, he had to have a referral. That Monday, we met via Zoom. She said, I will call the hospital, make the referral. It may take a day or so, within 2 hours. I had an appointment for the next day. and I went and got the infusion because I hadn't heard a whole lot about it. But I went in there, and the staff that administered it, a lot of them were there on their own time because they believed in it. They believed in what they were doing, the benefits. After that afternoon, when I got home, my taste came back and went, oh, I tasted the achiness, all of that went away. I still don't get out and try to overdo, because I'm no better than that, I know how I am. But the next step is for my husband to be able to eventually get this infusion, because it does help. It helps people that to keep them from going into full-blown COVID. And I watched it, it's no fun. But we've been blessed through all this, and I thank you for that effort and the push that you do, because there's people here that don't have insurance, that don't have those referrals, that are going to be able to get that help that each of us have been able to get. Thank you.
Okay, we have Yvette McClellan.
Thank you, Governor DeSantis, for bringing the monoclonal antibody infusion treatment to our area. Thank you, Mayor Robinson, for asking me to come and give my testimony on my treatment. On August 22nd, I started feeling sick, felt like a head cold with just coughing, and I didn't want to infect my coworkers, so I stayed home Monday, and I went and got tested. I tested positive for COVID, and basically was told there's nothing I can do for you, and they escorted me outside the back door. Didn't even get to go back to the lobby. But anyway, my husband came home that day, and he actually started feeling bad, and he figured, well, I'm not going to get tested. I have it, you have it, so I'm not going to worry about it. My boss, Amy Lavoie, who's the finance director of the city, she actually gave me the link from an article where Sacred Heart would give you antibody infusion. And so I said, you're going to go get tested. He went and got tested. He was positive. By Friday, we had the antibody infusion. We did it. He came home, and he was better that afternoon. And he was a lot sicker than I was. And so I'm so happy that we were able to do that. I will say that there's a lot of people that I know that they have lost their loved ones from COVID. My coworkers, actually one of the ladies in my office, her husband was buried this week. So I encourage everyone, and thank you so much for pushing this. I encourage you all to go and get this antibody infusion as soon as you start feeling anything. Because the sooner you get it done, the faster you're going to start feeling better. And that'll keep us all out of hospitals.
Okay. James?
Yes, I tested positive for COVID on Sunday. I actually work for a service where we have a medical director that we work with. I called him immediately and asked him what I should do next. He told me to start driving towards Fort Walton. So that's what I did. And while I was en route, my wife actually scheduled an appointment online. And by the time I got there, I had a Q code. They scanned it, and I was in and out within an hour and a half. And I actually tested negative 4 days later, and I got nothing more than but a stuffy nose. And we're just very thankful to have this treatment. As I've seen COVID patients, severe COVID patients, and taking care of them, it is a true blessing. And we're very thankful for you, and we're thankful for all you do for us.
Thank you. And just to make sure everyone's clear, at the state sites, these 21 sites, obviously we'll have more when we do Escambia. We are going to do some more in some other parts of the state as well, where there's a demand. This is not at a charge to the patient. The Regeneron that we're using has already been purchased long ago by the federal government. It was purchased, I think, in the later part of 2020 under the Trump administration. So that's there. And so you use it or you don't, but it is not going to be a charge either way. And so I wouldn't want to. You hear a lot of misinformation out there. You hear people try to push narratives. That's a lot of that's just political nonsense. You're not going to be charged for it. And so I wouldn't want anyone to be dissuaded from seeking treatment that could help them because they think somehow they're not going to be able to afford it. No, we're going to be able to do, and we're going to keep working very, very hard. Also, important to point out, the Regeneron that we're using is also approved for use as a prophylaxis. So if you have high-risk people in particular, where you may have someone that contracts COVID, like at a nursing home, you can go in and apply that prophylactically to nursing home residents, for example, if they may have been exposed. So that's an approved use. We actually had a lady write into me saying how she was had been exposed. She was feeling bad. The doctor just told her just go home and wouldn't give her anything. And so she says, you know, since you had the standing order for this, I went to one of the sites. I knew I could do it prophylactically. I did it. And then she had other health problems, and she ended up going to see a doctor. We said, if you hadn't gotten that, you'd probably be dead right now. And so it can be very, very effective if you use it as a prophylaxis, and we want to make sure that we're able to do it. It's also the case that we do, can be done as an IV infusion, but the Regeneron also can be done through injections. And so you can do subcutaneous application, usually 2 in the belly and 1 in each arm. The good thing about that is you don't have to sit in a chair for an hour. You kind of go, they do it, they will observe you, but they can continue to see other patients in that whole process. And so that's a lot of our sites. Most of our sites probably do between 175 and 225 a day, but we can do over 300 at almost all of these sites. And so there's a handful around the state that typically hit about 300, but most of them are usually there. But it gives you an ability to do more if there is more demand. And fortunately, on the one hand, we're obviously seeing admissions go down and some a lot of good signs, but because this is now, every time one of these folks gets it and then talks to their friends and family, light bulbs go off. And we've obviously worked really hard over the last many weeks to get the word out. And now we get people writing in from across the country saying, thanks, I saw your press conference in Ormond Beach, and I'm in whatever state, and so I got COVID, and I went and I asked for it. And they didn't have it in my community. I went and I tried to find it. So we've been able to do a lot, but to me, the most powerful examples are the folks that have done it. We had a lady in our Jacksonville site that was really in bad shape. She was actually just laying on the floor waiting for a monoclonal treatment. Someone took a picture, which wasn't appropriate, and it went viral. And she got the monoclonal, and then like a day or two later, she was basically fine. And she would have been, probably a day or two would have been in the ICU had she not gotten it. So you see that, you hear the stories, people talk, now more people know. And it's not just the people who are infected with COVID, it also just lets people know who may have some apprehension, like, okay, there are things you can do if you end up getting infected. And so I think it just helps people with their peace of mind as well. So we're looking forward to being able to do the Escambia location. And we will have news on that very, very shortly. It will start sometime next week. In the meantime, I would just encourage folks to, if you need it, in the meantime, look to your local health system here, which has done a very good job. And then also you can go over to our Fort Walton site and do that as well. And that's another important thing. If you are in a community where our sites may not be perfectly convenient for you, just know the health system is doing this. They may not be doing it in as large a numbers as always necessary, but it is available. And so make sure you're checking that as well. These sites are really supplementing what had been going on, and obviously it's been helping to raise a lot of awareness about what's going on. So we look forward to seeing this here. I think it'll help a lot of folks. And look, as we go forward on this thing, I think people, you look around, you look at a country like Israel that is experiencing big waves, high vaccination rates. In Florida, we have the highest vaccination in the Southeast, and we're better than the national average, yet we've dealt with a Delta wave. So I think everyone's going to have to deal with this, and we'll see kind of going forward what happens. But I can tell you, if this is something that everyone understands is available, you will absolutely reduce the number of people being admitted to hospitals. You will absolutely take weight off the hospital system, and yes, you will save lives. And so that's what it's all about. Okay, I can take a couple questions before we leave.
Yep. Governor, earlier this week you talked about possibly releasing county-level death data. Have you looked into that anymore?
Department of Health is looking at it, yep.
Is that going to come out anytime?
I'll refer you to them. I haven't been able to address it since we talked about it the other day.
Governor,
Yes,
in terms of the $5,000 fine for vaccination status coming into businesses, what do you say to the business owners that say we want to make our own rules. We feel being stepped on a little bit.
Well, respectfully to them, I would say vaccine passports, one, I'm vaccinated. I'm offended that someone would make me show something just to go to a restaurant or just to live life. And there's a lot of people who've already recovered from COVID who do have immunity. You actually are saying me with a Johnson & Johnson shot can go in, but someone who's recovered from COVID and probably has stronger immunity, they can't go in? I'm sorry, that is anti-science. I also don't want two classes of citizens. You know, we have some people in our communities who just made the decision this is something that they're not going to do. So what, you're going to write them out of society? They're not going to be able to go show their face? And some of these places that have vaccine passports, because the little kiddies aren't eligible for vaccine, some of them are saying, yeah, if you're under 12, don't even come in. And it's also the case that as much as I am happy to see vaccinated people get good protection against hospitalization and death, and it has been good, the fact is, it is spreading regardless of vaccination. That's just the reality. The theory behind a vaccine passport is, okay, if you force everyone to have it in order to kind of live in society, then you'll be able to basically just nuke COVID. But we know that that's not the case. You know, very, very high vaccination rates. You still have big waves. So it just doesn't make any sense. And my view is we got to protect people's ability to live their lives. I don't want a biomedical security state in which you're constantly having to do this just to be able to live everyday life. At the end of the day, the vaccines have helped people ward off severe illness, and you know, we obviously work very hard to distribute it. At the end of the day, though, it is what it's about your health and whether you want that protection or not. It really doesn't impact me or anyone else, because we've seen the data on this, and so the theory behind it, I think, has gone totally up in smoke. And I also just think that there's been huge mistakes made along the way with some of these authorities lecturing people about this. I can tell you, there's a lot of folks that when they hear that, if they're on the fence, that pushes them in the other direction. That is not the way that you do it. And what I try to do is just give the data. I give it honestly. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, and I'm not going to tell somebody something that is not true based on the data just because I want them to behave in a certain way. A lot of these folks, they tell these noble lies because they want you to behave in a certain way, and so they don't give the whole truth. I mean, you look at the fact that we're even having to do this with this early treatment, that should not, we're happy to do because we want to help. But this should have been something that was screamed from the rooftops from HHS and CDC since last December. Can you imagine if 100% of Americans knew that this was something that was available? You know how many people we would have kept out of the hospital? You know how many people that would not have died over the last 9 months? That's just a fact. And we're obviously correcting that in Florida, and we're actually helping other states too because we've put a lot of emphasis on it. You know, I look at that and I wonder, why, if you have an effective treatment, I mean, this treatment was used on an experimental basis to the President of the United States in October, and very effectively. Why would you not be talking about it? And I think one of the reasons that some didn't think that they should talk about it is because they didn't want people to think, okay, maybe you don't need to get vaccinated, maybe you just get the treatment. And they worried that people would take that message. And my view is, you know, we've never said it's either or. We think that they complement each other. But if someone does do that, that's not a reason to not give them the full information. That's not a reason to provide this, you know, for everybody. So, you know, I think some of the stuff with the vaccine passports, I mean, it's an overreach. It's too intrusive. And at the end of the day, my philosophy is, as governor, my job is to protect your individual freedom. My job is not to protect corporate freedom. That is not what I'm here for. I mean, we have a good business climate, we have everything. But this idea that businesses can just do whatever they want and invade your privacy and doing all that, no, I'm not signing up for that. I'm signing up for protecting your freedom and making sure we have a society in Florida where people can make the best decisions for themselves and for their families. And that's what we're doing by protecting against these mandates and making sure that that's done based on what people believe is best for them and their families, but not something that's imposed either by government or, in some respects, in some instances, by very, very powerful private entities. Okay, guys, we'll hope to have a good grand opening here next week, so thank you. You ready? Thanks, guys.
So Governor DeSantis from earlier today. We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, still hitting on all of these top stories that we haven't hit on throughout the day. It has been a busy week, though, needless to say. Let's take a live look across the country. New Jersey, as we've been covering weather all throughout the week, just this past weekend. I mean, it's amazing to think about the timeline of all of this. Hurricane Ida ripping through. Another live look, Washington, D.C., Capitol Hill right there, and then the White House. President Biden not at the White House today. Will be going into the evening talking about what he's been up to today, surveying the damage out in Louisiana, and also speaking closely with New York City and New York officials as they have had historic flooding. We'll see you back here in just 2 minutes on Live Now. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from New York City right now as they are still kind of surveying the damage from throughout the past couple of days. New York City actually planning a new evacuation and alert system after this deadly flooding. Many of the officials just saying they weren't ready, so they want to be ready for the future if this does happen again. We'll hear from New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio as he updated all New York City residents on the flooding and also the subway damage, as many people were without transit because of this historic rainfall. Take a listen.
People, we are going to prepare to evacuate you from your apartments so that people are in the mindset early. We hope, of course, with tools like evacuations and travel bans to not have to use them ultimately. But by telling people it's a real possibility and by putting the structure in place, we're going to both prepare people, but also have a tool we can use rapidly if we get a report of this kind of escalation coming. And we're going to have to assume the escalation, because with all the good efforts made to project weather, we now understand that this kind of radical, sudden change in weather is beyond the understanding, beyond the reach of any of our typical measuring tools. Things are happening that projections can't track with accuracy or consistency, which means we have to assume the worst in a way we never have before. That storms will move faster, that they will be much more severe, they will be much more sudden, that they will set records regularly. It's a very different mindset. This is what we're going to do, particularly focused on folks in basement apartments, to change the paradigm. We also want to emphasize, anyone in a basement apartment, if you're in any danger at all, call 911 and never wonder if your documentation status will be asked. It will not be. Never wonder if there'll be any threat to the place that you live in if you call because you're in danger. We want to save lives. We're not here to make people vulnerable. We want to save lives. So people should be assured, if you call 911, that is just about protecting you and your family and nothing else. Third part, the Extreme Weather Response Task Force. We're going to have government officials who work in all the different areas, consulting with outside experts. We're going to put together a new set of protocols and policies by Climate Week, and that is by the September 26th week. That makes clear that tragically these extreme incidents are now the new normal. And so we're going to have an entirely different set of tools, but also a profoundly different set of responses when we see these kinds of incidents coming. And we're going to have to work on the long-term policies to do everything we can to change the foundational reality, which will take years, but we have to start now. In the meantime, this city, and I saw it yesterday, I admire the homeowners, the storekeepers who are out there immediately cleaning up, doing everything they could to get back to normal. I want you all to know Sanitation Department is going to be there for you today and through next week. You'll hear from the Commissioner in a moment to clear away any refuse and help people get back to normal as much as possible. I also want everyone to know that alternate side parking is suspended through the weekend. And for everyone out there, homeowners, small business owners who have suffered a real blow here, we want to get financial help and all forms of help to you right away. There's going to be a variety of tools that are made available, direct financial aid for homeowners and business owners, legal assistance, anything that we can get to people quickly to help them. Our Small Business Services Department is going to do. We're going to work closely with the federal government and the state. I want to thank President Biden, who issued a federal emergency declaration. And I want people to know that the three levels of government are working together to speed that aid and get it in people's hands. Those are some of the updates I want to give. I now want you to hear from our Emergency Management Commissioner, John Scrivani, who's going to give you the latest. We've obviously been watching a variety of situations, the roads, which thank God are better now, subways, which have come back. He'll give you an update on where things stand today, and then we'll turn to our Sanitation Commissioner, Ed Grayson. But first, Emergency Management Commissioner John Scrivani.
Yeah, thank you, sir. As the mayor mentioned, we experienced devastating effects from the storm, including the loss of life and significant personal property damage. I think all of us across the city know of someone that's been impacted by this severely. I just wanted to give you a quick update on what we're doing and what we have done. So we're working around the clock to make sure New Yorkers have the resources they need. Yesterday, we stood up a virtual disaster assistance center to provide resources to impacted individuals. You could access this by going to 311 or nyc.gov/IDA, IDA. We're also later today standing up in each borough in-person disaster assistance centers, and that information will also be available through our website or 311. We've had the Emergency Operations Center will remain active 24 hours a day, 7 days a week until we transition. We have activated our dewatering, damage assessment task forces, and the tow truck task force to pump water, assess damage, and tow vehicles. As of now, the NYPD and our support agencies have towed over 1,300 cars. We've dewatered hospitals, government buildings, and personal property, people's homes. There are over 1,000 buildings reported with damage so far through 311, and our buildings department is in the process of assessing each of those locations. So please call 311 to report your damage to your home, business, or to the street. We have assisted several healthcare facilities, hospitals, nursing homes, and adult care facilities to restore services, and we're working very closely with the Red Cross to provide housing assistance and cleanup kits across the city. For the next steps, later today, in partnership with the Department of Social Services, we will be opening those disaster assistance centers in each borough. You'll be able to access housing services, financial assistance and counseling, social services, and mental health support, just to name a few. We're going to continue to coordinate this interagency response, including damage assessment, pump out operations, debris removal, support to New Yorkers and assistance, and restoration services. Later today, you will continue to see our buildings department folks doing damage assessment, and tomorrow we will start doing assessments with the federal government and New York State. We're going to continue to hold these interagency meetings with the local, state, and federal agencies, as well as our partners and elected officials, until we get through this. We're going to be deploying those coordinated teams throughout the week and as long as we need to. And as mentioned earlier, alternate side of the street parking will be suspended through September 8th. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And now I want you to hear from our Sanitation Commissioner. I always say sanitation does amazing work. The men and women of the Sanitation Department don't get enough praise and appreciation. After Sandy, I remember how they literally, the care and the concern they showed to people all over the city who were dealing with so much pain, just helping them clear away all the things that reminded them of the tragedy and helping them move forward, and the kindness that sanitation workers showed. People really appreciate it. Well, here again, after this tragedy, sanitation workers are out there now in force, helping people clean up, helping move their lives forward. I want to get an update now from our Commissioner, Ed Grayson.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we are out. We have all staff employed. All available personnel is going to be rotating. Unlike a snowstorm, we remain on 3 shifts because when it comes to extra debris removal, instead of splitting our workforce in half, we'll be working around the clock. Because at some point in time, as we fill up the trucks, we need to empty them. So it's a different level of operation in comparison to a snowstorm of trying to assist the homeowners as they place it out. The main message for today is we are committed to working around the clock throughout the weekend into next week, as long as it takes to be there for the communities impacted. And to remind all residents to, number one, be safe while you're handling the material that you're going through as you decide what has to come out of your home, as you do what you can to remediate not only just first the dewatering and the water damage, but then start to bring the material out. And to remind all the New York City residents to place it out and to, we're going to say this, we're working around the clock. You'll see us out there, but you have to get it out. I know that that's a lot. In times like these, one of the most challenging things is trying to make peace with the loss of your personal possessions. We had already areas of the city that have the tragedies of the human loss, and there are countless victims now who have to go through what they feel is their loss as they look to the remnants of their basements and personal property. We want to be there for them. We're fully committed to the operation of that. The key message is safety for them as they're handling the material, getting it out to the curb, and to know that DSNY will be out there in mass helping in those areas. And we know now, too, as well, this morning we're working in about 17 community boards on storm operations of some sort. We know that that is not the full picture because people will be bringing it out. They will go down, they will come home from where they were, they will find new material. And we understand that. And we're looking to work with all of our local partners. We've been contacting all the local community boards and the community leaders to say we're here to remind the residents what to do, and we're committed to that response throughout. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Again, thank you. Please pass on my thanks to all the men and women of sanitation who are really helping people deal with this very, very difficult time. Thank you. Now, someone else who's done extraordinary work helping out his neighbors, and I was with him yesterday in Brooklyn. I want you to hear from one of our members of the City Council who really went out there, helped people personally to clean up, took me around to stores where store owners had seen huge losses, totally hands-on in his approach. I want to thank him for that, but also we were able to show the store owners how the city could help them and give them immediate answers and immediate response, and I know that was so important to them. I want you to hear from soon-to-be Borough President of Brooklyn and still Council Member Antonio Reynoso.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me the opportunity to be here, and thank you for coming yesterday to Bushwick. In these times, a lot of folks feel extremely vulnerable. They feel helpless, and I think to see the mayor's office, to see, sorry about that, to see small business services, the Department of Sanitation, and just folks being present immediately in the aftermath really gave them some hope and an idea that we will be back and we will make sure that we make them whole. Any resource available will be made available to them. and we're going to make sure that they don't have to go far or look for resources through tons of bureaucracy. We're just going to make this as easy as possible to make sure that they get that service. But look, we have long-term and short-term work that needs to happen. I'm extremely grateful to see this plan being put forth by the mayor that is going to speak to a storm that can happen tomorrow or next week. We need immediate, proactive action to happen so that we prevent any future, damages to property or life. If we can prevent that, we want to make that happen. But then we have to talk about the long term. There's infrastructure issues in this city that really need to be addressed. And the only way to make that happen is through collaboration with all of the agencies at all levels. The federal government, the state government, and the municipal level, all working together. This is not a time for us to start pointing fingers and figuring out who's responsible for what. It's about all hands on deck. We know what we need to do. Let's get it done. And I'm here to let the mayor know, to let the city know that I will be a willing and active partner in making sure that the long-term sustainability and resiliency effort that needs to happen so that we can effectively address climate change, I'm going to be a part of that. So, Mr. Mayor, please look to me as an ally. And thank you so much for the work that you've done in the short term and one day to be able to put forth a plan that I think is effective and speaks to the urgency. In some ways, I know some people won't be happy that they got to leave their basement apartments or that we need them to move to safer ground. But if it means that we're saving their lives, then I feel like that's something that we need to do. Again, just remember, this is one New York. We need to work together to help everyone. And I want all elected officials and all players and partners to work together. Let's address climate change the right way. Let's make New York City the model city when it comes to addressing climate change. And again, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for having me today.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think you're right. New York City, we have led the way in the response to COVID. We got to lead the way in the response to this extreme weather. We're going to do things very differently. And thank you for being such a powerful part of the response yesterday. I want to tell you thanks to you and our Small Business Services Commissioner, Janelle Doris, who was with us, being out there directly helping businesses. But I really appreciated your hands-on approach. And I know those businesses are going to need a lot of help, and we're going to stick with them every way through. And thank you again. Thank you for being there for them. Everybody, I want to just give you another update. I got a clarification here. I had said alternate side parking through the weekend, but in fact, because of Labor Day and because of Rosh Hashanah, it's all the way through Wednesday suspended. So the first day there's alternate side parking again is Thursday, September 9th. Almost a full week. So again, you do not need to move your car until Thursday, September 9th. And speaking of Rosh Hashanah, coming up, of course, Monday evening, we saw something really powerful in the last few days. A group of rabbis who want to send a message to the community at this important time of year, a time of celebration as the new year begins, but also a time for reflection on how we can protect the community, save lives, help each other. A group of trusted and respected rabbis from Far Rockaway and from the 5 towns put together a striking video to get the message across about how we need to fight COVID together, how we need to get people vaccinated. I think it makes the message really clear. I want to show it to you now.
My dear and beloved Chevra, the Ribbon Shalom has given us a gift, a very precious gift. It's called the COVID-19 vaccines.
Vaccines have allowed us to reopen
and to enjoy Simcha safely again.
With all of the data, we clearly see just how safe and effective these vaccines are for all populations,
including the elderly, those with underlying health conditions, and pregnant and nursing women.
Due to so many people being vaccinated, the number of hospitalizations and deaths decreased greatly since the vaccines were released.
But the numbers of COVID-19 cases are spiking again. And in New York, almost all deaths due to COVID-19 are in unvaccinated individuals.
Unvaccinated people die.
They die.
We haven't lived through enough. We should live in Europe in 20 years, but for we in the community have to realize
that if 99% of doctors say take the shot, we take the shot. What's the shile over here? Are we playing games?
The Torah says, "V'rapa yirape." Mikan shenitein reshus l'roifa l'rapos. When it pertains to matters of health, you have to follow the doctors.
So let's all feel comfortable yet again, davening in shul, going back to yeshivas, Bate Knesiyas, Batim and Roshas.
Please take achrayus for your neighbor's health as well as your own.
Nafshei Seichem is in the plural. When we take the vaccine, we're helping everybody, and that's a double mitzvah.
There is unfortunately a lot of misinformation circulating.
But it's important to know the truth.
After over a year of research, clinical trials, and the actual vaccines in use,
we see no evidence of any kind of fertility and no evidence of increased risk to women of childbearing age.
We are a cohesive community.
And the very best way to ensure our health and safety is with one united, harmonious voice.
One voice.
One voice.
One voice. Gedolei Yisrael have urged us all to take the vaccine. We need to follow in their footsteps.
Cases are spiking in every state.
Let's not add the 5 towns in New York City, Khalila, to that list.
We want to celebrate the Yom Tovim responsibly.
Get vaccinated now.
Get vaccinated now.
Get vaccinated now.
Right now.
Why are you still waiting? Please get vaccinated today.
Let's do it as soon as we can.
Get vaccinated now.
Please get vaccinated.
Get vaccinated. Get it done. That's what the doctors and Rabbanim want us to do. Let's go.
Be smart. Be responsible. Get vaccinated.
You know, it's been a year and a half we've been fighting this battle, and I've seen many appeals to people to really understand how important it is to protect each other. This is one of the most powerful and moving to me. It says it all. And I want to thank all the rabbis who participated. They're doing such a great service, and particularly at this crucial time of year. So everybody, you heard the message, and it's a way to celebrate the new year together in safety, in peace. Everyone get vaccinated for the good of all. And I want to say to all the members of the Jewish community at this special time of year, Shana Tova. And with that, we are going to turn to our indicators as always. And first, how appropriate the number of doses administered to date. This has really been consistently rising. This is such good news. 10,779,690 doses administered to date. Also, importantly, we are now approaching in that group of young people, the 12 to 17-year-olds, we're getting close to the 2/3 mark already. School still a couple of weeks away, and almost 2/3 of 12 to 17-year-olds have gotten at least one dose. A lot is happening in the right direction on vaccination, but we've got a lot more to do. Number 2, daily number of people admitted to New York City hospitals for suspected COVID-19. Today's report, 112 patients, 37.61% positivity rate. Hospitalization rate per 100,000. And this, again, we see some good trend line here. Today's number, 1.26 per 100,000. And then new reported cases on a 7-day average, 1,526 cases. I'm going to finish with a few words in Spanish and go back to the response to the horrible rain and flooding we saw on Wednesday. Ayer vi de primera mano el dolor de las personas que perdieron negocios, hogares y lo peor, seres queridos. También vi cientos de trabajadores de primera línea, conductores de bus y vecinos ayudar y proteger uno a otro. Los neoyorquinos son tenaces. La ciudad de Nueva York es fuerte. Su ciudad está aquí para ayudarle. With that, let's turn to our colleagues in the media. Please let me know the name and outlet of each journalist.
We'll now begin our Q&A. As a reminder, we're joined today by Commissioner Scrivani, by Commissioner Grayson, by Small Business Services Commissioner Doris, by Dr. Mitch Katz, and by Dr. Andrew Wallach, Chief Medical Officer for Ambulatory Care. The first question today goes to Juliet from 1010 Wins.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering,
do you already have, or would you create a database for basement apartments so that if emergency crews have to go door to door, they know where they have to go or which are actually inhabited?
Yes, Juliet, we have a lot of information, but there's more to put together, which is one of the things this task force needs to work on. We need to have an absolute accounting of all of them. And then we can apply these door-to-door techniques if we need to. If we tell people early, prepare for evacuation, but we actually then have to go the next step to a full evacuation, we've got to have a clear database to work from, and certainly begin with knowing the areas which we do know where they are prevalent. So this is some of the work we have to perfect now. This was not something we thought of previously. When you thought of evacuation in a storm, it's now what we have to do. Go ahead, Juliet.
Yeah, and when people are evacuated, if it comes to that, where do they go? Where do you place them? Do you open schools, hotels? What would be the plan for that?
This is exactly the thing we have to work through because it's a new reality. Now, we have an in-place shelter structure, meaning in an emergency, not the shelters we think of day to day that are in use all the time, but in an emergency. Schools can be converted into shelter spaces, a variety of other public buildings. We saw that during Sandy. That plan is operational at all times. And this is something emergency management has available, and God forbid we ever have to use it, but it is in all parts of the city available. So we have spaces if we need to do that. But we're going to have to develop that plan specifically to address folks who live in basement apartments because, again, most of the thinking previously had been directed to coastal areas.
The next is Andrea Grimes from WCBS.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question about infrastructure and what can be done in the very short term. Yesterday, in particular, on 183rd Street in Jamaica, most of the residents were saying this is what happens, not to this extent, but it always floods when it rains. What can be done? What can you tell New Yorkers who are concerned about the next storm, which may be just days from now? What can the city do in the short term?
Well, Andrea, this is a very good question. I want to separate it into two parts. The long term and parts of Queens that were affected are exactly an example of this. Years ago, early in the administration, we committed $2 billion to reworking the sewer systems in Southeast Queens and actually creating sewer systems in some places that really didn't have modern sewer systems. And a lot of that work has been done. Some of it's continuing. But even with that, our Commissioner for Environmental Protection, Vinny Sapienza, who's an extraordinary leader, said even with the most up-to-date sewers, after $2 billion is being spent, this kind of rain, that kind of accumulation in 1 hour is more than even the most modern systems can often handle. So we have to understand, yes, we must invest massively in infrastructure all over the city, and this new federal support is going to allow us to do things we never could do before. But we also have to recognize we're constantly racing against higher and higher standards, and we're going to have to do our best to meet them. But sometimes, the power of nature will surpass us. What we can do now, I think, is less about can we make an infrastructure fix in days or weeks. No, we know we can't. But what we can do is move people if we need to. When you have a coastal storm, we obviously have things like temporary barriers we can put up. That kind of tool works. But from what I'm seeing with this situation, with the basements, our best bet in the short term is to change.
So you've been listening in to that Mayor de Blasio briefing from earlier this morning in New York City. We want to go out to coverage from Fox 29 in Philly as they are still working on storm damage and recovery following Ida. Listen.
Expressway once completely underwater. How's it looking now?
Yeah, sorry guys, and we have to apologize. We have a lot of crews coming in and out where we are along the ramp on 676 here, so we had to shift last minute. Let's take a look. Look at those crews actively working here to clear 676 of all of this water, and they are making some progress. For the first time under this overpass, you can start to see the top of the median. When will 676 reopen? That we don't know. Once this road is clear, crews will have to examine the infrastructure and make that determination. This is the bed Joe Jackson says he was sleeping in when water came rushing into his Center City apartment around 4:30 Thursday morning.
Terrifying. When I woke up, I thought I was in a nightmare.
Jackson says the floodwaters surged above the toilet. The first floor of his apartment ruined.
The washing machine was floating for a while, so the washing machine was disconnected from the wall and just floating around the basement for a while there.
Today, Joe's dad helped him with the cleanup. He and his neighbors lining the curb with the items that didn't survive. For Jackson, that also means his car. It's totaled. Like many on the block, it was submerged in water. What's left? A blanket of mud decorating cars, streets, and this parking garage.
It was humbling today to see the areas in daylight where we had so many rescue operations a couple nights ago.
City leaders say crews are working to clean up the extensive and historic flood damage as quickly as possible. PennDOT operating 8 pumps along 676 to drain several feet of floodwater currently drowning the highway. The unprecedented view attracting a lot of attention.
I had to come and check it out for myself because I'd never seen anything like it.
And I was just walking. I thought it was a part of the river, like up the street. So then now I see it's a highway. It's crazy out here.
And that man is in town this weekend for Made in America, so he doesn't live here. He was not familiar, and he legitimately thought that this was a river. Made in America concert absolutely happening this weekend, although you should expect some traffic issues. So for that reason, city officials are encouraging everyone to take public transportation. And again, when will 676 reopen? We should have a better idea of that answer tomorrow once the road is officially clear of any water. Back to you.
At least no reports of anybody swimming in the Vine Street Expressway Canal today, so that's a plus. But, all right, Jenny, thank you very much. Skyfox drone over Upper Dublin, Montgomery County today showing the path of destruction from Wednesday's tornadoes, and this is right along Meeting House Road there. And you see the tops of the trees and homes just completely ripped off here.
Meanwhile, parts of Lower Bucks are under a boil water advisory tonight. This impacts Bristol, Falls Township, Middletown Township, and Tullytown. The municipal authority is also asking people to conserve water however you can. Kathy, what a week it's been. A historic week. How's the holiday weekend shaping up?
It's certainly historic, undoubtedly. And the holiday weekend actually looks good. That's the good news. This is the beach in Ocean City. If you look close, you can see the guard shack there. Somebody's jogging on the beach. A couple of folks still enjoying the beach, not the water, and the boardwalk. The temperature, 67 degrees. A lot of people heading down the shore this weekend. It's going to be a nice one. Here at home, nice as well. Temperatures in the 50s and 60s. Allentown, Pottstown, 59 already. Philadelphia, 67, Wilmington, 62. That northerly wind is going to cool it down big time tonight. Tomorrow, though, we'll bounce back up to 80 in the Philadelphia area. By Sunday, just a chance of an afternoon shower. And Monday looks great for the holiday. The high temperature, 82 degrees. Going down the shore, we have the forecast for you. I'll be back with that in the 70 in just a few minutes.
All right, Kathy, thank you. Wilmington's mayor declared a state of emergency in the city today. Emergency shelters are open for people whose homes were damaged or can't get to their homes because of the flooding. Many roads and bridges across the city are still closed. More than 200 people were rescued during the height of the storm. Residents say it'll be a long road to recovery.
It's a shame that we have to get rid of our stuff, or stuff is missing, or you know, getting rid of, and you know, a lot of stuff I have expensive albums and pictures, and even my dad's ashes were down there, so it's just scary.
Now, in the area of North Heald Street near 13th Street, residents say that they have never seen flooding like this before, but water went up to 8 feet inside their homes.
Video of the widespread damage continues to come into our newsroom. This is in the area of Russell Place and Tannery Run Road in Ambler. Home after home, roofs ripped off, trees just uprooted.
And New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy announced $10 million in grant money for small businesses impacted by Ida. Those grants will range from $1,000 up to $5,000 per business.
As the cleanup process continues in South Jersey, Skyfox drone was over the wreckage in Mullica Hill today. People there are starting to pick up the pieces from a confirmed EF3 tornado. Richard Hoagland has lived on Route 322 since 1974. His family home was wrecked within minutes, as was his livelihood, which grows on his property. He has sold mums for years, and hundreds of those plants were damaged. He says his water well also broke and his barn was destroyed. He and his wife were inside the house when the tornado hit.
When the tornado hit, we were sitting in the house talking to a friend of mine, and he was talking to my wife, and he said, "Cindy, there's a tornado coming." So I looked out the window, and on that side over there, the sky was gray, and on this side over there was totally black. So I ran out, opened the front door, and you had the proverbial freight train with all the debris and the stuff moving.
The mayor of Mullica Hill says lots of people have been stopping by the town to offer food, water, and clothing.
And also in Mullica Hill, one of the owners of New Jersey's largest dairy farm says all but one building on the farm was damaged or destroyed. Many spent the day cleaning up at the Wellacrest Farms. There is a GoFundMe for the farm, and we have a link to it on fox29.com. Now, as quickly as the storms came through, the cleanup process will take even longer. So stay with Fox 29 for continuing coverage in the days and weeks ahead. Well, developing right now in Chester County, a Coatesville police officer stable tonight after being stabbed in the head at the Turkey Hill convenience store on Kings Highway. Investigators have not released many details other than that. We do know it happened just before 3 o'clock this afternoon. Now, the officer was rushed to the hospital and is in stable condition. One suspect was arrested.
A reminder from the CDC ahead of the holiday weekend: if you are unvaccinated, don't travel. And if you are vaccinated, hang out with your family and friends outside and wear masks if you go inside. Health officials now say regulators need more time before they approve COVID-19 booster shots for all. The FDA and CDC say there's only enough data right now to suggest that some people need one. The White House says this is all just part of the process.
New tonight, better have that mask handy outside in Montco. Leaders there now want you to mask up if you're outside, regardless if you're vaccinated. It's not a mandate, but it's a recommendation in certain situations. Our Joanne Pileggi reports.
So you've been listening in to Fox 29 in Philadelphia weather coverage right there. As they move into some coronavirus coverage, we want to move into a viral story that's happening out of Arizona. Jacob Chansley, better known as the QAnon shaman, pled guilty today to a felony charge of obstruction to an official proceeding. Chansley was part of the January 6th attack on the Capitol, which left Congress members hiding for safety. The one who's been following this from the very beginning, Fox 10's Matt Galka, reporting live for us in Phoenix tonight. Matt, what are we learning?
Yeah, you know, Chansley had been front and center at the January 6th Capitol riot and among the people who have been arrested since January 6th. He was a former sailor, a former actor, and now he has officially pleaded guilty, and he awaits his sentencing, and that could be up to 4 years.
He became perhaps the most well-known person out of the mob that stormed the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. Jacob Chansley was clad in fur, horns, and face paint as he roamed the Capitol and stood in the United States Senate. The self-proclaimed QAnon shaman pleaded guilty for his role in that Capitol riot, a felony charge of obstructing an official proceeding before Congress. Chansley agreed to accept the recommended 41 to 51 months in prison during a plea hearing in federal district court in Washington. He mostly answered yes or no questions. Chansley was accused of leaving a threatening note to Vice President Mike Pence when he was at the Capitol. He had been a prominent figure at pro-Donald Trump rallies in Arizona leading up to January 6th. But his attorney had previously said this year Chansley feels betrayed by the former president.
He had somehow played a role in permitting his vulnerability to be exploited by a man who expected my client to have his back, but there was no reciprocity.
Now, Chansley's sentencing is scheduled for November 17th, and that nickname, QAnon Shaman, it gained him a lot of notoriety, but his attorney said today that he is trying to distance himself from that name and the QAnon conspiracy theory. Daytona.
And what else are we hearing from his lawyer at this time? Are they still saying that he's mentally incompetent, or what's the latest on that?
Well, his attorney had previously said that he felt his client had been taken advantage of and really inspired by the former president, Donald Trump. And now his attorney is saying that, like he has said previously this year, that Chansley feels betrayed by the president. He thought he would be getting a pardon from the president. He also says other people who were arrested during the riot feel betrayed by the former president. And he also said that Chansley had felt pressure from his own family not to take the plea deal and plead guilty, but he said his client displayed a lot of courage by going against that.
All right, Fox 10's Matt Gelka bringing us the very latest, a story that the whole nation is watching, definitely in the spotlight today. Thanks, Matt. And we're going to move forward with some of these other stories across the country right now. It does look like we have a developing breaking news situation from our chopper. This is out of the Los Angeles area. We'll work to get some more information on this. But until then, we're going to take another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now. We're going to go back into coverage with Fox 29 in Philadelphia, covering flooding across the country. We'll listen into their coverage right now.
Damage left behind by Ida. At least one person reportedly died there as a result of the storm. Here's our Hank Flynn.
Could you hear the water rushing through?
Oh my God, it sounded like the ocean.
Really?
It sounded like the ocean. It was rushing so fast.
The water came so fast Wednesday night that Mike ran upstairs. He ended up marooned for hours as water tumbled through his house.
Did you have candles? What did you do up there?
I had a flashlight and I had my dog.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How did he take it?
He was stressed, but he knew I was upset because he kept laying his head on my lap.
Next door, Beth Beach, her husband, and others are struggling with what had been a glorious antique shop, Creekside Antiques. She'd love to reopen, but the mathematics are cruel.
We're just trying to clean it out. Although I can't, I mean, this already cost like $1,000 for the dumpsters.
Yeah.
And Service Pro would charge probably $50,000 to clean the mud out of there and get it back up without it being a hazard. So we can't afford that.
Town operations were soaking wet as well. Borough Hall, the basement, completely flooded.
This is wild.
Same with town assets.
Now, 6 vehicles at least in the back of this parking lot are all write-offs, 5 of them squad cars, and we're still counting. There's a couple of trucks that are still getting dried out. We are still counting.
One city official told me backhoes, dump trucks, the city's machine shop are all finished. He's estimating a $6 million loss just for Downingtown.
So the question is, how can we build on this and say, let's not forget this?
The governor told me there's money for essential services provided a damage threshold is met, but there are other programs.
There's an intra-state mutual aid compact that if there are other law enforcement agencies that have vehicles that they can loan, we work as kind of the broker agency to make those deals to be able to kind of fill that gap for you during that time. Same thing with municipal equipment, heavy equipment, those types of things.
Now, I spoke with Downingtown Police Chief Howard Holland, who said, never mind the resources, the mission has been and will continue to be accomplished. Countless water rescues over the last couple of days. He says he hasn't slept. He also said if anyone had known the sheer volume of water to come blasting down the Brandywine and how fast it would come, yes, some of these cars might have been able to be saved. But 19 feet over the level of flooding, 5 feet more than any record anyone here in Downingtown has ever seen. That's the amount of water they're continuing to recover from here in Downingtown and across our area. In Downingtown, Hank Flynn, Fox 29 News.
So remember this guy going for a swim in the nasty waters filling the Vine Street Expressway. We've all seen the video of people trying to have fun in the floodwaters, rowing and on inner tubes and all that stuff. Well, Philadelphia Fire Commissioner Adam Teal has some advice for those people or anybody thinking about doing the same thing.
Stay out of the water, stay out of the mud. It's not something certainly you want to go swimming in or tubing in or any of the other things we've seen folks do. If you did that, I would certainly advise you to go get a tetanus shot, among other things.
It's kind of funny, but it's not.
It's awful. I looked up the different kinds of waste that are found in floodwaters. Who knew there was so much waste? Human waste.
Medical.
Livestock, medical, radiological, industrial.
Why?
A lot of waste.
I mean, not to mention what could be lurking in there somewhere.
Animals, rodents, power lines. It's so dangerous.
Don't try it at home.
Don't do it.
Weather in 15 seconds.
Secure your deal and head to your Hyundai dealer today.
Okay, so you've been listening in to that coverage right there. Just don't do it. Him jumping off of that overpass into the mysterious contaminated water. We're going to move on away from their coverage, go out to Fox 11 Los Angeles as they had Gloria Allred on the show breaking down the latest in the California recall race.
Abortion law. Earlier this week, Texas banned abortions after 6 weeks into the pregnancy. The law enforced by citizens who can sue abortion providers and anyone who aids in terminating a pregnancy. So many activists are furious, vowing to fight this ban.
Congressional members have promised to act, including the Senate Judiciary Committee. The panel expected to hold a hearing examining the Texas abortion ban. Women's groups also mobilizing. They're planning to hold marches and rallies in every state in the country on October 2nd.
Also, TikTokers, they are bombarding a website that invites snitchers to call out people who may have violated this law with fake tips.
So what happens next? Let's bring in attorney Gloria Allred for that. Gloria, of course, has made this one of the causes of her life and has been a crusader on this front for decades. She's been open about her own experience pre-Roe v. Wade, her own experiences with abortion, and she joins us now. Gloria, first off, your reaction to what is happening in Texas, especially as somebody who's fought on this for so long.
Well, Alex, this abortion law or abortion ban that has been passed into law is not only an extreme ban, prohibition on abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy, if there is a detection of a fetal heartbeat, but in addition to that, it is dangerous. It is very dangerous to women. It is dangerous to women of color. It is dangerous to rural women and young women because they will not be able to go to another state like California where it is legal to have an abortion. And that is what is so bad, because that means they are going to be forced to take pregnancies to term and deliver when they do not choose to do that.
And that, of course, begs the question about Roe v. Wade. It is the law of the land, or does this lead to the end of Roe v. Wade?
Well, exactly. basically, Roe v. Wade is a dead letter in Texas. But action is going to be taken, as you indicated. There are going to be rallies throughout the country. And today, just actually a few hours ago, a Texas court, not the United States Supreme Court, which decided not to hear the case, not to grant an injunction pending the case being heard, but a state court decided a case brought by Planned Parenthood against Texas Right to Life, because any stranger, any entity like Texas Right to Life could decide that they are going to sue Planned Parenthood, clinic workers, anyone who aids or abets an abortion after 6 weeks. And that is wrong. And I'm so glad that a state court, at least as to that part of the law, stops it from happening. I mean, even somebody who is an Uber or Lyft driver who assists and drives a woman to a clinic or to any other abortion provider, that person could be sued by a stranger or something like Texas Right to Life.
And the person who
just
turns them in
because
could
they
get
drove somebody to
$10,000.
get an abortion.
And the person who turns them in then could get $10,000.
Yes, and the remedy would be $10,000 to any stranger or entity that sued who was successful in that suit, plus attorney's fees. Now, that means nobody's going to help, or very few people would help. They couldn't afford the even to hire an attorney to defend themselves. I might add that apparently there is breaking news this afternoon that some of the Lyft companies who drive, or Uber or Lyft, one of them or both, are now volunteering to pay attorney's fees for anyone who does get sued. So that's a really important and new development.
Gloria, you joined us live literally moments after we got the news about Ruth Bader Ginsburg's passing last year. And then we had that very quick process to get Amy Coney Barrett on the court, deciding vote in this case. Just on an emotional level, as somebody who so revered RBG, what's going through your mind right now in terms of what the court is doing?
I mean, this is such a disgrace. Essentially, it was a stolen seat to fill the Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Justice Ginsburg's seat with someone who we all knew clearly was anti-choice. Trump said he was only going to appoint justices to any vacancy on the Supreme Court, or nominate them, I should say. And of course, anybody who nominated would be confirmed by the Republican-dominated U.S. Senate, as Amy Coney Barrett was. And so all of the three justices that he appointed are anti-choice, and we're in the majority deciding not to stop this Texas ban on abortion. So Justice Ginsburg, I have no doubt, would be horrified, would be dismayed, would have voted to stop, well, at least to enjoin, that is, not allow the Texas ban to go into effect until the full court could decide it. The vote was 5-4. And so, against doing anything about this ban, it would have been 5-4.
The other way.
To stop the ban, I have no doubt.
All right, Gloria, we want you to stay with us for our next story, which is another topic that you know a lot about, which is recall politics.
So new criticism for GOP gubernatorial candidate Larry Elder. Will
voters in California rethink about Larry Elder for governor after comments he made about sexual harassment claims he made years ago?
To KBC The Number, I want to hear from men who've been accused of sexual harassment in the workforce. I've given you an example of when I've been accused of it 2 times. The first time, and the other one I just now thought of the other day, about this woman who tried to break the contract not to compete and then accused me of hitting on her. That's how she put it. If you had seen her, you would know that the picture would be a complete defense. I'm just saying.
That was from 2011, the audio clip uncovered by CNN. Elder revealing then during a radio show that he had twice been accused of sexual harassment. He's denied those allegations. Meanwhile, I spoke to Larry Elder earlier today about other issues, including his plan to end California's vaccine and mask mandates. Take a listen.
I would not have had those kinds of mandates the way he did. I'm not anti-vax, for crying out loud, despite what one of the ads said. I've been vaccinated. Because of my age, I'm in a higher risk category. I'm not anti-vax. What I am is anti-assuming people are too stupid to make their own decisions. There are a lot of people who feel for all sorts of...
What do you make of Larry Elder and his candidacy?
Well, I always had a cordial relationship with Larry Elder for the many years that I was on KABC radio, and even after that, after my 14 years there as a radio talk show host, I, continued to have a cordial relationship with him. Of course, he called me Superglow, and he called himself the Sage from South Central. However, we were opposed on almost every issue, not every issue. And I am very concerned about statements that he has made over the years about maternity leave for women, that he's not in favor of that. Some statements he's made about sexual harassment, some statements he's made about minimum wage and not being in support of it, and many other statements. So I cannot support his becoming governor of this great state of California. And I do support Governor Newsom. So Larry is a really good entertainer, a good debater. I give him all credit for that. Well, but his policies, I believe, if implemented for the state of California, would be disastrous and would turn back the clock. And we cannot afford that.
Well, recently he brought you up multiple times. He was interviewed by the LA Times, and they were asking him about Stephen Miller, of course, part of the Trump administration formerly. And he said, well, why aren't you asking me about Gloria Allred instead? We have that clip.
I said, I don't just mean Gloria Allred as a person. Gloria Allred was a guest numerous times on my radio show. Why do you focus on Stephen Miller and not on Gloria Allred is my question.
Well, we've talked to Gloria already. We've talked to Dennis Prager. I just wanted to ask you about Stephen Miller because, again, he's a figure of interest in our both in our community and nationally. But if you don't,
yet another reminder that there is not a story that Gloria Allred is not at the center of.
Superglow. I like that.
Oh, thank you. Well, yeah, and so it's interesting. I'm hoping that everyone will just put no on the recall and not check anything else. And it's important that everybody vote. Everybody matters. Everybody's going to be affected by whomever is going to be governor of California. And so don't let other people decide that. Cast your vote, and then you get a choice in who's going to be the next governor of California.
Yeah, and I spoke one-on-one with Larry Elder today. We will have that next week on our political show. The issue is in full as well to hear his perspective, and more of that tonight. We've got a debate with your daughter, Lisa Bloom, tonight, plus Professor Dan Schnur and the chair of the GOP party here in California, Jessica Patterson. Gloria, like you, your daughter danced a little bit for us as well. She's learned her moves well, and there's even a cameo, you may not know this, from you at the end of the show. So you got to watch till the end.
Gloria.
I will find out who's the better dancer.
All right. Gloria Allred,
Okay.
thank you so much.
Gloria.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, really great conversation there with Gloria Allred and Fox 11 in Los Angeles about a number of different topics, including the California recall and that controversial Texas abortion law that went into effect earlier this week. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to be moving on to some of the other stories we have yet to get to. We're going to focus a little bit more tonight on Afghanistan because, as you know, there are growing concerns and questions about what has happened to the Americans and Afghans who want to get out of Afghanistan but are still there, and they cannot get out. Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins has more from the State Department.
We're in constant contact with Americans who remain in Afghanistan.
It's been 4 days since U.S. troops left Afghanistan, and Secretary of State Blinken won't say if a single American left behind has gotten out.
Protect the viability of our tactics. I'm not going to go into any details.
Blinken says most of the remaining Americans are dual nationals who call Afghanistan home. And while he says the vast majority of the 124,000 evacuated were at-risk Afghans, he acknowledges that a majority of SIV applicants did not make it out. This as reports pour in of the Taliban going door to door to find and punish Afghans who worked with the U.S.
They're stranded, they're left behind, their lives are in danger. And when I talk danger, it's extreme danger.
At the Department of Homeland Security, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, charged with overseeing the vetting process, says some of the evacuees flown out have been flagged on terror watch lists.
We deny access to individuals whose derogatory information is not resolved, and we do not feel confident in the safety and security of the American people.
Meanwhile, a group of Republican senators, led by Tom Cotton, turning up the heat on the president.
He broke his promise to Americans, and he's continuing to break it because there are American citizens who are trying to get out of the country right now.
But the fate of remaining Americans and Afghan allies depends on promises made by the Taliban in their soon-to-be formed government, which Blinken says needs to live up to its commitments.
More important still is what any government does, and that's what we're really looking at.
And Secretary Blinken departs for Doha on Sunday, where the Afghan diplomatic mission has gone operational. Officials here, though, say that the secretary will not meet with any representatives of the Taliban while he's there, adding, quote, "We're not at that stage yet." At the State Department, Griff Jenkins, Fox News.
Griff, thanks so much for that update. We want to show you now the update from the Pentagon, the press briefing from earlier today. The Secretary, John Kirby, answering reporters' questions about some of these very topics and issues regarding Afghanistan. Here that is right now.
And contract personnel continue working closely with numerous agencies, both government and non-government, to ensure further requirements and additional capabilities are available for these Afghan personnel. I have visited 4 of the 8 task forces operating at DoD locations across the U.S. Yesterday, I visited Task Force Liberty at Joint Base McGuire-Dix Lakehurst. I saw the amazing commitment and pride from our service members and interagency partners working together to support our Afghan guests. Our nation's dedicated and talented soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, and Coast Guardsmen continue to provide Afghan personnel a safe harbor so that the Department of Homeland Security can continue their immigration processing. Since the beginning of this mission, our most pressing priority was to quickly construct safe accommodations, arrange transportation, and provide meals for our Afghan guests. That capacity building effort continues. Our team of interagency partners, contractors, and the DoD has not wavered in its commitment to temporarily house our guests in the safest conditions. This is an unprecedented effort. Along with many partners, we are identifying challenges, resolving issues, and implementing change where needed. I'm grateful for the support of the states and the local communities surrounding our installations and for the volunteers and others who are aiding our efforts. Our top priority remains providing a safe and secure environment for our guests to continue their immigration process in order to transition into their new lives in the United States. This has been a massive military, diplomatic, and humanitarian undertaking, one of the most difficult in our nation's history, and an extraordinary feat of logistics and global coordination under some of the most challenging circumstances imaginable. We're honored and proud to assist these Afghan personnel. I'm now ready to take any questions, John.
Thank you, General. We'll start with Lita. She's on the phone.
General, thanks a lot for doing this. Just a couple things. You're talking about a capacity of 50,000. Can you say, do you expect how many more bases you will need to tap in order to meet that expectation? And secondly, can you just give us your thoughts and what you've seen on security challenges, any violence, any security vetting issues that you've seen or heard about at any of the camps? Have there been any problems of that regard? Thank you.
Thanks, Lita. As far as bases, we currently have 8 task forces at 8 different locations, ready to expand if needed. At this time, I do not anticipate needing any additional bases to reach the capacity we need of at least 50,000. As far as security, I'm not aware of any incidents that have made it to my level on the task forces. I believe that's the question that you're asking. I would tell you that we're partnering with not only our military folks, but our federal law enforcement and other agencies to ensure a safe and secure environment for the Afghans. We're also working closely with Afghans to put a command and control construct in place. Yesterday at Fort Dix at McGuire Dix Lakehurst Task Force Liberty, I was very impressed to see that we've put a mayor's cell in place where we have military officers and Afghan counterparts in the village, if you will, working together to solve the issues that you're talking about. But no security issues have risen to my level.
Did you have a question?
Yeah. Hi, General Van Herk. It's Megan Myers from Military Times. I wanted to ask how many Afghans NORTHCOM has received, how many have been resettled and moved off of installations, and about how long that process is taking and which final processes are taking place on bases here.
Okay, Megan. So more than 25,600 are currently with United States NORTHCOM task forces. As far as how long and how many have processed through, it's more than 800 at Task Force Eagle at Fort Lee. And then at the other locations, we're beginning to ramp up. So I would say approximately 1,000, but I don't have a specific number to give you. That would be best handled by DHS and Department of State, who are responsible for that. As far as the duration, again, that's really DHS and Department of State. I will tell you that right now, they're in the policy planning mode for exactly the procedure that will be utilized for either asylum processing or special immigrant visa processing. We look forward to finalizing that. I talked with Mr. Bob Fenton yesterday while at Joint Base McGuire Dix Lakehurst. Bob Fenton is the DHS lead for Operation Allies Welcome, and he's working closely with our team so that we become as efficient and effective as possible in the outflow process.
Go ahead.
Hi, thanks for taking this question. Travis Tritton with military.com. Could you describe your role in COVID testing and tell us what positivity rate you're seeing among the Afghan evacuees? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Travis. Our role at the task forces is to test every single Afghan personnel that comes in. They're also tested at Dulles as well, but that is not done under United States Northern Command. So we're testing all of them. Last week during my trip, we visited Bliss and McCoy, and we saw at one location 3 positive COVID tests out of more than 1,300, one at another location out of 1,200. And yesterday during my visit to Task Force Liberty, there was no concern expressed by the commanders or any of the medical professionals about COVID positivity rates or testing.
Okay, we'll go back to the phones. Dan Lamoth.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for your time today. Wanted to ask, we've seen a couple advertisements asking internally for AFPAC hands types, military personnel, assumedly that have some familiarity with Dari, Pashto, that kind of thing. Can you speak at all to what you need in terms of U.S. military personnel that can speak to Afghans who don't speak English and where you are right now handling that? Thanks.
Hey, Dan, that's a great question. So during my visit yesterday, 2 outstanding officers who were AFPAC hands. One of them was a Space Force officer who recently transitioned to the Space Force from the Air Force, and the other was an Air Force officer who both volunteered to do this mission once they saw the importance of it. Both of them fluent in the languages and very helpful. In addition to that, the Headquarters Air Force has provided a cultural advisor, again fluent in the languages, to help with the cultural challenges that everybody needs to understand. With regards to interpreters, linguists, those kinds of things to support, those are challenges. We're seeking as many as we can through the interagency process. We've also had a request for forces out to DOD for additional support. I'm confident that we're going to get that support as we go forward. Great people volunteering to help us out.
Okay, Janie.
I'm Jenny Park with the USA Journal Korea. I just want to ask you about not related with Afghanistan, different issues. General, as you know, that the IAEA has released a report on the restart of North Korea's nuclear reactors. IAEA says it's a matter of serious concern. What are your concern and countermeasure against the North Korea nuclear and missile test? Thank you.
Hey, thanks for your question. United States Northern Command and NORAD stand ready to provide our mission capabilities. For NORAD, that's threat warning and attack assessment. For NORTHCOM, ballistic missile defense capability. I'm ready 24/7, 365 if North Korea decides to launch a ballistic missile. I'm confident in our capabilities. I'm aware of the report that you're talking about. That does not change my posture. We continue to be ready to respond should North Korea elect to launch a missile.
Thank you.
Barb?
General Van Herk, a couple of follow-ups. You talked about this mayor's cell. Can you tell us a little bit more? Is this something that's going to happen at all the other sites? How are you trying to give Afghans more of a voice in their conditions right now? My second follow-up to that is you mentioned a couple of times things not coming to your level of attention. I'm wondering how you're ensuring that any problems regarding food, sanitation, care, standardizing care, how these do come to your attention so you can, so you make sure people tell you when there are problems. What's that level you've set when you want something brought to your attention?
Thanks, Barb. Great opportunity to talk about the mayor's cell, and it has been perpetuated across all of the task forces. I'm really encouraged with what I see at the task forces with sharing lessons and continuous improvement processes. The mayor's cell is a great idea. We take our military leaders, we put them into the mayor's cell. They're responsible for a specific location, maybe a few dorms, a dorm or two, and they have a counterpart on the Afghan side that would essentially be their equal, if you will, in rank. This is great because not only does it allow the Afghans to express their concerns or challenges or where they need resources or help, it allows us to also communicate with them through the same process, and they can perpetuate that information across the entire task force and across all of the Afghan population. So for example, the second part of your question, where you may have concerns such as sanitization or something like that, this is a great venue and a method to be able to express that. We have cultural differences, and those are things that we're working on, educating both the Afghans and our people on the challenges that we face from a cultural perspective, and understanding that we each understand each person's perspective. And so this process of the mayor's cell has been very, very influential in helping us get after that. With regards to information that flows to my level, Barb, there are things called commanders' critical information requirements. And I lay those out specifically on things that I want to be notified about. And then I empower the commanders that work for me from multiple levels all the way down to the lowest level to when they deem necessary that something's going to get attention, that they are going to contact me. I'm very confident that if there was an incident of serious nature, that I would be in the loop at this point. And so when I say I haven't been made aware of any, I'm confident that we're in a good position there. I can't tell you there hasn't been any incidents at all, but they haven't been serious enough to be addressed at my level.
Can I just follow up? Just to make sure I understand, nothing has been reported to you, correct me if I'm wrong, and I am still wondering, there have been sporadic reports, I grant absolutely sporadic, of problems of sanitation and food and that sort of thing. Is there anything that you may be just hearing about in your travels around that they're doing to ensure there's a standardized process so at all these bases where so many people are located, the local commanders have some standardization and know what they need to look for? But nothing is, I just want to make sure, nothing has come to your level?
Barb, nothing has come to my level to address. I'm aware of the sanitization issues you talk about, a text that was posted on social media on August 29th. I believe that text was referring to some conditions at Donna Anna at Fort Bliss, Task Force Bliss. The reason I became aware was through that text process that allowed me to become aware. The mayor cell process that we were just talking about has been influential in helping educate and understand the expectations for our visitors, helping understand for our contractors who provide a lot of the sanitization support as well. And so we continue to improve. Now, Barb, I would tell you, I'm building 8 small cities, okay? We're gonna have challenges, just like you do across the nation in various locations. And so I'm comfortable and confident that we have processes in place to continue to address any of these challenges moving forward. And so I look forward to showing you at some point in the future when we can. I think you'll be incredibly impressed with what we're doing.
Sylvie?
Hello, General Sylvie Lantom from AFP. We heard reports about children separated from their families during the evacuation. Do you have any case of children traveling alone, and how do you deal with them?
Thank you. Great question. So we've had a couple of unaccompanied children arrive at our task forces. They're immediately identified, and Health and Human Services is the lead agency to take responsibility for any unaccompanied children. In each case, they have quickly adapted and take responsibility for those children. Each of their personnel are certified, trained, very experienced to handle these cases. We do not retain responsibility for those, but we do identify them and pass them on to Health and Human Services.
Where do they go?
I would defer to Health and Human Services for that. Health and Human Services, I believe, has facilities in Washington, D.C., near Dulles, where they're currently housing any unaccompanied children. What I've seen is they're incredibly fast in trying to work to identify where the families are and get them reunited with their families.
Do you have a number?
I do not. Health and Human Services is the POC, and I'd refer you to them.
Let me get back to the phones. Jack Detch, Foreign Policy.
Hey, thanks for doing this, General. I'm curious if you have an outlay or a ballpark figure of how much it's going to cost to house Afghan refugees at U.S. bases. Thanks.
I don't have that figure. I would refer you for DOD purposes, to OSD and the comptroller, but more broadly, probably to the lead federal agency. Apologize, I don't have that data.
Okay, no problem. John, if you could take that, that'd be great.
Jack, I will take it. I suspect that we don't have a firm estimate right now, as we are really just in the middle of this operation. But Jack, that's a fair question. We'll see what kind of context in terms of cost we can get to you.
Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
General, I'm wondering if Christina Anderson, AWPS News, I'm wondering if you have at this early stage demographics among the task force groups, these tiny cities, and in particular about children with schools starting here in the U.S. What kinds of organizational things are happening to try to make sure that children continue their education, and anyone who's ready for university is able to kind of plug into that? Thank you.
Thanks, Christina. First, I'll have to defer you to the lead for that as far as demographics. I think I talked a little bit about that last time. We're seeing close to 50-50 male-female with a large percentage of children, but I don't have the specifics. As far as education, again, DOD is not the lead there. I would defer you to the State Department, Health and Human Services, and the lead federal agency for that information. What I will tell you, it was incredibly heartwarming yesterday during my visit to Task Force Liberty. We were walking through the village. There's hundreds of kids out. They have coloring books, they have toys, they're with their families, they're with their friends. They're playing, hundreds of them playing soccer, and I even got to watch a congressman play hopscotch with a young female Afghan person that was there, and her heart was warmed, and she smiled continuously. So it's not like they're not doing anything. They're staying incredibly busy.
Thank you.
Louis.
General, it's Louis Martinez with ABC News.
It seems like the population has quadrupled since you were with us last week in terms of the people that you had at these facilities. And I know that at Fort Lee, it was initially for people who were in the SIV pipeline, so they were going through rather quickly. Are the majority now of these individuals who are in your camps, are they SIVs? And if they're not, how much time do you anticipate that they'll spend there if there's a certain process that's involved in terms of not being days, but maybe weeks or months?
Hey, thanks, Louis. You're right. Lee was primarily an SIV event, and today the vast majority of the Afghan population at Lee are in the SIV process. As far as the total number, I don't have a specific. I'd have to defer you to DHS and State Department of exactly the breakout between SIV and other asylum seekers. But I would venture, I'm speculating a little bit, that the vast majority are not SIVs at this time. They're asylum seekers that will be determined how we're going to work them through the process by DHS as the lead federal agency.
And if I could follow up, sir, does that mean that they will remain at those facilities until they get asylum? Or like the other individuals in the SIV pipeline, do they get transferred out to NGOs that then find housing for them?
Louis, what I expect in talking with Mr. Bob Fenton yesterday, and they're currently working through the process for how we're going to onward move them, is that each of them will, at a minimum, go through the medical screening, COVID vaccination. That's a requirement now for parole. Parole being a term that the state uses when you release them into the United States as part of the either special immigrant process or DHS as part of an asylum process. For the duration, that really depends on the capacity we're going to have at each location and the policy decision that is currently being made right now on what the processing is going to look like. That does not mean they'll be on DOD installations until they complete that process. Once they go through their screening, once the policy is decided, then they may be released likely to our country and go through the asylum process as guests of our country until they get their either U.S. citizenship, green card, et cetera.
Okay, we got time for just one more, and then I'm going to let the general close things out. Sam Legrone, did you have a question?
Yeah, hi. General, thanks for being here. Can we get an update on the relief operations in Haiti and how those are going and what the U.S. participation is at the moment?
Hey, Sam, I'll have to defer to Admiral Fowler at Southcom. That's in his AOR. Maybe John Kirby has more, but that's not something I'm responsible for.
Yeah, Sam, we'll get you something. I don't have an update ready for today on that, but we'll get you something. One last one. Go ahead, Barb.
John, can I have a quick follow-up to Louis? So what have you been told, what's your planning factor, if you will, on how long you have to have these military bases prepared and ready, capable to house Afghans? Because given what you're doing, you would have, somebody would have given you, some kind of planning scenario, be ready for as long as. And when you talked about these locations as villages, are families given separate housing? Are they together as a family, or are families in larger dormitories? How is the housing working also for single females and single males?
Thanks, Barb. Great question. Let me answer that last portion first. So single males will have single male housing and living facilities. They will not be intermixed with children and the families. Families do have separated areas where we try to put the families together. So some of these areas that are open, what we do is we put temporary walls up to give privacy in accordance with their culture for the families. And single females as well will be allowed the opportunity to have single female housing for them as well. The first part of your question, Barb, let me make sure I understood that one. Can you go back to that?
Just to follow up on what Louis was asking, what have somebody would have said to you or the military, as you construct these base locations to be prepared to conduct this mission for as long as, and what would that have been? What planning guidance have you been given, even if it's more or less? What's the guidance you have on how long to be prepared to conduct this mission?
Barb, we're prepared to conduct the mission until completion, which will be determined by DHS as far as the processing. I would defer to John Kirby if he has additional information that maybe OMB or another agency is planning for. But for me, I'm prepared to execute until told otherwise or mission complete.
Okay, with that, General, sir, I appreciate your time today on a Friday. I'd like to turn it back over to you for any closing thoughts you might have, sir.
Hey, thanks, John, and thanks to the press corps there. It's a great opportunity to share this story. I think there's some incredibly positive stories that can come out of the ongoing mission of Operation Allies Welcome, and I've been able to see those. It's a Herculean effort that started all the way in Afghanistan and is working its way all the way here to the United States of America. I can't tell you how impressed I really am with our joint force, our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, Coast Guardsmen, partnered with the interagency and volunteers that are making this mission happen. The pride is simply amazing that I see when I go out and do this. And the smiles and the gratitude and the graciousness of our guests, you cannot overstate how much they appreciate what our teams are doing. The states, the local communities, the volunteers that are coming out, it's just amazing. And that's a story that we have to continue to tell. I will tell you the mission is not over. And for us, it's actually just beginning. Much to accomplish in the coming days and weeks. And we look forward to continuing to work with the Department of Homeland Security and the rest of the interagency to accomplish this mission. You know, I know that DOD and our interagency partners are up to this task. That's what we do in the department. That's what we do as Americans. And it's great to be part of this mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General. Appreciate your time today. Okay, I do have a couple of things at the top here, and then I can stick around and take some questions if you have them. To piggyback onto the General's comments about wildfire support, with the continuing significant fires in the western United States, the Department of Defense is delivering requested personnel, equipment, and facilities to assist federal, state, and local partners as they fight these wildfires. One of the tools provided by the department is the Firefly System pilot program. It's a capability from the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA. Firefly provides imagery information from satellites, drones, ground sensors, and cameras, giving wildfire agencies the location and shape of probable fires. It assists with fire mapping and tactical decision support. Firefly offers regular updates up to 15-minute intervals on areas of fire growth and activity without cost or exposure of aircraft. Recognizing the continuing value of this pilot program, the department recently approved an extension of Firefly support through September of 2022. This extension will provide time for the National Interagency Fire Center, in consultation with the Department of Defense, to develop a viable long-term solution for future funding and operation of Firefly. Finally, I think you heard the Secretary mention the other day that he'll be going to the Gulf region here next week. We depart on Sunday, September 5th, to visit Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Throughout this trip, the Secretary will be meeting with regional partners and military leaders as well, U.S. military leaders as well, to thank them for their cooperation with the United States as we evacuated Americans, Afghans, and citizens from other nations from Afghanistan. He will, of course, reaffirm our strong defense relationships in the region and again thank them for their superb support. He'll have a chance to talk to U.S. service members and other government personnel, including our diplomat colleagues, to thank them for, again, the skill and professionalism with which they have conducted and continue to conduct this onward movement of people. So, with that, I can take some questions. Travis?
John, I wanted to piggyback on the previous questions on what the General said about the length of time that they may be housing the Afghans. And it sounded like from what he said, it could be indefinitely. And I'm just wondering if you could give us some more clarity on that. I mean, is it the plan to do this through October with the possibility of an extension, or can you give us some more clarity so it just doesn't sound like this is indefinitely?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to get confused. I don't think the general meant to indicate that the stay at a base is going to be indefinite. That is not the plan. These are temporary housing locations to help these individuals as they complete their process. And many of them, to Louis' question, are on different process timelines. If you're an SIV and you're farther in the process, then obviously it won't be as long as somebody who's not in that program. So it's going to vary case by case. But what he was talking about was the mission itself, the general support by DoD to our interagency partners. There's not a deadline on that. We're, as he said, we're just at the beginning of this, and so we'll support our interagency partners with the housing function we're providing for as long as they need it. That's different than saying an individual family or individual Afghan is going to be on a base for an indefinite period of time. There's a process, but each one will be different based on the individual case. Did that answer your question?
I think so. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. In the back there.
Thanks. Mike Bress with the Washington Examiner. DoD still hasn't said who the targets of the airstrikes were. Can you tell us who the targets were, and if not, why not?
I don't believe we've refused to say who they are. We haven't given you names, but we absolutely had solid intelligence that this was ISIS individuals who were in the act of imminently carrying out a direct threat to the airport and to our people, and potentially to innocent lives outside the airport. The intelligence was very good, and we took the strike in as timely a fashion as we could to prevent this imminent threat. There's no question on the department's mind that it was a valid threat, valid target, and related to ISIS-K. Okay, Louis.
Yesterday, General Walters spoke about a 10-day limit for individuals in UCOM.
Right.
What exactly is that, and is there a limit for the individuals in the CENTCOM countries?
Let me get back to you on the CENTCOM. I don't know. I'd have to get that from Central Command, Louis. What the general was talking about in Europe, these countries have asked that we keep people no longer than 10 days at these facilities, and I think he talked about how we're working with the countries. We're grateful for their generosity, and we're working very hard to meet those guidelines as best we can. I'll have to take the question on CENTCOM. I don't know if there's similar limits on time frame. Obviously, there's different capacity capabilities at each of the countries in the region in Central Command that are helping us host some of these individuals, but I'm not sure that there's a time limit thing on it.
Each of those, I think his number he said yesterday was like 20,000 people, 23,000 people are still in UCOM, are going to the United States, or are they going to be housed in other countries?
We anticipate most will be coming to the United States, but not all. And that's again, to some degree, that'll be determined by the individual family members and the people that left Afghanistan. We can't assume that each and every single one of them want the United States to be their final destination.
So if that clock holds, I mean, I think it's by next Wednesday, you would have to have all of those individuals back to the United States.
Well, or not at the bases where they're at right now. Not necessarily all back to the United States. And again, the general's better to talk to that. I think he talked about that yesterday. Yeah.
Thank you. Two separate questions. First, the secretary said in the past the Indo-Pacific is a priority theater in the face of the pacing threat of China. Does he still stand by his earlier statement now that the Taliban took over Afghanistan and the threat of terrorism could increase in the near future?
The Secretary still intends to prioritize the Indo-Pacific region. Absolutely, nothing's changed about that. And you've heard us talk before that in many ways the terrorist threat, certainly to our interest and the interest of our allies and partners, has metastasized outside Afghanistan. And we're not going to lose focus on that. You heard him say that just the other day. We're going to stay laser focused on making sure we have the capabilities we need to conduct over-the-horizon counterterrorism capabilities, not just in Afghanistan, but elsewhere around the world. But nothing's changed about our focus on the Indo-Pacific region. It's no accident that his first trip was to that part of the world, and in fact he went just recently again to Southeast Asia. This trip next week will be his first trip to the Middle East since becoming Secretary of Defense, and obviously a very opportune moment for him to be able to thank these countries for their support.
Okay. Oh, the separate question. The DoD was supposed to complete the global host posture review by as early as late summer. Are you still on track to meet that timeline, even after the recent event in Afghanistan?
Yeah, the team is still working on this, and I think we're still basically where we need to be in terms of the timeline. Yeah.
John, on the evacuees, can you tell us if there are any Afghan military members, service members among the evacuees?
Yes, there are some.
And also on the strike in Nangarhar, why didn't you name those high-level, high-profile ISIS officials yet? You don't have the names. You just.
We know who they are. I think at the time we didn't release the names because we were being we were in the middle of a very fluid threat environment. Let me see if if that's information that can be provided now. I don't know. I mean, we know who they are. I don't know if it's information that we're going to be able to provide right now. Yeah, Christine.
So back to these task force bases here in the U.S. On the longer-term stays, will there be plans to include among the activities for the children educational types of activities, beginning English, some of those kinds of things perhaps? I don't know how long the stay would be, but it seems to me that, just having them play day by day is a good thing, but, some educational activity wouldn't.
I would refer you to HHS. That's really their role. Again, I think it's, to remind, our job is to provide temporary housing space, food, water, sustenance, shelter, religious accommodations, obviously, to make these individuals as comfortable as possible while they go through this process. But you're asking, those kinds of questions are better put to HHS and not the Department of Defense. Courtney?
I just want to, now that there is a little bit of time that the U.S. has been out, is there a more clarity on what the CT strikes, like who could be targeted under the CT strikes? Obviously ISIS-K, we've heard about that. I'm assuming Al-Qaeda. What about Haqqani? Are they a legitimate a target that the U.S. will be, could potentially be targeting with counter-terror strikes in Afghanistan going forward?
Yeah, I don't want to hypothesize about potential future operations, Courtney. What I will tell you is that we maintain the capability and the responsibility to conduct counterterrorism strikes that we believe are in the best interest of the United States of America and the American people that we defend. And I think I'd just leave it at that.
So, because there is at least one Haqqani leader, Siraj Haqqani, who there's a $5 million, what's the term, against him by the FBI. The FBI have offered $5 million for information about him. So, theoretically, he's wanted in the United States. Would he be a legitimate counter-terror target for U.S. military there?
We will conduct counterterrorism operations that we believe are in the interest of protecting our interests and the American people. And when there is, the credible threat that needs to be dealt with, and I don't want to speculate about each and every possible circumstance or each and every possible target. I think you can understand why we wouldn't want to do that right now.
And then one more on that. How now that there's no U.S. military presence there, who has the authority? So does that have to, every single time that now General McKenzie has a potential target, does he have to get permission from the White House or from Secretary of Defense to conduct strikes in Afghanistan going forward? And then I know I've asked this before, but I'll ask it again just to see if there's more clarity. Now that the Taliban are running the government in Afghanistan, will the U.S. go to them in advance of strikes, not for necessarily approval, but as coordination or?
Yeah, I think both the Secretary and the Chairman talked about this just the other day. They didn't, they didn't want to leave anybody with the notion that we were somehow going to be in some long-term, enduring manufactured cooperation agreement with the Taliban. But to your last question, I mean, each case is going to be dealt with specifically to that case, and that includes, issues of authorities. Obviously, General McKenzie has authorities to conduct counterterrorism operations inside his area of responsibility, and we leave it to him and his good judgment to determine how much beyond his own authorities does he want to act or consult. But every case is going to be dealt with differently. So again, I think the Secretary and the Chairman laid it out pretty clear. We're not, nobody's trying to ink some sort of military cooperation agreement with the Taliban, but they wouldn't rule out that there might be occasions when there might need to be some informational component there with the Taliban going forward. I don't. We shouldn't get lost. Nothing should be lost about the fact that we have a robust over-the-horizon counterterrorism capability. We're going to try to make it more robust. We're still in discussions with partner nations about being able to make it more robust, and we're going to continue to explore options. Again, it's about defending our interests and our people and the American homeland, and making sure that places like Afghanistan can't become a place where that kind of a threat, like what happened on 9/11, can happen again. Barbara.
I want to clarify something you just said to Courtney, please. I think I heard you correctly. You said you leave it to General McKenzie to decide when he needs to consult.
Right. I know there is a fascination here about, no, Barb, wait, hang on just a second. There's fascination here over authorities. And the cases when a commander can do something on his or her own, or they have to float it up the chain of command. I am not going to get into a detailed discussion today about authorities for strikes that haven't happened yet, and for operations that aren't planned and aren't on the calendar yet. Hang on, please. The whole national security team is involved in monitoring the threat streams and the intelligence, and there is, in many cases, frequent dialogue across the chain of command about taking the appropriate action. And the interest in authorities is interesting. It's not necessarily relevant to the overall mission, which is to prevent our nation from being attacked again.
So my question actually is, well, that's a very good explanation. My question is, you said, if I am repeating this accurately, it is up to General McKenzie to decide when he needs to consult. I'm wondering, given everything, maybe I just misunderstood you. There are processes and procedures. A four-star one in charge of operations in a particular part of the world, it wouldn't just be left up to him to decide whether he thinks he needs to tell the president or the White House or the secretary or the chairman. I'm not trying to ask about hypotheticals. I'm just trying to ask, is that really the case that General McKenzie gets to decide? Or did I misunderstand you?
He has authorities, Barb, and there will be times when he'll be able to act on those authorities. There will be other occasions, potentially, where there'll need to be a broader discussion about the intelligence we're seeing and about the capabilities we can bring to bear to deal with that particular threat. And General McKenzie, I'll have to go back and look at exactly what I said, but General McKenzie understands how to do this, and as do all the other combatant commanders, quite frankly. It's not just Central Command. Other geographic combatant commands are dealing with terrorist threats in Africa and even in the Indo-Pacific. They understand the authorities that they have, and they also understand that even within those authorities, there might be times when a broader discussion is warranted. And I think, again, it's not a useful exercise to go through the authorities on each and every possible strike. What matters is that the American people know, A, we have the capability, and we're going to keep the capability, and we're going to try to make it more robust, and B, we're not going to lose sight on the threat. going forward. And it's difficult for me on the 3rd of September to tell you exactly what that threat's going to look like in any part of the world on any particular day, except to say that our combatant commanders know the authorities they have, they know the responsibilities they have, and they will act accordingly.
I think the reason that I'm glad that the combatant commanders know their authorities. I would be troubled if they didn't. But I think the reason that we're asking here is because now the situation has changed. There's been 20 years that we've been covering this war, and now the situation on the ground has changed. There's no military there, and it's not. And we're trying to understand, to inform our own reporting, how things going forward. I don't think we're asking you specifically, can you give us the date and time of each strike and who it's going to be targeting and where, but just more broadly, how this process is going to work going forward. And I think that kind of process stuff, call us wonky, it wouldn't be the worst thing this press corps has been called before, but I think that only informs our own reporting to understand how it's going to work. So if it's possible that anyone can explain that going forward, even in a broad sense.
Courtney, again, I think maybe I failed. Perhaps I utterly failed here to try to explain it going forward.
Not to your face.
But I just don't think it's a useful exercise to talk about every authority process for every potential strike we're going to take. Just rest assured that our combatant commanders have the authorities they need. And if there's a need to have a broader discussion inside the national security team about a potential target, we'll do that. It is not uncommon that hasn't happened in the past, and I suspect that'll happen in the future. But you're right, the situation is different. And that's exactly the point I guess I'm trying to make, is that because the situation is different, these will be taken almost on an individual basis. Yeah, sure.
Could you talk a little bit about the urgency of the opportunity in a strike? Is that a factor in this too sometimes?
Time and urgency is always a factor when you're getting ready to take a strike, particularly against a legitimate terrorist threat. Okay, I got to go. Yeah, go ahead.
What is the U.S. final destination of the military mission against the terrorists? The U.S. will fighting forever to Taliban, ISK, or another terrorist? What? Do you have any destination for the final destination?
A destination?
Yes, final destination of the U.S.
Final destination of the U.S. when it comes to terrorist threats? I mean, I think it's been pretty clear. We want to make sure that we can avoid, prevent, stop a terrorist threat from endangering the lives of the American people, like it happened nearly 20 years ago. And that was why we went to Afghanistan, and it was still the goal. It is still the goal, not just in Afghanistan, but elsewhere around the world, to eliminate those kinds of threats to our interests and to our people, to our allies and partners from legitimate terrorist activity, which, again, as I said, has metastasized away from Afghanistan in recent years, to North Africa, into other places of the Middle East. And so we're not going to lose sight on that. We're just not going to lose sight on that. The Secretary's #1 priority, if you go back and look at his message to the force when he took over, is defend the nation. There's a lot you wrap into defend the nation, a lot. Part of it is the existent terrorist threat and the future terrorist threat, and making sure that we're not losing focus on that.
All right,
Okay?
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we just wanted to show you all of that in its entirety there at the Pentagon as John Kirby took questions from reporters, and he was joined by a member of CENTCOM as well, talking about the Afghanistan withdrawal. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. We want to thank everyone for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. Hope they're getting a good start to your holiday weekend, Labor Day right around the corner, but we'll be back in 2 moments. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us. You know, Live Now from Fox is all live, raw, and unfiltered feeds and events from around the country and around the world. Just the facts and no opinion or bias, just clarity and context and analysis for these top stories and major headlines of the day. They can be quite heavy and quite complicated. So we want to thank you for watching us. Don't forget, we do have a website, livenowfox.com, and that's where you can go to figure out how to stream us if you don't know already, and list all of our streaming platform partners. Anyway, want to move on to some of these big stories, especially regarding the economy and the White House. Economists in the White House were hoping for strong numbers from the Labor Department today, but instead what they got were less than robust hiring numbers, showing the surge in the Delta variant may be hurting the U.S. economy. Fox's Lauren Blanchard has more on this from Washington.
There's no question the Delta variant is why today's job report isn't stronger.
A weak jobs report from the Labor Department.
I was hoping for a higher number.
On Friday, the unemployment rate fell slightly to 5.2%, and far below expectations, just 235,000 jobs were added in August. In July, that number was over 1 million.
I would not calculate this as the or describe this as the economy slowing down. I would describe this as we continue being consistently moving forward.
Fears over the Delta variant may be keeping some from jobs where they have to come in contact with others. Hospitality jobs remained unchanged, and retail jobs declined.
I think the Delta variant really did kind of slow some of the momentum in the economy, no question about it.
Hiring ticked up in transportation, manufacturing, education, and health. But despite a demand for new homes, a drop in construction.
Companies are in hiring mode. They want to hire. They cannot find workers.
The president and Democrats say trillions in congressional spending is needed to help keep the economy moving forward.
It's about investing in America's future, not about short-term stimulus.
This goes the wrong direction for the problems we have, and it would fuel further inflation. Why do it?
A holiday for many, Monday is also when, for 7.5 million people, the extra $300 in federal unemployment will run out. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thanks so much. Good point there as well. Those federal unemployment benefits running out very soon. Also, the CDC, speaking of Labor Day, is urging unvaccinated Americans against travel this weekend. Anyway, we want to hear in full from the president at the White House today announcing these jobs numbers. As you know, the first Friday of the month, the Bureau of Labor Statistics announces job creation numbers for the month prior. And so August numbers, 235,000 jobs added. Economists thought that number was going to be much higher, upwards of 700,000. Remember, last month it was quite good. So no doubt the administration is disappointed with this. Let's hear from President Biden himself.
We're getting ready to head down to Louisiana, and had a few things I had to do. Look, as we head into Labor Day weekend, we have more evidence of the progress of our economy from last year's economic calamity. Today, we learned the economy created 235,000 new jobs in August, and the unemployment rate fell to 5.2%, the lowest it has been in 18 months. But despite the impact of the Delta variant, and I'll talk a little more about that in a minute, what we're seeing is an economic recovery that's durable and strong. The Biden plan is working. We're getting results. America is on the move again. And today's revision of previous month's job gains, with the revision of the July numbers, this report means that we have been adding an average of 750,000 jobs per month on average during the past 3 months. And in the 3 months before I became president, well, we're adding 60,000 jobs a month. Total job creation in the first 7 months of my administration is nearly double any prior first-year president. While I know some wanted to see a larger number today, and so did I, what we've seen this year is a continued growth, month after month, in job creation. It's not just that I've added more jobs than any first-year president, in the first year of any president. It's that we've added jobs in every single one of my first 7 job reports. And wages are going up. Some more jobs, some months are fewer, some months more, but always adding jobs. This is the kind of growth that makes our economy stronger and consistent progress and not boom or bust. Our economy grew the first half of this year at the fastest rate in about 40 years. We're the only developed country in the world. I'll say that again. We're the only developed country in the world whose economy is now bigger than it was before the pandemic. Because of the groundwork we laid with the American Rescue Plan, our vaccination strategy, we're seeing an economy and a job market that can weather the ups and downs of the Delta variant and anything else that comes our way. You know, we have a lot more work to do, as I will discuss shortly, but the facts speak for themselves. Think of where this country stood on the day I was sworn in as president and compare it to where we are today. The number of people filing new claims for unemployment each week is down 57%. Down 57%. Child poverty is down nearly 50%. We're no longer seeing long lines of people waiting for boxes of food to be put in their trunk after waiting for hours, or sometimes up to 2 hours. The unemployment rate is down from 6.3% to 5.2%, and I believe it's going to continue to go down. And it's no wonder that last week's Gallup poll found that 72% of Americans think that now is a good time to find a quality job. At this time last year, that number was 30%. And that's the mark of an economy where regular people can see a place for themselves in the economy. You know, the holidays we celebrate this weekend, the holiday Labor Day, is about honoring the dignity of work, honoring the American worker. And that's what our economic strategy is all about as well. It's about growing our economy from the bottom up and the middle out, providing some extra breathing room for families. And my dad would just say, just a little breathing room. Creating an environment where employers have to compete for workers by providing higher wages and better benefits. That's what's happening. Wages are up, especially for working class Americans. Even so, even with the progress we've made, we're not where we need to be in our economic recovery. There are two critical tasks ahead this month to get us closer to our goal and to take the next steps in our recovery. And the first, we need to make more progress in fighting the Delta variant of COVID-19. This is a continuing pandemic of the unvaccinated. Since becoming president, I've ramped up testing, secured enough vaccine for every single American, and gotten 175 million Americans fully vaccinated. Still too many have not gotten vaccinated, and it's creating a lot of unease in our economy and around our kitchen tables. Today's report shows that the steps we've taken, passing the rescue plan and vaccinating 175 million people, make our economy capable of growing and adding jobs even in the face of this continuing Delta surge. A strength in our economy very different from the way things were last winter. There's no question the Delta variant is why today's job report isn't stronger. I know people were looking, and I was hoping for a higher number. But next week, I'll lay out the next steps that we're going to need to combat the Delta variant, to address some of those fears and concerns. I want to talk about how we'll further protect our schools, our businesses, our economy, and our families from the threat of Delta. As we continue to fight the Delta variant, the American Rescue Plan we passed continues to support families, businesses, and communities. Even as some of the benefits that were provided are set to expire next week, states have the option to extend those benefits and the federal resources from the rescue plan to do so. That, not more federal taxes, state taxes, but they have the federal money to be able to do that. States continue to have access to a wide array of support, like help for schools that are reopening, help for child care centers to make them available and affordable, and other resources to help our economy get back to normal. The measures we've taken so far have brought America out of an economic freefall, steadied us, and enabled us to grow our economy even as we continue to combat COVID. We are adding jobs, not losing them. The fight against COVID today is far different from the fight we were waging last winter. The second thing that has to happen in September is for the Congress, the House and Senate, to finish the job of passing my economic agenda so that we can keep up the historic momentum we've been building these last 7 months. It's about investing in America's future, not about short-term stimulus. That's not what we're talking about. These are long-term prosperity we're talking about lowering the cost of living for families, creating millions of good-paying jobs for hardworking Americans. It's about reducing bottlenecks in our economy, reducing long-term price pressures. It's about helping more people to work by helping ease the burden that parents bear, especially mothers, keeping them out of the job market. Both the Senate and the House have taken important steps forward to pass my bipartisan infrastructure plan. This bill is going to end years of gridlock. We used to remember we always had, the whole notion we had, I guess, was every week was going to be infrastructure week. Well, both literally and figuratively, it's going to change things on our streets across the country and figuratively as it relates to Washington. We're going to create millions of good-paying jobs. We're going to ease inflationary pressure and allow us to win the competition of the 21st century in a global economy where the competition has become more intense. Look, it's historic investment in roads and rail, in transit and bridges, in clean energy, in clean water, universal broadband. It's going to modernize our energy grid. You need not go any further than look what's happening across the country now in terms of the energy grid. It's about resilience. Make our roads and highways safer. Make us more resilient to the kinds of devastating impacts from extreme weather we're seeing in so many parts of the country. And look, this is about good paying jobs for ordinary people, blue collar workers, jobs at prevailing wage, not $15 an hour or 20 or 30, but for the carpenters and pipe fitters, plumbers, electrical workers, and so many other Americans. About 90% of the jobs we'll create with this plan won't require a college degree, but will fundamentally transform the lives of millions of people. It's going to transform America and propel us into the future, just as we did when we built the Transcontinental Railroad, when we electrified the country with the TVA. Look, at the same time, the House and Senate have to advance my Build Back Better agenda. That bill contains critical investments in child care to make it easier for families to be able to go to work and assure their child is being taken care of. And home care for seniors, the polling data shows among your generation, all of you out here, your greatest concern is caring for your elderly parent, even more than your child. It's about paid leave, allowing people with a new child or a sick spouse at home to take care of them without risking losing their paycheck. Not indefinitely, but for a time period they can actually make a difference. Universal pre-K and community college, making us significantly better educated and increasing our competitive edge globally, around the world, over time. And we'll combat climate change by building our clean energy future, creating, the experts point out, millions of jobs and building windmills and solar panels all around the country and transferring that energy, transmitting it to parts that don't have that capacity. We're going to bring down the cost of prescription drugs by allowing Medicare to finally be able to negotiate drug prices with producers. Look, and so much more. Here's the thing you need to know. We're going to deliver these investments without raising taxes 1 cent on anyone making less than $400,000 a year. How are we going to do that? We're going to do it by leveling the playing field, by just having a fair system where we ask the largest corporations and the wealthiest Americans to begin to pay their fair share, not more. They can still make millions of dollars. The super wealthy are still going to be able to have 3 homes. It's not going to affect anything. The fact of the matter is, though, it's about time they begin to pay their fair share. For example, you've heard me say it before, and I'll say it again, but it's the best example to make clear to people a very complicated notion. 55 of the largest corporations in America last year paid zero in federal taxes. I don't care what your position is. It just seems to me it's time they start to pay their fair share, like everybody else. Just pay a little bit here. And it comes up to billions of dollars if they pay. The irony of ironies is during the recession and the pandemic, you've heard me say this before, I apologize for repeating it, where the vast majority of Americans are struggling just to hang on, the number of billionaires in America actually grew. Now I want to hold here for just a second. If, you know, there have been so many records the stock market has hit under my presidency. Imagine if the other guy was here. We're doing great. It's wonderful. The stock market is surging. It's gone up higher under me than anybody. But that doesn't mean that it's the best for the economy. Look, stock market has set 40 record highs just this year. They can afford to pay just a little bit more. But folks, right now, the House and Senate are working on my plan to generate a fair tax system and close loopholes that big corporations and super wealthy use to pay less. To give you one example, there's a group of experts, left, right, and center, who estimate that right now we lose more than $100 billion a year in tax revenue owed from the top 1% of taxpayers alone. Not because of low tax rates, but because the wealthy people aren't paying the taxes they owe. We're going to change that so that they pay taxes just like typical hardworking Americans do right now. We're going to use the money we collect from the tax cuts to give tax cuts to middle-class families, to make it easier to raise kids, to take care of your aging parents, so much more. What's going on in Congress? Not a single Republican supports this plan. They support the bipartisan plan, but not this plan. Not one. And some big corporations are spending millions of dollars in legitimately, I mean, they're lobbying to try to escape their obligation to pay the taxes they owe, leaving working families to pay a larger share of the burden. Somebody's got to pay. And when those who can afford to pay aren't paying anywhere near their fair share, it means you all pay more. You know, this has worked in the past with significant lobbying efforts, but I don't think it's going to work with me. For those big corporations that don't want things to change, my message is this. It's time for working families, the folks who built this country, to have their taxes cut. And those corporate interests doing everything they can to find allies in Congress to keep that from happening. Let me be, as the old expression goes, perfectly clear. I'm going to take them on. We're going to pass these measures. We're going to build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. And when corporations and the wealthiest start to pay their fair share, it's going to put millions of people, according to all the estimates, millions of people to work in jobs that are going to help them punch their ticket to the middle class and stay in the middle class. And everyone will do better, including corporate America. Look, just think about it. Throughout our history, when the middle class has done well, when it prospers, has there ever been a time the wealthy and corporate America doesn't do well? I can't think of one. Our country needs these investments. I'm not asking anything other than some fairness being injected into the system. Like I said, to hold here, the fact is that, the very wealthy, well, they're still going to have 3 homes or 4 homes if they want. It's not going to change what schools they can send their kids to. It's not going to change their standard of living. But just pay a fair share. Corporate America is going to continue to do very well. I've seen no evidence to suggest that it's going to cost jobs or cost, and now we need Congress to finish the job, to come through for the American people, ensure that the economy continues to gain strength and stability as we move forward. Now, finally, third thing we need to do, all of us, is to stick together. We have to put ourselves on track to accomplish extraordinary things. A strong, inclusive, historic economic growth. Landmark investments to create even more good jobs and deliver breathing room for millions of families. A giant step forward in the fight against climate change, the crisis made more evident than ever by the death and destruction caused by extreme weather just these past few days. My agenda, I believe, is one that every American, if they understand it, can get behind. Because of the work we've all put in, not just here in Washington, but in communities across the country, every one of those goals is now within our reach. Coming together has always been part of the DNA of Americans. And if we can summon that instinct within us to unite as one people, one nation, there's nothing beyond our capacity. So let's keep going. Let's stick together. Let's remember who we are. You've heard me say it time and again, we're the United States of America. And the rest of the world is looking to us. Just because we are the most prosperous nation in the world right now. We're growing. And there's a fairness to what we're doing. A fairness. We'll still have millionaires. We'll still have billionaires. We'll still have corporations that do incredibly well and CEOs that make a lot of money. But everybody has to start paying their fair share. Thank you very much.
On abortion rights in Texas, sir?
Pardon me?
One question on abortion rights in Texas, sir. What would be your message to women in Texas, and what can your administration do to protect abortion rights on a federal level?
I'm late for going down. I'm going to talk about these things from Louisiana, but I have been, continue to be, a strong supporter of Roe v. Wade. Number one. And most pernicious thing about the Texas law, it sort of creates a vigilante system where people get rewards to go out to, anyway. And it just seems, I know this sounds ridiculous, almost un-American, what we're talking about. Not to debate about, I respect people who think that, who don't support Roe v. Wade. I respect their views. I respect them, those who believe life begins at the moment of conception and all. I respect that. Don't agree, but I respect that. I'm not going to impose that on people. But what I was told, and I must tell you, I am not certain. I was told that there are possibilities within the existing law to have the Justice Department look and see whether are there things that can be done that can limit the independent action of individuals in enforcing a federal system, a state law. I don't know enough to give you an answer yet. I've asked that to be checked. Thank you all very much.
On the status of getting Americans out of Afghanistan.
All right, the president there speaking on the August jobs numbers, but he took one question at the White House today, and that was about that controversial Texas law on abortion known as SB 8 that essentially outlaws abortion up until 6 weeks of pregnancy. It also empowers Texans as well to essentially, make known if others that they know of might be getting an abortion somehow in the state of Texas. And so right now that is working its way through the courts, that aspect of the law that the president was referencing there. And so it remains to be seen. He said he's still looking into it about what the federal government can do to somewhat intervene in the application of this state law. He said the DOJ is looking into that. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thank you for being with us here on this Friday night. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be focused a little bit more on the cleanup from Hurricane Ida, not only in the Northeast, but also down in Louisiana. All that and more in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and like I said before the break, we do want to get into some of these stories, especially as a large part of the country, especially on the east of the Mississippi, is recovering still and cleaning up from the remnants of tropical depression Ida up in the northeast and Hurricane Ida down in the southeast, especially in Louisiana. Power still being restored down there. Many Louisianans do not have electricity still at this point in time. Let's hear the latest from our Fox News correspondents Jeff Paul and Matt Finn.
Nearly a week after it ripped through Louisiana, the grip of Hurricane Ida's impact continues to tighten. Power lines toppled, lines stretched long, and some houses just pieces of their original form. On Friday, President Joe Biden got his first glimpse of the widespread destruction.
We also know there's a heck of a lot more work to do, and that's why we're here today.
Welcome to the state by Governor John Bel Edwards. President Biden toured one of the hardest hit communities of LaPlace, Louisiana.
Folks, I know you're hurting. I know you're hurting. And we're going to make sure we have someone coming through here, going door to door, letting people know what's available to them right now.
The area was not only walloped by the storm's strong gusts, but feet of floodwater left folks trapped and their homes partially submerged. The president also got to see the vast devastation from the sky, flying above Lafitte, Port Fourchon, and Grand Isle, a town where not a single home is still livable.
We just got to keep pushing forward. You know, the past is behind us. We got to keep going forward. What happened, happened. That's the way I look at it. We just got to rebuild.
While crews work around the clock to restore power, refuel gas stations, and distribute food and water, the state is now investigating several nursing homes. Investigators say hundreds of elderly patients were moved to a warehouse amidst the hurricane. They received unconfirmed reports of patients being packed together, laying on the floor, water seeping inside, and without power. At least 4 died and 14 were hospitalized.
This time I didn't know if my mom was dead or alive. This was a nightmare. It's a nightmare.
Biden, at times joined by a Democratic governor and 2 Republican senators, says this has nothing to do with party affiliation. This is about being an American. He says he will be next to Louisiana as they rebuild, but they need to build back better, a nod to his massive infrastructure plan he hopes passes soon. In New Orleans, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
Jeff, thanks so much for that update. In a moment, we are going to show you again the update from New Orleans. Mayor Cantrell, the police chief, and other officials gave an update about what they're doing to restore power. Also, they did announce the number of arrests that have been made, looters in New Orleans. So we'll hear from the police chief on that in just a moment. We do want to give an update I want to go up to the northeast to get what has been happening with the cleanup and recovery efforts from when Ida was a post-depression cyclone when she hit just a couple of days ago. New York City, Philadelphia, tornadoes in South Jersey. It was quite a lot of havoc, and so let's get an update from Fox's Matt Finn.
Parts of the Northeast picking up the mess left behind from the remnants of Hurricane Ida. Emergency officials are still searching for more possible victims after massive flooding left people stranded, destroyed homes, cars, and left highways swamped. At least 25 people died in New Jersey. Andrea Newborn, a survivor, lost 4 of her neighbors.
I've been crying and stuff and traumatized me and everything. So it made me feel very upset.
More than 1,000 miles away in Louisiana and Mississippi, where Hurricane Ida first struck, there are still hundreds of thousands of people without power. Crews are doing all they can to fix damaged electrical poles and transformers. Volunteers in New Orleans have been helping out their neighbors with food, water, and supplies.
We've been trying, we have a lot of food that we're having to either throw away or give to the community.
On Friday, President Biden traveled to some of the hardest hit areas of Louisiana to get a first-hand look at the damage caused by the Category 4 hurricane. The president pledged his administration's full support to get folks everything they need during their difficult recovery.
This isn't about being a Democrat or a Republican. We're Americans, and we'll get through this together.
The electrical company working to restore power in Louisiana thinks the job will be complete by the middle of next week. Matt Finn, Fox News.
Matt, thanks so much there. Like we said, though, we want to take the opportunity to replay some of the latest update out of New Orleans. Mayor LaToya Cantrell being joined by her police superintendent, as well as numerous other officials there in the city, updating on power restoration. Most of the residents there still don't have power. And also the law enforcement perspective. They said they've announced some arrests have been made over looting. Here's that press conference from earlier.
We are absolutely now moving into, and we've been in, day 5 in our response to the needs on the ground here throughout the city of New Orleans. I'm joined by leadership throughout the city and partners who you will hear from following me. We know, as I said, day 5, I continue to be very proud of the men and women of the city of New Orleans, in addition to our residents who have stepped up in every way to be the examples of first responders in their neighborhoods, helping their neighbors, helping one another, and meeting the needs as we deal with and embrace the challenges that have been before us, but be persistent in our approach every step of the way. I did have the opportunity to meet with and greet President Joe Biden this afternoon and continue to communicate our needs on the ground. Absolutely focusing on today on DMAC services for the federally run medical special needs at the convention center that we are wanting to stage, but ensuring that we have the adequate wraparound services that are needed to serve our people from both Region 1 as it and Region 3 as it relates to our residents who continue to suffer those with medical special needs, and our hospitals that continue to be oversaturated and just need some relief. And this is the step in the right direction to provide that. Of course, our fuel needs were continued to be expressed, as well as just gratitude for the federal government responding to our requests for transitional housing and expedited rental assistance. You'll hear more about this, but we were very thankful to Secretary Criswell, who was on the ground as well. FEMA announced this morning that loss of power will be included in the transitional housing, as well as expedited rental assistance programs. As we know, we have residents still living outside of the city short term, while we're also encouraging, and we are seeing the restoration of power coming to the city of New Orleans, and what we have been saying and really saying more aggressively today to those residents who did evacuate, and as they see power restored to their communities and to their neighborhoods, we are saying you can come home. We also understand that as you do come home, that will free up even the burdens that some of our residents are still having as they go without power. But we've seen as power has been restored, neighbors are also being that neighbor, come on, be by me, even family members and the like. It lessens the burden as we move through these challenges. My administration remains very laser focused on meeting our people where they are, with activating immediate resources, whether that's food, water, and relief from the heat, ice. Of course, the cooling centers at NORD centers have proven to be very effective, as we have co-located additional services to those areas, but at the same time activating additional resources through volunteer efforts in areas throughout the city where we have identified gaps. And so those gaps can come to us by citizens on the ground, neighborhood leaders, council members, as I have Councilmember Palmer who's here, but we're working very closely together to shift and pivot resources where they are needed most, and especially as we're seeing a power restored. So again, not abandoning areas where we see restoration, but leveraging resources and continuing to meet and listen to those gaps. We continue to work very closely with Entergy, pushing hard to get power restored as we're seeing work happening on the ground, and the additional capacity that's being built by way of linemen coming to the city and working very intentionally across neighborhoods with distribution lines and the restoration of power. Just glad to see the progress that continues to be made day by day, and of course more on today. I am cautiously optimistic that the timeline that has been provided by Entergy will be complete by those deadlines, but even I am expecting more sooner rather than later, but we don't want to overpromise and underdeliver, and I can tell you that is the sentiment on the ground with our linemen really working very hard to beat those timelines. Entergy is projecting nearly full restoration by September the 8th, next Wednesday, but as I've said, you know, we're really working hard and pushing to ensure that we're seeing restoration sooner rather than later. Even as power is being restored and we're seeing steps towards that, we do recognize that not everyone has it, and therefore the stressors are remaining and can be more traumatic to our residents, particularly those with some special needs. So beginning on tomorrow, we will be offering daily transportation assistance to residents who wish to temporarily relocate to public shelters that have been available and determined by the state of Louisiana and those partners. So starting tomorrow, 9 a.m., this is for our general population. We focused on our elderly special needs on today, but on tomorrow, 9 a.m., from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. daily for all those who are interested in voluntary movement being transported out of the city of New Orleans. The RTA will be running pickup operations at the 12 sites, particularly all those that have been familiar right now, familiar by residents utilizing them throughout this post response. The Treme Center, the Cutoff Rec Center, Gernon Brown, Milne Rec Center, Stallings, Lyons, Joe Brown, Rosenwald, the Allie Mae, our senior center there, Engine 4 Firehouse on Dowman Road, Arthur Mundy, as well as Level Up campaign. The addresses will be made available. But these are the locations that we will utilize, again, picking up our residents who wish to be transported to public shelters identified by the state of Louisiana and that are fully operational. The RTA buses will take you from the pickup locations to the convention center. This is our plan that we executed pre-storm and really on that post-storm and held until it was necessary to do so. So at the convention center, our folks will be registered and transported to state-run shelters, as I indicated. Our residents should understand once they get to the convention center, they will then board coach buses and be transported again to state-run public shelters in northern Louisiana or in another nearby state such as Texas. But you will go to locations identified by the state and who will be prepared and ready again to receive you. The New Orleans Health Department, kudos all the way around to the men and women who have been on the ground and helping our health department coordinate directly with our senior housing facilities and complexes around the city of New Orleans. As I mentioned, this started early this morning. The outreach, of course, started prior to with these centers and coordinating with them to ensure that we, the city, would go directly to these locations and transport our people. There was no need at all for our seniors to go to a remote location to therefore be transported out. This is a real example of meeting our folks where they are. We've been in constant communication with these privately ran facilities, with their managers, and being provided the necessary transportation to get them out. FEMA, as I mentioned, activated the Transitional Sheltering Assistance Program, and I just want to say thank you again to the President as well as to Madam Secretary for making sure this happened. We also saw progress as it relates to insurance companies that were preventing policyholders from activating their loss during this time when they had to remain outside of the city of New Orleans at our request. So we're just happy to see that has been dealt with, and information regarding that has been communicated and will continue to be communicated to policyholders across the city. We know Allstate and USAA have moved that forward. You're going to hear more again on some of these updates from leaders who are with me now. I'm going to turn to Colin Arnold, who is our Director of Homeland Security at this time. Again, thank you again. We'll move through and go to questions and answers shortly. Colin?
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everybody. The New Orleans Emergency Operations Center continues its 24/7 activation, where public safety infrastructure, human service agencies are coordinating the response to Hurricane Ida. Our top priority has been and continues to be the safety and health of our public. That included pre-staging rescue assets around the city that luckily we did not need. That also has included the 24/7 work of the New Orleans Health Department and New Orleans Emergency Medical Services and what they have done to ensure residents who are elderly, who have medical needs, were safe in the days leading up to and after the storm. We've also worked hard as a city through all levels of government and many employees to provide food, water, ice, tarps, air conditioning, charging stations, and Wi-Fi to keep residents comfortable as our infrastructure teams work around the clock to restore services. While we are certainly encouraged by the progress that has been made to restore power, we also realize that for some, facing another 4 or 5 days of power outages may be difficult. That's why we will begin a transportation option for Orleans Parish residents who wish to travel to a public shelter in northern Louisiana or a neighboring state. Starting tomorrow at 9 a.m. and then thereafter operating from 8 to 4 p.m., you can go to one of 12 pickup locations where you will board an RTA bus to the convention center. From there, you will take a motor coach bus to a state-run shelter outside the area. The 12 pickup locations are, first of all, 8 are the cooling centers, what we've been talking about all week and what we've stood up and will continue to stand up to support the public. And those are the Treme Recreation Center at 900 North Villeray, the Cutoff Recreation Center at 6600 Belgrade, the Gurnan Brown Recreation Center at 1001 Harrison Avenue, the Milne Rec Center at 5420 Franklin Avenue, Stalling St. Claude Recreation Center at 4300 St. Claude, the John P. Lyons Recreation Center at 624 Louisiana Avenue, the Joe Brown Rec Center at 5601 Reed Boulevard, and the Rosenwald Rec Center at 1120 South Broad. We'll also expand out and add 4 more to cover cover the geography of our city and make it more accessible to those, again, who wish to go for a few days and go to another shelter outside the city. We've added Allie Mae, the Central City Senior Center at 2101 Phillip Street, the Engine 4 Firehouse, that's at 6900 Downman Road, the Arthur Munday Rec Center on the West Bank at 1111 Newton Street, and the Level Up campaign at 1123 La Manche in the Lower Ninth Ward. If you're a pet owner, you can bring your pet with you. It will be sheltered in an animal shelter near your shelter. They're co-located. The New Orleans Health Department is actively coordinating directly with senior apartment buildings around the city, and residents in these facilities will be able to board a bus directly from the residence without going to a pickup location. If you live in a senior apartment and you want to access this shelter transportation, please call 311. The shelter service will be limited to about 2,300 people per day in the city. So if that max is reached before 4 p.m., we'll send a text through the NOLA Ready alert system, which you can subscribe to by texting NOLA Ready to 77295 to inform everyone. If that's the case, come back the next day. and we'll continue this as long as there is demand and as long as people want to do this or until power is restored. As a reminder for anyone considering this service, you will be going to a congregate shelter either in the northern part of the state or in a neighboring state. You'll have a cot and a blanket and food and services. This should be reserved, really, I have to say, for the people that really are vulnerable to heat and really need this. If you're young and you're able-bodied, I'd encourage you to reserve this service for others, as they might need it more. The last thing I'll say about this is I really appreciate the planning and coordination across multiple agencies throughout the week to make this plan a reality. While I'm at it, I'll also say, for anyone that wants to use this that can't get to a cooling center or one of the 12 locations, courtesy of the Mayor's Office of Transportation who coordinated this, Uber and Lyft have agreed to give free ride-share rides to cooling centers to hop on the RTA bus to utilize this service. If you utilize Uber, the code is IDA Relief 2021. That's IDA Relief 2021 if you use Uber. And if you use Lyft, you use code IDA Relief 21. That's IDA Relief 21 for Lyft. And we really appreciate both Uber and Lyft for offering this service, something we started really working with them prior to hurricane season last year, to develop a partnership that would make this transportation work. We've adapted our city assisted evacuation plan. This is not an evacuation. This is an opportunity to be transported to a shelter if you're tapping out. I mean, if you're saying, I've had enough and for the next 4 or 5 days, I'm done. But I'm telling you that from the perspective I can speak for everybody up here, we're going to continue to provide the services we've been providing. We're with you. We've been without power and without water, and we've had our share as well, and we feel it, But I'm telling people to hang in, because we're going to get through this. It's a couple more days, and we can do it. But especially if you're vulnerable, if you're elderly, and you have that issue maybe with heat over the next few days, this is a viable option for you. We know now, and we have known, rapidly intensifying hurricanes like Ida make that city-assisted pre-storm evacuation very difficult to try and pull off on the timeline. And I'm afraid to tip my head right now because I'm afraid of the information that we've gotten that will fall out. My head is so full right now about how we want to look at hurricane season with these rapidly intensifying hurricanes. There's a better way to do this. Evacuation will always be a part of what we do here for major hurricanes, but I think what you're seeing here is a levee system that worked, a water and drainage system that worked, and that has some resilience, and a population that's got a whole hell of a lot more resilience. And we can do these things, and we can continue to be resilient and survive these hurricanes without completely fleeing. And so everybody that's worked here, the plans that we've worked on and everything we've developed over this last week is going to become a really special thing for this city and certainly for this office upstairs and these people that have been working. So with that, I truly appreciate what I've seen in the community all week, neighbors helping neighbors, and that is what makes this city what it is. It's home. And so we have a lot of opportunities for people to get involved with Ida Relief. If you're at home and you're sweating, you can volunteer with us. The convention center has power and air, and we're going to be helping people if they want to go out of town for a couple days. Whether it's donating money to a registered charity, which is the primary way to do this during a disaster, or helping volunteer with us. Our website's up, ready@nola.gov. We're scratching to find people that want to help us through the rest of this week and next. And you can help your neighbors during this hard time. And I will just say one more time, hang in there, because we got this. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you. Ramsey Green, Deputy CEO of Infrastructure.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, Colin. Incredibly well said. As Mr. Rogers once said, find the helpers, be a helper, support your neighbors during a very difficult, though inspiring time. Our joint infrastructure folks whether they work for the RTA, the Sewage and Water Board, DPW, Parkways, Entergy, everybody is working their asses off to get this city ready for those who are out of town and those who are here. I'm going to start with some updates from telecommunication companies, because as power comes on, so many people are working from home. They think they're all set, and then suddenly they have no internet, and that's frustrating. So a couple things. One, the wireless carriers, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, are operational. They're assessing outages and addressing them. Carriers are opening their network to allow roaming from other networks to reduce drop calls and outages. Verizon is providing customers with an unlimited talk, text, and data through September 10th. AT&T is providing customers with unlimited talk, text, and data through September 14th. Cox is not operational. They are dependent on power in order to restore internet and cable. And at the city's request, big thanks to Deanna Rodriguez and Sandra from Entergy, who are coordinating very closely with Cox to ensure that they're communicating when a neighborhood comes on. Cox, come on in and do your line of work. Cox has assessed 850 miles of network facilities, of which 20 miles were found to be damaged. They plan to complete their damage assessments by Sunday. As Colin and the mayor said, just to clarify, phone charging stations have been deployed to all Nord Sea cooling centers, which are hub locations for the city-assisted transportation to state shelters. Thanks to T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T for providing those charging stations. We continue to deploy more charging resources and Wi-Fi assets since they are high demand. And public Wi-Fi is available at all Nord Sea cooling centers. Again, that's the hub of all the spokes to get out of town if you want to participate in the city-assisted transportation to state shelters program, CATS. Sewage and Water Board. The East Bank Wastewater Treatment Plant does have power. It's in the process of resuming pumping. That work still goes underway. Sewage and Water Board is continuing its emergency protocols related to sewage. They're working their tails off to stop that protocol. It is standard emergency measure with EPA and DEQ approval, and it's taken to prevent sewage backup throughout the streets. That's the discharge of sewage water into our adjacent waterway, the Mississippi River. Biggest concern right now is sewage backup, particularly in New Orleans East. Vac trucks from the Sewage and Water Board are sucking out wastewater to relieve pressure. If you see a sewage backup, report it to 52 Water. Again, if you see a sewage backup, you sense it, you smell it, call 52 Water ASAP. Big thanks to the Louisiana National Guard and Colonel Terry Valarudo, Task Force Generator. They're on a call shortly ago with Sewage and Water Board assessing their generator needs to get that work going. On the streets front, DPW has cleaned 322 catch basins, 61 manholes, and almost 4,000 linear feet of drain lines. They're continuing to support sanitation and parkways on cleaning up major thoroughfares. As of this afternoon, we have cleared debris off of 300 miles of public right-of-way. Crews continue to work extended shifts. A lot of them are saying, don't send me home. I want to keep this work going. Thank you, gentlemen and women who are doing this work from DPW. I got to amend one thing I said yesterday, that we were going to do a notice to proceed for the emergency vac trucks, 15 to 20 vac trucks. We are actually, procurement is initiating today. We should have those folks on the streets by Thursday. That's to remove all the debris that flooded into our storm system, our drainage system. We got to get that stuff out. And that work, again, notice to proceed effective Thursday. DPW is setting an additional emergency contract for street light and street signpost damage assessments. Those assessments begin likely Tuesday. In the meantime, our crews continue removing hazardous street lights and downed poles. I'll say this one more time. Claiborne Auto Pound is open. If you have a vehicle that was towed during the event, it's a we call it courtesy towing. Come on in, get your car. Get it out. If you have fines from back in the day, you're still going to pay those fines. DPW will. Sorry. You don't have to pay them immediately. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. But yes, the storm does not forgive fines from 6 months ago. DPW will not resume the Sewage and Water Board DPW Joint Infrastructure Program until September 13th. We were trying to do it as soon as possible. We got to put in another week. That is all of our roadwork program. We're punting it again until September 13th. If you're a contractor out there, get your site stable, get it cleaned up, and largely after being in the roads for a while this afternoon, that's what we're seeing. The city has assessed, of our 441 buildings, we've assessed 70 of them, and we have found that largely we've escaped major damage And we have additional contracted support that's going to be NTP'd on Sunday. That's notice to proceed to start the assessment work throughout the city as well. National Guard is providing us with barricades and a real huge amount of help at the pointed distribution centers as well. One thing that's important, we have substantial damage at the Municipal and Traffic Court. We've been communicating very clearly with Chief Judge Paul Sens, but we have substantial damage there. Thankfully, they were timed within 30 to 45 days of moving into swing space so we can do a full renovation of their building. So we're trying to figure out what to do. We'll have more information on that in the evolving days. The roof was torn off, substantial water damage throughout the building. It is not in a good place to serve, and we'll have more information again on that very soon. Sanitation, we did start, pardon me, limited Thursday collections yesterday. If you live in the Richards area, which is south of I-10, 15% of the trash was picked up yesterday. If you live in the metro area, 40% of the trash was picked up yesterday. If it wasn't picked up, leave it on your street. That's just the city trash in 95-gallon containers, not your debris. Again, don't think your debris is getting picked up, but I do have a day. We're starting to pick up debris on September 7th, which is Tuesday. Again, following already, we have the sketch of how to put your debris together in 3-foot by 2-inch piles of certain debris that goes together in the same species of debris. You will get more information on that very soon. Again, that debris is going to start getting picked up on Tuesday. Parks and parkways, we've had 335 unique calls for service, cleared almost 50% of them. The men and women of Parks and Parkways are just doing heroic work. Finally, Mayor, I'm sorry for covering so much stuff, but the condition of the building you're in, big thanks to property management, particularly Greg, Herb, and all the guys who came in from out of town to get our building back online. It was getting really funky in this building. We got the sewerage moving, thank gosh, last night. We got the power on, we got the HVAC on, and we have one elevator, which is a big deal if you're bringing food up to the 9th floor. Just thank you, men and women, for getting that done. And it's a much more inhabitable building. Last thing, I'm just going to echo exactly what Colin said. If you have a friend in public service, if you have a cousin, a neighbor, somebody who works as a police officer, paramedic, linesman, if you're a lineman from out of town, thank you for being here. This is a great city. Thank you for contributing to bring back the fabric of this city. It's a stunning city, and we're going to be back beautiful in New Orleans once again. But find the helpers, support the helpers, and be a helper. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Ramsey. All right, we're going to ask Dr. Jennifer Bagnall.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate y'all being here. I'll just give some updates from the health side. Number one, thanks to Entergy and all the hard work. It looks like all of our hospitals within Orleans Parish do have power from the grid. Some of them are transitioning from their generators and then right and serve their patients so that they can make it through even really difficult disasters as we have. So kudos to my colleagues that have been in the fight for the last 5 days. As we mentioned yesterday, we transitioned the Allie Mae Senior Center in Central City from a charging and cooling station, which it does serve some of those functions, but into a sort of a medical first aid station where we have not only our own medical personnel, but some volunteers from Project Hope who've been great on the ground. Doing prescription refills, we've got a pharmacy that is helping on site. We are also have our call center there where we have been taking in hundreds of calls since before the storm, as well as doing case management on the ground in real time. So I want to really, really, from the bottom of my heart, thank my staff who are just running a pretty strong ground game right now. So we're happy that that continues to be open to serve the public, to decompress emergency departments or urgent cares that aren't open right now for very, very minor stuff, right? But if we can help you get to where you need to go, that's where we want to do. I do want to talk about some of the things that have been mentioned about the point-to-point transportation to shelter for our senior centers. We work very, very closely with all of the major senior apartment buildings in this city. Now understand, these are not city-run apartment buildings. So we don't have visibility, we don't necessarily control any of their operations, but we have developed relationships with them over the years, and thank God we did, because I think that's really proved to be valuable for us to intervene when we needed to today. Even before the storm, we had conversations with them, making sure that everybody was taking care of the residents under their care. We've been checking in with them throughout. We understood where needs were, where there were generator issues. We were able to help, fuel issues, food, water. There's lots of volunteers, ICE getting to those folks. We knew that we wanted to have this option, though, as the days dragged on and folks who are particularly vulnerable to heat-related illness, we wanted to make sure we had an option for them should they choose to leave after the storm. And that's what we've been working on, which came to fruition today. And that is working to identify those seniors in those apartments who really didn't want to be in the hot house anymore and for their safety wanted to be taken to one of the state-run shelters. What we realized, though, is that it wasn't enough to let them tell us that we really needed to have eyes on the ground for many of these centers. We know that we had been hearing reports of family members or other folks who had concerns about some of these. And so early this morning, we dispatched strike teams from the health department to go to those buildings that we had the most concerns about. In some cases, when we got there, in all cases when we got there, we, with our public safety partners, and thank you, as if our police, fire, and EMS don't have enough to do, they were right there with us, going door to door, doing welfare checks when we felt that the building personnel was unable to really confirm how folks were doing. So we have gone door to door in hundreds of apartments today. In some cases, we were able to realize that there were cool spots in the building, there were cooling stations and downstairs, they had ice, they had water, the residents were in good spirits, nobody was in immediate danger, and they were okay where they were, and they expressed that to us. In some cases, that was not the case, and there were no power and no generators, and it was becoming a dangerous situation. Those are the ones that we are prioritizing right now and working to get on those buses for the state shelters, as Colin was talking about. We will continue to do that as long as it takes. There are most are doing okay and hanging on, and most of our seniors are really tough and don't necessarily want to go. And as long as we can confirm that they are going to be okay where they are, then we are going to respect their autonomy as our elders and folks who have lived through a lot more disasters than I have. But that is a process that, we had a lot of preparation for, and now we're implementing it. And again, my team has just been unbelievably phenomenal. The last thing I'll touch on is, as the mayor mentioned, our federal medical special needs shelter that's opening tomorrow. Again, thank you to HHS and LDH and all the federal and state partners that have brought this into existence really quickly. We identified this need as the storm was hitting and put in the request then. And so to mobilize it in that short period of time is great. This is, again, not a walk-up facility. This is not a place to drop people off. This will immediately serve a need for our hospitals, who have lots of folks in the hospital that really can't be discharged but have significant chronic medical needs they need care for. So we know we're going to take some directly from hospitals. We know we've identified from our special needs registry folks that are of the highest priority to go to this facility. We've already been doing this to other medical special needs facilities in the region, the ones that are in Alexandria, Bastrop, and one open today in Baton Rouge. So it's not like we waited to open our facility, but those facilities have been full or close to full for the last several days, so it's good that this is coming online. And again, we've got 100 beds opening. We are already asked for more. I thank the mayor for asking at the highest level to the president to make sure that not a single person is left without the care that they need, not just in our region, but our neighbors to the west who are in far worse straits than we are. So that will be, again, federally run, state supported, and our local capacity is assisting however we can. And so it's just going to be one more way that we stabilize and get everybody safe for the next couple of days until we're back to normal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bagno. And we're going to keep it going. Chief Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me start first. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry. Let me start first. Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership during a difficult time. I want to commend the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department. I want to commend our citizens of this great city, as well as this leadership team that you see standing before you, as well as those that are not here. This is some unique times in which we are facing. You know, something that we never really, we try to think that we've seen everything, and then we see, oh man, this is, you just can't make this stuff up. You just can't make, that's one of our phrases, you just can't make this stuff up, and that is where we are. Things in which we have not faced before. But nevertheless, as Colin has said, as Ramsey has said, we planned for this, as the doctor said. We are here together with our partners, the council, as well as with Entergy and FEMA. We are all in this together. So as that, you know, as in saying that, I just want to publicly recognize each and every one, and let the citizens of New Orleans know, let the world know how great of a partnership we are here together for our city, along with our city. I just want to give a few little updates. I know all week I have been asked, how many arrests have you made for looting? You know, and it just on and on. So I'm finally ready to give you your answer. You know? So,
all right, we're going to step away from that. We're going to include that in what we call our overnight playlist. It's going to play throughout the weekend. So if you want the latest updates out of New Orleans on Hurricane Ida recovery and cleanup as they work around the clock to restore power to many in the state and in the city there. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on your Friday night. I hope you've gotten a fun, relaxing start to your holiday weekend. I know I'm looking forward to it. Don't forget, we have weekend coverage as well here on Live Now from Fox. My friends and colleagues, Rain Augustine and Stephanie Weaver, they man the anchor desk. As you know, news never stops, not even on the weekends. So we're expecting some live events this weekend. Obviously, the president is in Delaware at his home for the holiday weekend. And so wanted to show you a last look at the White House. Of course, he's not there tonight, but we'll give you all the latest if we have any news from the president or the First Lady or the White House over the holiday weekend. I'll be back same time, same place. On Labor Day, on Monday, I'll be working then. Don't forget, we have a Twitter account, though, that you can give us a follow on. It's at LiveNowFox. That's our handle. So please go give us a follow. You can go give me a follow as well. My handle is at Andrew Kraft, Kraft with a C. So we know it's been a busy week. It's been a very heavy week. A lot of these stories are very complex, most of which are sad. They're emotionally wrought. So we hope we've provided some clarity and context to help you understand the news of the day, live, raw, and unfiltered as it happens. Right now, we do want to show you again President Biden down on the ground in Louisiana, surveying the damage from Hurricane Ida, meeting with state and federal leaders there as well. We're also going to show you the jobs report numbers, remarks that he made from the White House earlier, as well as the State Department, the Pentagon, some of these storm updates from the Northeast as well. So for all of us here at Live Now from Fox, hope you have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday.
On down to visit and to see what visit, and I want to thank him for his leadership as well. You know, we just came from the Emergency Operations Center here in St. John's Parish, and we just walked this neighborhood. I'm going to finish walking it up that way as well. But the fact is that we, you know, there's a lot. We just to see just